Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday, although with this one, it's kind of not super old. This is kind of recent. This is a game that's just over 5 years old, so it's more like super kind of recent game Saturday, but man, we got a winner on this one tonight.
I mean, it's still an old school game.
Yeah, indeed it is. I'm Captain D-Trek, by the way.
And I'm Nocturne Flamin.
And Proterova.
Welcome both of you. We are back with another Sonic game. This is the request of the viewers from this month. As I always do this every month, the question is, if anybody I know personally, or anybody who's in the chat over there says, I want to see a game, eventually we'll have a case, or we had a case where I'll take a game off the master list, as we call it, that they asked for, and said, we're going to take a look at this. On the request of Dolly Finn, she wanted to see Sonic Mania, which came out on August 15th, 2017. We were playing on the Xbox One. It is also on the Switch, the PlayStation 4, and the PC. That PS4 version will play on your PS5 if you have one of those. And Xbox One here will play on Series S or Series X if you have one of those units. So it is probably the most easily available and readily available Sonic game there is. And it was quite an undertaking, this one. It started as a big fan project to a certain extent. It was Christian Whitehead and Simon Tomley, who did their own project specifically with in the Sonic fan community. Specifically in the case of Christian Whitehead, he was known as the Taxman. He did this game called Retro Sonic, as well as Sonic Nexus, where he basically took the mechanics of Sega Genesis Sonic, put it into something original, and Sega say one thing about them, they'll see fan projects, they won't necessarily cease and desist them for it. So they said, okay, let's look at this. And he teamed up with Simon Tomley, who's known as Stealth, who now runs the company Headcan, which is involved with this, and Pagoda West is the other company involved here. Simon Tomley, I mentioned this on the show before, Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis for the Game Boy Advance. I've mentioned it to both of you?
Oh, yeah.
It is a fucking atrocious port of Sonic the Hedgehog 1 on the Game Boy Advance, released in 2006, on the same day that Sonic 06 came out, and it's enough to make Sonic 06 look as good as Sonic 2. So, what Tomley decided to do is said, you know what, this is a bad port job, let's make it ourselves. So he said, I'm going to develop this entire game in C, make it Sonic 1 Genesis done right for the GBA. He used the GBA technology to run it, it's fantastic. And I guess somebody at Sega saw that, as well as the tech demo that Christian Whitehead wanted to make. It presented the Tokyo Game Show, the Consumer Electronics Show in 2010, I believe, of running Sonic CD on the iPhone. Sega saw this and said, this is amazing what you did. He built his own engine pretty much for it, and Tomley also had elements of that too, to make it so that it is an amazing port. It's maybe even better than the original version. We played the original version on the show, and from that came 2 more ports of Sonic stuff, Sonic CD, but also Sonic 1 and 2 on mobile. And from there, the head of the franchise of Sonic, Mr. Izuka-san, Takashi Izuka specifically, head producer of Sonic Team, said, alright, let's try and get a fan Sonic game going as a full release. That's what Sonic Mania is. I have it here as far as my little group of stuff for, don't worry about that, groups for the Xbox One. And I always mention here usually that the Switch didn't have folders. It does now, thank fucking God. It took forever to get them. But yeah, folders for that system, folders here. Every Sonic thing I got running, I have Sonic Mania here. Here's the deal, though. This came out as far as a non-physical release first. It was digital only. Fans were complaining about that, like me, and saying, yeah, Sonic Forces, this game's sequel, came in a box. Why can't this one? Eventually, we did get a box. We got a disc. I have the disc here. I am out here on the menu for Xbox One because for some reason, if I select that with the disc in the system, it's not going to load the Plus version, which is Sonic Mania Plus specifically. So that's what's going to happen. So, alright. We're getting ready for this one, and we'll definitely go into all our memories with Sonic and this Sonic game specifically. I'm looking forward to this. Thank you both for joining me for this excursion.
So glad to be here.
Thank you. Definitely have a lot of classic Sonic love going on, even though this is a more modern game. If you don't have this game, it is worth getting, so pick it up.
It might as well be classic Sonic.
Oh yeah, well it is, absolutely.
Agreed.
We're going to see that as well, and also maybe some of the questions as far as like why is that brought to you by Hyperkinetic, Pagoda West Games, Headcanon, and Christian Whitehead, who is a friend of Pixels and Polys alike.
Also, just a note about the title screen here.
Uh-huh.
You know the rhythm that they play as the melody starts?
Yeah, that is a nod to what? Oh, for
Endless Mine.
Endless Mine from Sonic 3, and fitting because you were showing me a couple of weeks ago, you're showing me these Sonic fan theories or music theory explanations. I'll put the videos or the link to the channel in the YouTube site. We're watching the opening cinematic, by the way.
And actually, that rhythm appears in numerous spots throughout Sonic.
Yes, it does. It actually is in Sonic Generations as well. There's the classic remix of Cityscape from Sonic Adventure 2 uses it. As you're seeing, they went full for cartoon cinematic for Sonic, and there he is. After all this time, they're riding the elevator up and they're going down. This is the Sonic experience. At least the Sonic experience I guess everybody can agree with as far as the 2D stuff is if you love the Sega Genesis games, you feel right at home with this one. And it is definitely something that, as a fan of Sonic my entire life, when this came out, it was even echoing back to my days as a child, because I actually took the day off from work after this came out. Not because of this game, actually, because I had a doctor's appointment. And so I actually kind of associate with the fact that I had to get one of my annual vaccines. I was not looking forward to that as a kid. But I always associate that with the thought of, hey, I'm going to play a Sonic game when I get home. That's what happened. And Sonic Mania is that way. We have Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles all here as they're ready to race on their new adventure. As well as two new faces, as well as the enemies here, the hard-boiled heavies. We'll see them in a little bit. If you do play the intro again, it gives you another piece of music. Which, I don't know, do you want to see that? Do you want to keep going into stuff with that? Or we can start the game either way. Or just keep the discussion going. Show. We may as well show it, because just for the purpose of it, because this is going to be, one thing I will also preface with this game is that we're showing it now. This is not going to be our first look at this game. We're coming back to this game later because there is the Encore mode that comes with the Plus, because it was released as DLC, the Plus mode, for about $5-10, or you buy the disc version, the physical version, which is released on all the systems that has it. The way the show time is going to run, I don't think we're going to be able to cover that entirely, so we'll come back to that another time. Now, this game is good enough, it's worth coming back to. Not to mention that the Encore mode is actually the sequel to the next Sonic game in this line, which actually is not 2D one, it is Sonic Forces. Came out only a couple months after this. Which was a decent game, but it was also something people looked at and they said, man, Sega was on a roll again, and they kind of went backwards again with Sonic. As far as that, I don't know if you really are familiar with Sonic Forces.
I mean, I've played through it once when you had your system at my house. I mean, it's good, but the stages end right when they're starting to get good.
It seems like maybe there's something that was missing for that game. So, I mean, it's one of those cases where it's not even a bad game, exactly. And to be fair, I do have the best version. It's on Xbox One, PC, and PS4 and Switch like this is, but Xbox One is absolutely the way to play that game without a question. The PC version was unplayable, actually, for a while because of the DRM element of it. The Switch version ran at half the frame rate, and the Xbox One X enhancement of the version on Xbox One is better than the PS4 Pro's enhancement, where, although, to be fair, it did not run at 1080p natively on Xbox One, but I do have Xbox One X. Eventually, when the Series X is in my possession, we will run it that way, and that's also a run Sonic Unleashed to get to that. But yeah, who am I? I'm Cam D-Track, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, along with two guests that we do have safe. Alright, so as I mentioned here, we do have Mania mode. This is Encore mode, which has Ray the Flying Squirrel and Mighty the Armadillo, who debuted in SegaSonic The Hedgehog in 1993. But with Mighty, we've seen him before, actually.
Yeah, Knuckles Chaotix.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we played that game for the show. Proterova, you were in the chat, we played it. And specifically, I do remember that. So yeah, they're a little different in that they are still in this game. We can show that off, especially when we get to the multiplayer, the competition, which for the Plus version, they added 4-player support. So with that, Proterova is going to be joining us for that part of the game, as well as you also have time attack, which is a lot of fun, because with Sonic, you want to go fast, as well as your options and your extras. I'll show this briefly. Because you can unlock Blue Spheres, which is the bonus game in this. When you hit a special or a star post with 50 rings, you go in here instead. But if you get all the gold medallions there, which I did, and I had to do it multiple times because the achievement for that didn't work, you unlock another bonus stage. And also there's an area with Mean Bean Machine, we're going to show that off as well the DR Garden, where you can listen to music, and we'll get credits at the end of the game. And options, which are basic stuff as far as video. You have screen filtering and clean. You can do CRT mode as far as soft and sharp and none. We run clean, specifically. And then sound is basically just adjusting sound volumes and things like that. Controls, which are not adjustable, but they're pretty simple. It's just basically move with D-pad or analog stick and jump. That's all you got to do. But also spin dash and all those other things. And, of course, language of English, French, Italian, Dutch, Spanish, Japanese, Korean, I think simplified Chinese, and advanced Chinese, I think. As far as how that is. If that's wrong, I'll put it down here. That's more for the menu. That's not really the game, because this is not voice acted exactly.
Yeah. So I definitely know that the one at the bottom of the left-hand column is Mario.
Yes, that is true, actually. So I do remember, because I've been doing stuff myself personally for it, to see that, and actually, I think it was that way when I showed off Sonic Colors Ultimate very briefly. Talk about screwing up your old good Sonic game. That's the case. So when we played that, we're playing on the Wii. Absolutely not playing that version. Even though they patched and fixed stuff, it's still not enough. Alright, we have the Mania mode. It is a save file the same way it was in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. And instead, you have your choice of character of Sonic and Tails together. Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Mighty Armadillo, and Ray the Flying Squirrel. You also have, hit the Y button over here, you have the option to turn on or off the time limit. I'm going to turn it off, so when you hit 10 minutes, you don't die. As well as debug mode, which we could feasibly show up later, and then Sonic ability. This is something unlocked by beating the game. In this game, Sonic has the drop dash, which was in the beta of Sonic 3, actually. That was revealed a couple of years ago. But what happens, and I'll show us how to play it. We jump near, you hold the jump button. It'll do basically a spin dash from a standstill, pretty much. You can see that. You also have CD, you can turn on to do the super kill from that game, and then the instant shield from Sonic 3 Knuckles. You also have and Knuckles mode, which means that every character you have on screen has Knuckles added, including Knuckles and Knuckles. And the special ending you get if you play that way, probably do it the next time you come back to the game. Yeah, there's time went off. Make sure that took, did, and we're all set. So, this we're going to go through a new game. We're going to play the whole game. We're going to get all of the chaos control. Let's make that promise. As we did with Sonic Jam a couple months ago. Nocturne and I doing the cooperative case of Sonic with first Tails and then Sonic. So with that, are you ready to get set up with this game that is indeed by the Mania and for the Mania?
Sure. Let's go.
3, 2,
1.
Yeah, so it's the speedrun countdown, basically, fitting for Sonic. As we're going back to Angel Island. Yeah, now the plot of this game is that they received an indication of a strange signal. I guess Tails, who has the tech knowledge, knew this. Said, "What's with these egg robots?" They were at the end of Sonic and Knuckles specifically. And there's this big hook coming down and taking out part of the grass there. So, what is that? That is the Phantom Ruby. And the hard-boiled heavies we saw in the opening cutscenes was Robotnik wanted, and the power of that is taking us all over the place. So yeah, all the twisting of time and space itself is getting in the way. And with that, we're going back to the levels we've seen in Sonic's history, starting with Green Hill Zone from Sonic 1. Although unlike when we played Sonic 1, we didn't have a cooperative method of playing, but now we do. Alrighty. So yeah, just keep it going as we go, and it's gonna look very similar to how Sonic... Bless you.
Excuse me.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's natural that way, so it makes sense that way. Like, hey, that's the idea of what it is, and where'd you go? Or to go to the Sonic perspective, where'd you go? So like, yeah, that's for Robotnik in... was that Shadow the Hedgehog he said that? Or it was either Shadow the Hedgehog or was something else. I'll put in that if it's not that. Yeah, you're just going through here, seeing the beautiful graphics once more, as the case.
Sorry for killing your momentum there.
And don't worry about it. But also, I want to show you one other thing. With all the bonus stages for Blue Sphere set up, we have this. We have a pinball machine. With Sega Saturn looking graphics, I love it so much. And the beautiful music is a remix of SegaSonic The Hedgehog. It's a game I never played because unfortunately I've never seen the arcade machine around. And because of the trackball controls, it never got a home release. And at some point I'll let you run this one, Nocturne, as far as the special stage. What you want to do here is hit Sonic with the flippers there and get up to the top so you get items. You have like a hook going down to left and right, and press down or over time limit, it'll go down. That gives you a Atari 2600 sound.
Yeah, too bad there weren't any electric shields.
Yeah, and it is kind of a little bit of a gamble on what you get, but you can keep going. Right, there is a lightning shield, so we will go grab that. It's not hard to get this. It's like Super Mario Land 2 6 golden coins we played a couple months ago, where you have at the end of the level to get the bunny hood or the bunny outfit. No, the carrot, so you turn into Bunny Mario on that one. That was definitely a fun play we had playing that a couple of months ago. Yeah, that's the thing. You do have to try and get your way up as you hear that insanely jazzy music. Makes you want to go get it, as Sonic tends to do. Yeah, Sonic, as I mentioned before, I think, wants to get kids into gambling early, I guess, because of the fact that you saved me getting over here, so thank you for that. Because those platforms will collapse when you touch them. In that case, you can still airlift me around. And in this version, you also... Yeah, we didn't lose this that way. But in this version also, you can do the airlift alone. So you play Sonic Tails alone, and if you jump in the air... Actually, we showed this when we did Sonic Origins. You take a brief look at that. We're able to do that, and which way we want to go.
Let's go through the tunnel.
Alright. Oh, wrong way. It's like, well, wait a second. Or to go the Diddy Kong Racing perspective. No, wrong way. And actually, I think that was probably good, because you find hidden secrets as those kids Sonic. There's Water Shield. Same deal as before, it bounces. It bounces on the motorbug. We'll see stuff with motorbugs later, as well as the corkscrews going into Emerald Hill from Sonic 2. Feel free to let the stuff of Sonic go, as far as both the guests and everybody out in chat as well. Whoa!
Yeah, where that lightning shield was, that's normally a life, right?
Yes, it is, as far as Sonic 1, but see, it's funny you mentioned that. Thank you for bringing that up, Proterova, because I showed a little bit of Sonic Origins, which came out a couple months ago, and they give you the option in that, and also that mobile version was based on, they give you the option to turn the Sonic 3 shields on, so what that means is that you actually have it where the lightning shield is there in that version. So you actually play Sonic 1 normal with the lightning shield and all that stuff. And I'm trying to find the special ring, because that is how you can cast Emerald's Factor is right down there, I think. Push the boulder over. Okay, no, it's not. Never mind. But that's fine. We'll have a lot of opportunities to get them, because it's not a case where it's insanely stingy in getting them. I mean, it's not Sonic Pocket Adventure on the Neo Geo Pocket Color. You only get one chance to get them that you possibly can. If you get the Sonic 3 thing, you go along, and boom, go you go. And yeah, that was the drop dash. You jump, and you hold the jump button again, you do the spin down, boom, there you go. As we are going off to fight our first boss in the underground of Green Hill Zone, which I believe was a takeoff on something that was for development of this game when they were making it. There's a couple other hints to that as well, that clearly the people who made this game, Tom Lee and Whitehead, everybody, they love Sonic the way that I and my two guests do, specifically. So they know exactly how this works, and they're saying, like, let's take some stuff from old stuff with Sonic. By the way, like with Sonic 3, you bounce the panel at the end, it hits the ground, you get an item off it. You do it twice, there's an achievement behind that. And you get your time and ring bonus, as well as cool bonus, which I didn't know what that was until literally 10 minutes ago. Which is, every time you take a hit, you get docked 1,000 points, you can get a max of 10,000 points.
What about if you pretty much never let the flag fall?
Yeah, you just keep getting points. It's just like Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles that way. Actually, there's one level that's gonna be very easy, just get 2 bounces for it, and I'll show off what all the achievements are, because, yeah, big shock me as the Sonic fan, I have every achievement out of this game. I said, even to the point where I played this game multiple times, because one of them didn't work, and I wasn't getting it.
So you can just get lots of lives on points.
Yes, and actually, that is the case, because this game does do what Sonic 2 started, which is give you lives and get 50,000 points, and Sonic 1 itself had that, but only for the Japanese version. The US did not have that. And actually, I think they reinstituted that when Sonic Origins came out. But there's one thing I want to get when I'm in here, if I can see it. Also, don't get the Robotnik bomb, or you get Dog Grapes. Yeah, this just takes me back, even though this is a newer concept for this, just look at this. This looks like something that you'd see on the Sega Saturn with the polygons everywhere. Feel free to go into any of that as far as chat and the guests here. I don't know, Proto, have you seen this part of the game as far as this special stage?
I don't remember it, but I know I did see this game at one point.
Yeah, it is said it's because the Mania or Sonic Mania when it first came out didn't have this, and then they added the DLC and added this. There we go, the fire shield. They didn't want to show that off.
Oh, yeah.
And every time you get 2 of those hit up at the top, you do go to the next section, we go down, but every time the guitar solo goes up, it goes like yeah, it gets cut off, but we'll make that happen not that way as we go along. In fact, there is one of the big rings right there. In fact, what we'll do is look at that, and no, we're not gonna go in there because I do want to hold on to some stuff. Alright, so to get in there, I'm trying to remember, I have to either go down from the bottom, which actually, I think that's right. Yeah, right here, perfect. Alright, let's talk the special stages. They're unique. They look like a mixture between Sonic CD and I guess Sonic Advance 2 a little bit, with Saturn-like graphics, 3D polygons. Look at this. I love it so much. You're chasing the UFO, and you're running on rings. You run on rings, you are done, but you also have to collect the blue spheres to get your speed up to Mach 1, 2, and 3, and then overload it for continue. He's definitely playing as a strategy because of the idea that when you collect the orbs here, they will come back each lap you go around the course. The rings will not. So you have to kind of... The way I tend to do this is that you want to try and get a sense of wait until you need the rings and pay attention to where they are and where you can get a bunch of them at one time so you can catch up. Although, right now, it's not going to be that hard. Here, we do the Encore mode eventually. The first one is harder than any of these. They start you, I think, like a lap behind the UFO. So, like, yeah, I'm getting to Mach 2, I'm going to catch this thing. When you catch it, you get the cast emerald, but yeah, it's not changing. Or that could be changing later. Also, this was glitched when the game came out. If you hit an enemy when you did that spin into it, you get stuck, and I think it'd restart the game. So I could shit-talk Sonic Origins as much as I want as far as it being buggy when it came out. This game also had that case, and I also do love this, which is like when you get it, you have the polygon. Yeah. I will definitely get to that as we go along, and also as we go down below.
Actually, let's have a bit of fun with this.
Yeah, let's do that. Riding the slide for life. I always call it that.
Oh.
Yeah, but here's the other thing, is that you being off screen, it lasts longer in this game than in Sonic 3 or Sonic and Knuckles. You just ride down, and boom, there you go. Is the Wii case, like, Wii! And that's always the appeal of Sonic for me, at least, as I'm also going to go here. Yeah, remember the spike bridge from Sonic 1? You touch this, usually you're going to get yourself hurt, unless you walk on it very specifically. When you have the fire shield in this game, I want to let you come with me. Where are you? You're still off screen and doing what you did with Sonic Jam, which is doing that with expert skill. Alright, so, spin dash cross, it's burning. So yeah, kill with fire, or as the achievement goes, I hurt you, I guess, doing that. You have 50 rings and a life down here. It just now can't hurt you anymore. It is very easy to get that.
Revenge.
Yeah, revenge for the crab meat, thank you. I love crab meat as a character, but yeah, he got my shield away, so I was like, yeah, he must pay. Or it's the Princess Bride thing of, I'm Tony Montego, I'm Tony Montego, who killed my father, prepared to die. It's actually something I indicated when we played Star Fox 64. We're going along and seeing the background there, but yeah, the totem poles and everything, which I always love seeing that for the original game, but they definitely added much more.
Wait, is there something up there?
Probably, because this is a game, as I've always mentioned with Sonic, everyone, you go around any of the areas. Well, fine, not there maybe, but still maybe in other areas just to find other stuff. And yeah, Tails will get tired. And it's funny because I know when you first played this game, Nocturne specifically, that I remember. Nice catch it that way. So like, yeah, we'll just ride down that way. You were playing and I was saying like, I've never seen this before. I kept saying that constantly, saying that there are a lot of different paths you can go down and different things you can find. And I love the fact they do that, as well as they have the Chomp there. He's swimming. That animation was not used in Sonic 1 originally. But for this version, it isn't shit. Okay, I was nervous about that. I thought, could I roll into it? But no. Jumping off the springs with a roll on it was not something to resist until Sonic Triple Trouble on Game Gear. At some point I'll play that.
No.
Yeah, that's what's supposed to happen. It's like, alright, fine, that's that idea. But yeah, I'm gonna see if I can't find a the fire shield, but because I don't know if I'm down there. Fine, there's a life at least. Whoa. And you know what, we'll go in the water. And like with the other stuff with Sonic in the water, yeah, Tails can swim in water, Sonic can't. Of course, you get that bing. So it's like, yeah, be careful, get out of the water quickly, otherwise you're gonna be in trouble. In this case, yeah, riding upwards, so they do have some variety that way. Actually, before we hit this... Okay, yeah, that's weird we didn't hit it. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
That's also why I love doing this show, just because you can see this happen, or some of this stuff happen just live on it. You're like, yeah, what was that about? What happened? As we were near the end, we have our first boss. As one with Sonic, second act always is Robotnik, but he is starting with, yeah, the Death Egg robot from Sonic 2. A bit different, though, in this case. Actually, I could do what we always do with Sonic, which is let Tails handle it, or he'll throw out the Robotnik bombs forward. Or also wait till he aims and goes the... Oh, fine, he still keeps throwing the bombs out. I want to let him do this. Yeah, I'll do that. What's up?
He also walks a lot faster than in 2.
That's true, and also, going back to Sonic the Hedgehog 2 case, he is kind of following you, so you're kind of running along in a sense, but yeah, 8 hits and he's done. Boop. Yeah, bye-bye, Robotnik. Also, we're going to show something very specific, so yeah, you can do that. Yeah, there's an invisible wall here, and I'll show why they have that now. The game did not launch with this, but yeah, there we have the thing. That animation of jumping. In the original release of this game, there was no invisible wall there. He did that jump off and he died. You had to start the level over again. They patched that, thankfully. So they just put an invisible wall. Okay, that was weird. You saw that. You just popped out of existence.
Yep.
Oh my god. As we're getting the hard-boiled heavies, these are all of them. We have, right here, by the way, we have Heavy Magician, Heavy Shinobi, Heavy Rider, and the Heavy King, and Robotnik. We'll get into them as we go along this wonderful game. We're going into the element of Sonic 2. Proterova, feel free to go into this, because since we haven't fully played Sonic 2 yet, that's your favorite of the Class 1s, am I right? Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'd probably say 2.
And what is it about 2 for you as we're in Chemical Plant Zone from Sonic 2?
Just the thousands of hours I played it.
Thousands of hours of play. I mean, the idea that you kind of just lived and breathed that game to the point where you probably know everything about it. Oh, in that case, yeah, she gets caught by the grabber. You actually get out of that now by shiggling the controls a little bit. Also, get this. This is the Divine Ring. It was in Sonic, or it's in Knuckles Chaotix. It works a little differently here. When you get hit, instead of losing all your rings, you lose them in clusters, but you pick them up, they're worth more at once, and you get back to 19 really quickly. There you go. Yeah, good job with the off-screen stuff for that Nocturne, because like, that is a skill. We showed that when we played Sonic Jam, we played Sonic 3 and Knuckles in Sonic Jam, specific.
Yeah, I mean...
There's one Mega Man.
Oh,
Whoa, shit.
Shit.
Yeah, unfortunately the bottom was pit, so I'm dead, but we got stuff with the lives, so it's no problem. You were saying?
Yeah, I mean, part of it is just really knowing the game's physics.
Right.
So you can at least have an understanding of where you are.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the thing with Sonic that's kind of made it all appealing, but yeah, keep going.
Like, I would definitely say that, all that off-screen stuff is, largely dependent on,
Okay, that's interesting. There you are down there. Oh, you went through, though. Okay, fine, there you go. See, it's funny, we do the glitch stuff of Sonic. You keep falling through. Okay, so it's not a solid ground for you. I actually never saw it. That's the other beauty of the show, being able to see stuff that I've never seen or my guests in chat have never seen.
Like, the biggest part about on-screen isn't so much knowing the stage as it is just, knowing the physics for the characters and exactly how their movement works.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the other thing with this one, because I know you mentioned when we first played this, it feels not exactly 100% maybe the same as Sonic 3 and Knuckles, but it's something you still definitely get into a groove on, specifically. I'll groove into this great music. And we'll go into stuff with the music, especially the next act.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, this is perfect because... Oh, wait, is it? Okay, no, it's not. Alright. We'll find it, especially as you get crushed and die. Actually, we had a funny thing happen when it was on the test play, I think, for the purpose of that.
That didn't look like it should have killed you.
Well, I mean, as I said, also, I'll have the picture right here when I edit this, getting a sense of like, what that looked like. Also, in that case, when you die, as is always the case with Sonic, there was another path to go down, so take the path that way, maybe find better goodies or other things to do. So feasibly, as you mentioned, thank you for indicating that the fact
this
you played
is normally the path that I go.
Yeah, and actually that's also an interesting distinction because for the Act 1s of the levels that are based on older Sonic games, which are most of them actually, they have very similar layouts. But then Act 2 changes them up, and actually halfway through Act 1, actually I never knew that shield was there, they do kind of change it a little, or mix elements of Act 2 from the main game. But also, go to what you're saying is that I can understand why you play Sonic 2 forever, because you just keep finding new things to appreciate about this. New paths to go, new mechanics you can kind of get into, sort of, and also other stuff. Actually, you know what? I do want to get shield. You know what? You want to play this?
Sure, I'll give it a
Alright, well,
shot.
it is a button, by the way, for the flippers. There's no shaking, by the way.
Sorry.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Sometimes it happens. I've had that happen too, but yeah, next time.
It felt like it went right down the middle.
Yeah, which sometimes it happened. I mean, the physics are kind of awkward, which makes it. Actually, you know what? I want to go down the bottom. I think there is a hidden ring there. Yeah, the Mega Max is coming up. Oh shit! But that should be fine as long as it goes quick. Okay, actually, you know, maybe. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking ahead. All right, fine. We'll make this a little more tense. Like, yeah, you know. Sonic 2, as you know, or everybody knows who's played this game, anybody in chat knows it. Yeah, you gotta be quick. Otherwise you get that drowning music. Oh god. It's gonna make you nervous, but we're fine.
Yeah, this part is probably the hardest.
It was the
I
hardest.
just navigated up through the muck.
Off screen? No,
Yep.
I get that for sure. Actually, that was my case when I first played Sonic 2. That is actually where I first got stuck the first time I played it. Then years later, I played it enough. I understood where I was
don't
going.
follow me.
I was like, wait, did you come back?
I fell through the platforms.
Wait, I was like, wait a second, did you?
Oh, they fall down.
Yeah, the platforms.
Yes, those do. It's weird, because I'll look at a picture of that again when I edit this. It looked like you would still kind of somehow flown out of that. I don't know how necessarily, but it looked like you had. Right there. Actually, I think... I don't know. What well, actually, we'll find more special rings in the next act. And they give you a lot of opportunities. Get them in dimensions. And you want to try the special stage, you can get a shield for a bus. Alright, let's do it. Ah, yeah. There you go.
There we go.
And left and right, and hit down when you want to drop down on what you got. Good job getting the water shield. It actually is useful.
Right.
good. I love the jazziness of this soundtrack, which, by the way, was done by T. Lopes, who currently has the music of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. Hit down. Oh. Okay, good job getting the live. And we get 2 of those, you open the next area. So, good job. It's so good. I love the music, especially the guitar here. Yeah, nice. That is not easy to get in. And there's a 3rd level, by the way. We will probably see it, hopefully. Well, there you go. You got something nice still. Yeah, the fire there. Yeah, in fact, there it is up there. But it's not easy to get to it because you don't have a shake mechanic in this. Sometimes you just go through.
Alright.
Although I think feasibly, maybe that's the idea. It's supposed to be kind of awkward, maybe the way that some other stuff is, as we have the mini-boss here. Time to throw back a little bit to the boss in Sonic 3 in Ice Cap Zone. The first eggs.
And I am just going to take advantage of Tails' functional immortality.
That is true. We can show that again. And yeah, he does do the same thing as well. He will shoot those off the same way that Not Mallow from Sonic 3 did. Yeah, because you do, by the way, to go what you're saying, Proto, about having that bounce forever, it gives you 100 points each time you bounce it. And since we got hit a lot of times, and I died a lot of times, no cool bonus, but that's fine.
But yeah, like, Tails has functional immortality.
Mm-hmm. And now we're getting to Act 2 of Chemical Plant Zone. Yeah, we're in the Chemical Plant Zone. We're injecting chemicals into this, and you bounce off it usually. Get that great EKG going on the soundtrack going beep, 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 beep.
Boing. Also, I love how Tails' feet are just kind
like
of,
just bouncing that way.
Yeah.
More like Portal.
Yeah, well, we're gonna get to Portal. I actually didn't ask for Portal as well. And when you hit it to green, it goes...
I went down into this.
Oh, you did, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna love the edit just because of the fact of all this weird stuff we're seeing. And when you bounce into that green, it bounces you up super high, and you hear the bonk from Sonic CD. I do love that touch. And look, I think I mentioned this before. When it comes to me with the Sonic stuff, whenever I hear...
Wii.
Yeah, so much Wii on this game. Yeah, look at him. He's very excited. Okay, that was weird. You saw that. It looked like the fire shield was flashing as I was into that. As, yeah, DNA strand is taking you up. So we're definitely getting our chemical plant going on much more, and... Okay, the fire shield does not protect you from this. The water shield will protect you from something I'll show a little later. Up here, though, is not a special ring. There's an item. Okay, there's a water shield. In fact, I can show that right now. Or I can show it when we get to the next area. You're doing in the tube stuff, so yeah. If you have Sonic Game Gear games, yeah, the tubes are in every one of those. Bounce along, and I will show that in a second. When I get to one that's fully blue, because you have a couple levels of the chemicals here. You have dark blue, you have the, I guess the turquoise or aquamarine, you have the green, and then I think you have like the sort of yellow of that, I think. Yeah, when I get to this, I will show it, because you basically be
I'm here.
it. I think, yeah, well, you're gonna
I off-streamed that.
Or as the Sonic 2 manual says, is that mostly Sonic will let the Tails attack along, but yeah, sometimes they'll boost off to show off. But Tails does not give up. Yeah, I mentioned all the paths. That's weird, the fact that, okay, you go up that one, but then only when you hit solid land there, you're safe.
And, like, I pretty much have a timer going in my head when Tails is flying.
Okay, I want to see something. Okay, you know, I do want to try, because I don't know if you're invincible to those things. You have the water shield on. I'll put an edit up for crap. I got a kick by the Caterpillar Jr. from Sonic 3. So it's mixing stuff with Sonic 2, and then 3, and then CD, and then a lot of new stuff. Yeah, bouncing up there to get the invisibility. Do me my invisible theme, although I'm going to jump in to get water shield, or try to. And hear more of this great music. Is it if we by the way, if I didn't have all the gold medals for the bonus stages, we were doing blue spheres, but we'll show off blue spheres later in the program. Yeah, I think that might have been too early.
Oh.
Yeah, too bad. So yeah, to go to 1080 snowboarding, which at some point I'm going to get into those announcements we had on the Nintendo Directs and Tokyo Game Show this week. One of which is the return of 1080 snowboarding on Switch On expansion pack, as well as Piloting 64. I'm so happy to see that come back. Because I love that game so much, as it showed when we played it. Actually, about this time last year. I love playing that game. Either you ever played Piloting 64?
No.
And you probably heard me gush endlessly about that game.
yeah.
I'm gonna see.
You've definitely told me about it.
Actually, funny story, I'll tell that. The Crusader 64 got the information about that Nintendo Direct. It was on Tuesday before I did. He said, I'm not gonna say anything because there's something I know you're gonna go nuts on that. And he's like, it's like, what is it? And then he said, wait till you get this stuff. Okay, we didn't get that. He said, I know you're gonna react as soon as the first thing that showed up. I was like, oh my god, Pilewings is coming back! They figured that out. By the way, when you do hear that, you do get to continue. That is if you go up to that, although, I guess to go something Alec first mentioned last week, which is that, and again up to the top here, he was questioning the idea of, are continues necessarily really even a factor in this game being a concern, because you have a save system, you just go back to the beginning of the level you were at. So, maybe with Sonic this way. Alright, yeah, we were at the top, we were gonna get lives. Or I'll go down that and just get multiple, shields. Yeah, okay, that is your benefit of going up to the top. I'm glad we got to show us getting up to the top, though. Alright, come on. And usually, by the way, the trick for getting the items off of that, if you press down on the item before the one you want, you'll get it. So at this point, yeah, Proterova, you're right, as far as it's basically using it to keep getting lives. I mean, Jesus Christ, look at this. Speaking of the direct thoughts on GoldenEye joining the Switch app along with online multiplayer for it. Oh, hi, Darth Loctus. So good to see you tonight for Sonic Mania Plus. Yeah, let's go on that then. They announced for that, we'll talk about that. For the Nintendo 64 app they're adding, is going to be Pilewings 64, as I mentioned. All three of the Mario Party games, I'm shocked they're releasing one again because of the rotate the analog stick games, but they are. As well as Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2, that unfortunately do not have transfer pack usage, but maybe next year that long rumored Game Boy stuff will go. And then Japan's getting Harvest Moon 64, by the way, so I'm very happy to see that because of weird licensing stuff with Harvest Moon I mentioned before, as well as 1080 snowboarding and actually I'll show this now. 1080 snowboarding and Excitebreak 64. Yeah, when you have the War Shield, you're invisible. Starting this, and then GoldenEye with online multiplayer. Though it is weirdly confusing because, okay, my thoughts, and I'll put this to chat to my guests as well. I'm happy to see it, but I'm nervous on the online multiplayer because the online multiplayer for Switch Online has always been dead. Every time. No exceptions. So I'm not sure about that. Chad, I don't know, what's your take on the GoldenEye or the Switch Online announcements from this week? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let me get you out, Nocturne, and yeah, I don't know. What do you think as far as what Dark Lord is saying about the GoldenEye edition? Because yeah, we played that game a couple weeks ago. So yeah, they re-released it, or they're gonna re-release it a couple weeks after we did the program already. Because what do you think of some of those announcements they made? Are you excited about what they said they're gonna have, or kind of A on you? Okay, there you go. Woo. And this is probably better for you as you go on. Okay, that's the one way to get saved that way. But you know what? I'll do that too. Spin dash off. Oh, okay, no, it is physics-based, so yeah, that's the case. Actually, I guess as we go along, yeah, I don't know. I'm standing here, like, yeah, maybe I should be waiting. Yeah, I don't know. Can you help? Doctor, can you help me out?
Let's see. Time for an airlift.
Alright, yeah, because that always is the case to it. But yeah, I'm excited about what those are, but Nocturne, for you with the online stuff for Nintendo 64, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, it's cool that the stuff's coming out.
Mm-hmm. And there was like a treasure trove of stuff.
I mean, I'm not exactly thrilled with the fact that the Stadium games are essentially going to be rental Pokemon only.
Yeah, we'll see how that happens. I want to get a shield just because. But, and we can keep this going on. I mean, as I said, there's the mocked up thing, or what they showed for Game Boy. If they can get that going, we'll figure that. And I know they also already, I know Sarah B indicated this. People said, why not just use Pokemon Home? But they can't interface it. Actually, with the tech reasons they explained, that makes sense. They're not wrong in saying that no, they can't. But you're right, it kind of neuters some aspect of the game. And also because they are the first time that those have been re-released, they've not gotten re-releases ever. So the question what that's going to look like, but hopefully there's something to it. Yeah, Nintendo, if you're listening, I think there's people who would like to see that going on, but I know people are just excited the fact that they're coming back. Actually, they'll go up for quite a bit of money. In fact, actually, Proterova, I know you mentioned this. When we do Pokemon, we start doing the Pokemon RPGs, we'll start with Gen 1, because I have Pokemon Yellow. And we'll use Pokemon Stadium that I have on N64 to use the team we played through the game with to go through that. So in that case, we'll have that representation of the program. And I'm very intrigued about that, but I'll say, the one concern I'll say, with GoldenEye and anything else, is how's it going to be emulated? Because the N64 stuff has always had problems with it. I swear, Pilot Wings, they screw that one up. I'm gonna be very mad. And GoldenEye, I mean, GoldenEye's a weird one because GoldenEye's not just on Switch. It's on Xbox One as well, and Series S and X. Sony's not getting it, but also we're at this boss. I don't know, can you want to do this?
Sure.
All right, this is toss back to Dr. Robotnik's TV machine, by the way. I mean, my question on the emulation a little bit for that, but then also because GoldenEye is getting an Xbox One version that's not the same as the one that's coming out on Switch, so it's going to be not online specifically, and it's not that remake that was developed but canceled for 2008 from, I believe, 4G Studios. People did the remakes of Perfect Dark and the Banjo-Kazooie games and Minecraft for the consoles. And she's going through and getting the Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine or Puyo Puyo element. I figure that given that Gen 1 and 2 stuff gets brought up to modern standards and they get running through Pokemon Bank to be incompatible, I wasn't sure because I didn't know as far as what that was. I mean, I think the challenge would be to integrate that with the Switch Online app. I don't know if the Switch Online app is set for that exactly. But I was just saying with GoldenEye is that it's on Xbox One and it has achievements to it, but it's not going to be online. And actually, weirdly enough, it is also going to be available to people who have Rare Replay, but they only indicated that I have it physically. At some point, we'll show up Rare Replay. But I'm thinking, like, I hope I can get access to it. I mean, it'll be on Game Pass, so if you have Game Pass for the Xbox systems, you'll have it anyway. So at least there's that, but it is interesting. I mean, definitely exciting. In fact, you know what? While she's going through and destroying Robotnik, because he's not as difficult to beat in this game as he was in Mean Bean Machine, which you showed up when we played it. Let's look at the other stuff he announced. Actually, Darth Loke, as you were saying, a couple weeks ago, you said, what's going to be that January winter game of Nintendo's they haven't announced yet? It was Fire Emblem Mirage. It was out in January, so it's kind of going this element of the turn-based stuff with Fire Emblem.
Shit.
As I mentioned earlier, they are bringing Fatal Frame 4 from the Wii out in the US finally. Fatal Frame Mask of the Lunar Eclipse. As you're going along and just getting matching 4, but yeah, I think you got them. There's the DLC for Xenoblade 3 they announced. Fitness Boxing with Fist of the North Star. That seemed like a weird mix, but I was kind of interested to see that. They're remaking the Front Mission games 1, 2, 3. It's the people who made the remakes of Panzer Dragoon. They're doing that. And House of the Dead, which we're playing in a couple of weeks. They're remaking Harvest Moon and Wonderful Life on GameCube. Both of them were Wonderful Life games, and you got them. And let's see. The Octopath Traveler 2, that looked really cool. I'm looking forward to that. As well as Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line, which is that Final Fantasy music game. That looks awesome. I'm looking forward to the Crisis Core Final Fantasy 7. Oh yeah, good time that way. Yeah, Crisis Core and Theater Rhythm. Yeah, those look awesome. I'm definitely going to be picking both of those up. I don't know, because I don't know, Noct, you played Crisis Core before?
Oh, yeah, I've played it on PSP.
That remake looks awesome, though. I'm definitely looking forward to that.
I actually pre-ordered PSP Crisis Core, so I actually got this neat little 2 UMD, well, the discs for the PSP. This neat little case that held 2 of the discs with a Shinra logo on the front.
And I'll put a picture, by the way, when we edit this, of what those look like. As you go over to Studiopolis, the first original zone in the game, but first, Fountain of Beer, there's a life. In the lights. Yeah, there's some awesome stuff they announced for that. Let's see. Rune Factory 3, they're bringing over from 3DS. The Switch Online stuff we talked about. Pikmin 4, I know Gemini96 is really excited about that. And I am too. And he also called Earthbound, we'll get to that one, so that's all his. Let's see. The one thing I'm a little concerned about is they're bringing Resident Evil 8 to the Switch, as well as the remakes of Resident Evil 2 and 3. But they're going to be cloud versions, so I don't know if they're going to run well. As we're going through the Studiopolis zone with just what's going on with the electricity going on here. And the beautiful music, oh my god, so good. With the camera robots. They take pictures of you, let them take pictures of you 10 times, get energy. They're going through, and also going up behind the lights, I love this effect. It's kind of like a World of Illusion, starring Mickey Mouse a little bit, which we'll play at some point, but that's, I have to have my brother in for that game. I'm not doing that game without him. Because him and I have experience playing that game growing up, and that's going to be all his. It is wonderful. Actually, going back to what we said when we first played this Nocturne, I don't know if I've ever seen this before either. Which goes to how great level design is. There's still always things you're going to find. Whereas you're getting those electric elements there, and they will work with the electric shield. You're hitting off those... Actually, that's the other deterrent. Yeah, to be this good takes ages. What is it? The Sega Ages stuff from... like PS2 era. Also, Capcom go dying to fire for not putting the remaining Resident Evil games in cloud mode, or for putting them that way. Because Nier Automata and Xenoblade Chronicles 3 showed that the Switch could be able to run them natively. I agree, although, I mean, look, I have systems to play them. Otherwise, actually, I'll tell you the thing that pissed me off the most is how It Takes Two looks. That runs like shit on the Wii, or the Switch. I couldn't believe how bad that looks, as far as how it runs, so, other than the cloud thing with that. But I mean, yeah, that's kind of a weird case, although then Capcom got in good graces feasibly, because at Tokyo Game Show they announced the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection is going to have online support, so you can have your trading.
Online battling and trading for each one.
I think you're happy about that, Nocturne,
Oh,
right?
yes.
Go into that as I chase the UFO down again.
Yeah, well, so, the last time the Battle Network games had any kind of interconnectivity was in their original releases on the Game Boy Advance, and in the case of Battle Network 3, Battle Network 5, why did I say 3? There was a Nintendo DS release that had both versions, but well, let's correct me if I'm wrong in the edits, but I don't believe they included online with the DS version.
And I think that was when online was around for, because that was that Mega Man Battle Network 5 was 2005, 6 was it?
I don't remember the year.
And it'll be down here of the year that was. Because I know it was 2005 when they started doing stuff for online for DS that no longer does anymore. And, okay, yeah, that's the benefit of having the multi-ring, or the combined ring. So you get that running that way. Yeah, but, yeah, definitely some good stuff to that, including the Return of Treasure. We played Mission Makers last week. They re-released Radiant Silvergun already, but they took it off the market. Or at least when I last checked they did. I think there were some things weird with it, so that was weird at that. Also, we're not just cross-referencing Sonic here, by the way. Cross-referencing Daytona A and Sonic Spinball here. Get it. Dig-a-doot! And you hit that and you get taken across satellites.
Yeah, actually, wasn't that same sound effect also used in Sonic Spinball?
It was. Yeah, when you do the sewer warp. We haven't played Sonic Spinball yet, for sure. Actually, chat's helping us on this one. The DS version of Battle Network 5 came out in Japan and US in 2005, so that was right around the time they started doing online, because I know that was the case with Animal Crossing Wild World and Mario Kart DS. And I do have a way to show Mario Kart DS. We'll get to the point. Oh, the film of that robot killed me, and also going down here because I want to see if I can't find one of the. Thank you, Darth Locus, for indicating that. That's the benefit of the chat. Like, hey, we're not sure about something, they can help us out.
Yep.
And it feasibly saves me for edit stuff, but either way, it's fine that way. Yeah, so as far as well. Yeah, speaking of Wii, I was saying that they're porting Kirby's Return to Dreamland from the Wii to the Switch. Like, I was not expecting that one. And I'm glad to see that, because that game actually costs quite a bit of money. I do have a Wii version on the... yeah, we're gonna look for the rings to keep this discussion going. I have it on the Wii U, because it's available that way, and that's going out, actually, you know what? Alright, actually, one thing, I'm glad I came here, I want to show this. You can't completely see this, although maybe I can go down at the bottom to show it. That is the Sonic Popcorn Machine. We referenced that when I played Tails Adventure using the Sonic Gems collection. It's something from Japan, there's a reference to it. We're going down to get that as we keep this discussion going. I love this as well. And, well, actually, one of the things, I also would be remiss if I didn't mention something that Chasm22 was going nuts over when they said they had this. Konami is remaking Suikoden 1 and 2, and he was going nuts. He's on vacation in Italy. I said, I want to let you know that they're remaking this. Like, oh my god, thank you for telling me, I'm so excited. So, okay, I guess we can't go to the popcorn making machine. When we go on that, you hop around. Although we probably come back, no, we'll come back to this level again when we do multiplayer, so we do that as we go on at the next boss. Alrighty, we are getting our first indication with the hard-boiled heavies. This is, Heavy Magician, I believe. If not, I'll put the edit. He shoots missiles out. You want to hit the one that has the bulbous, blue on it. Yeah, in that case, yeah, don't hit the other missiles to get hurt. You were going to say?
I was going to say, don't hit it, don't hit it.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the case. Hi, everyone. Holly Dolly Finn. I have the game you asked for. You want to see Sonic Mania? We got it. Proterova and Nocturne with me tonight. I never played Return to Dreamland, so I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, it's a great game. for it, and it's good to see it. And they are adding new stuff. They're adding a new ability that did not have on the Wii, and they are enhancing the graphics a bit. They look great on the Wii as it was. But yeah, they're putting that out as well. So it's Tekken 8. We talked Tekken last week. We were very excited to hear about that. As well as, finally, the Zelda game. The next Zelda game has gotten named. That is The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. That is out on May 12th.
Don't hit it, don't hit it.
I'm trying not to! But, okay, here's the thing. Just to go on that. Fitting we're showing this because, actually, the way the jump works for that is that you have to be really cognizant about how the physics are working, and you keep getting crushed by that. That's weird. Yeah, this track does not like you. Apparently, that's wrong. Alright, so yeah, we'll try that again. Or in your case, yeah, just take the missile for me. Well, yeah, because in that case you can kind of do a launch up that way, and then do the roll and do it and go. You do that a couple times, get rid of his minions, and hit him, he ditches, and bye-bye to the helicopter. Actually, speaking of things that I guess have been contentious, and I don't know, actually I don't think Nocturne, you and I talked about that. I went through that slow, it would have went up in the air if it didn't. The Tales of Symphonia Remastered Edition. They're porting off the PS3 version, probably because they don't have the code for the GameCube version anymore. It's not running at 60 FPS, which is shocking because it did on the GameCube. So people are not looking forward to that exactly. But as I said, the low point to me was It Takes Two. That runs like shit on the Switch.
On top of that, possibly unpopular opinion, but Tales of Symphonia is not really that great a game.
Compared to the later ones?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad game exactly, but, most of the Tales games after that point do the whole battle formula better. Like the big issue with Tales of Symphonia's battle system is that when you're like whichever character you're playing as is limited to a two-dimensional plane between yourself and your target.
Mm-hmm. And the later ones is all 3D, yes.
Yes. But your enemies and the allied characters can all move in 3 dimensions.
So it seems kind of weird that way.
Yes.
I mean, here's the other thing. Is like also was the love of that game maybe sort of clouded by the fact that it's on the GameCube and there are not a whole lot of RPGs on
Absolutely.
it?
Absolutely.
Well, then again, I think it's one of the best RPGs on the GameCube. But then again, it's also a system there where the best RPGs are actually Dreamcast ports, which are Facer Online and especially SegaSonic. SegaSonic to me is the best RPG on the GameCube.
But yeah, possibly unpopular opinion, but I don't really care because I feel pretty strongly about Symphonia in that sense.
I mean, in a better way than some other people. I've gotten some people who are actually insanely toxic about that. I don't talk to them anymore, by the way, for that. But that being said, the thought of, being able to explain that, and I'm glad you're saying that because, look, I don't necessarily mind that, hey, there's an unpopular opinion that way. If you're able to explain it, that's fine. I mean, Life was coming into this and he said, I hate Kingdom Hearts 3 even though I love the other ones just because he feels like it's not as mechanically, it seems like it's too simple. But then again also, Nocturne, you said you love it because of the fact of, I guess the feel of it? Is that what it is for you with Kingdom Hearts 3?
To me, I love the feel of the battle system in 3.
Yeah, and I think that's the other thing, and also here's the other thing, was that just because either I or my guests or chat does not like a game, that doesn't mean we won't show it. And for the purpose of Tales of Symphonia, if we're going to show that, we'll show the GameCube because of the fact that it's running 60. Specifically, as we keep going, yeah, I'm going to try and catch this thing, but I think I should be in good shape. So in that case, this makes a good taste to talk over some of this stuff. Oh, I think the first Tales game we want to do, I think we want to do Vesperia.
Vesperia, definitely.
Vesperia, okay.
Oh, Vesperia is fantastic. It would be good if we've got a third person and possibly a fourth person for that.
We can definitely figure that out as well.
Vesperia?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, here's the other thing. I'll also say this. At least with Tales of Symphonia, there's something to be said about the fact that, hey, it's not as good as the later ones, because you kind of think it should be that way. You think that, okay, would there necessarily be a problem if the later ones were worse than the old one on the GameCube? Specific. As, by the way, we are in the TV station, so yeah, we do have that going on with Robotnik. So yeah, Robotnik
Lightning
in
shield.
TV mode. Yeah, lightning shield there. Speaking of more lightning stuff, lightning! You gotta go to Daytona USA on the Dreamcast. Just go along. And yeah, feel free as we have this discussion on like everything going on to go into anything you have on Sonic Mania or the stuff Sonic or the stuff game-wise for what it is. But yeah, there was definitely some good stuff that came out of, I guess, with Tokyo Game Show and also stuff of Nintendo, and also Sony, because Sony did indicate some stuff, like show more of God of War Ragnarok. And a couple games that I know Knock you'd probably be interested in, as we're, doing the film case. You roll the film across. I love it.
I nailed the timing on that.
Yeah, good job. Whoa. And that's the other thing, showing that skill. Like, yeah, me almost falling off screen, but yeah, I don't think it does the screen wrap thing in this, so you can't get stuck. Yeah, there you go. And like with some of the other games, just roll around, or as we often say, whoa, I'm getting dizzy. You're jumping off. A nice return.
That was actually Computer Tales.
Oh, it was?
Yep.
Even you falling as far as that?
Yeah. I was just kind of letting Tails do his thing.
Alright, in that case, it's good. I'm playing a lot of special stages here. Actually, it was Sim Duality, actually. It's from Namco Bandai, I saw. Actually, I think Nocturne, you'd be interested in that, because you're a big one in Nier Automata. And we'll do Nier Automata eventually. That is all her. She's
on it.
Yeah.
I might eventually also do Nier Replicant, which is the re-released version of Nier Replicant, which was originally the Japanese version of Nier. What we got in the States was actually a slightly different version called Nier Gestalt.
Okay.
The main difference is the age of the character you play as.
Is it because of the fact they thought they'd be too young?
Yeah, in the original it was just like, in the original Japanese version, Nier was initially a kid who was just trying to protect his sister.
Which is actually kind of a takeoff of Dragon Guard 3, which I know those Dragon Guard games are kind of connected to that a little bit.
In Gestalt, the international version, Nier is instead of the brother of the female character, he's the father of the female character.
Okay.
I personally prefer Replicant with Kid Nier.
No, I get that. And also Replicant has this insanely long number to it that'll be at the bottom of the screen when I edit this. Because I always thought that was funny. The idea is Nier Replicant, I don't know, like one something. The number will be below.
Yeah,
don't worry.
I think that's specific to the updated version.
Okay. By the way, also with the lightning shield, it is protecting you from the electrical microphones over there, but we're not going to hit that. Thank you for providing that knowledge, because Nier is a little bit of a blind spot to me. I bought Nier Automata Nocturne because of you. I have an Xbox One, she has a PS4, and it's out on Switch in a couple weeks. And as Darth Locus was indicating, well, I'm getting a sense of another place I don't think I've ever seen before. They are porting that direct to Switch. It's Virtuos is developing that. The people who did the port of Starlink Battle for Atlas, which is another really good one as far as porting to the Switch. And getting a sense of saying, yeah, no, the Switch can handle some of this stuff for it. Because it goes to the question of Resident Evil Remake 2 and 3, or 2 Remake, 3 Remake, and 8.
Sorry.
Okay, that was cool looking. You saw that, right? It's like Rising Fire. Because you were playing Mega Man X4 the other day, which, by the way, I think is the next game she does. As we're getting the weather report. So yeah, we interrupt this broadcast for special news bulletin from the the robot creature from Sonic & Knuckles, the blower, the cluck thing that blows you away. I'll put the name below as well. And yeah, when it has certain weather reports, as Tails can just fly up and make it easy, it'll rain, it'll get hot, and then there'll be heat, and he'll come down and destroy it. And also, the other one is wind. We didn't see that. If you have the wind, you basically will get winded. You'll grab onto these hooks here, or the handles, and then there's spikes up there. Also, attention to detail. See that number there, 072216. You know the significance of that?
Not off the top of my head.
It is... Oh, yeah, we're going to sit here as far as that, but, the significance of that number is there was the demo, I guess the sort of live stream that I believe showed this game off, and showed off Sonic Forces, specifically in 2016, on July 22nd. It was broken. They couldn't get the stream going. It went down constantly. So they put an Easter egg in this game saying about, yeah, as soon as it goes down, it's that image that was showing as the error message when it went down. So, like, yeah, the people who made this game knew what they're talking about, and you flew through both the television and that, as, yeah, we have another breaking news bulletin, we're going to Flying Battery Zone. I love that we're showing that. I've actually never seen a bunch of this stuff for this game. Alright, we're in Time
I like
Zone.
putting Tails into awkward positions.
Yeah, but he is definitely able to handle that. And we're going to find battery from Sonic Knuckles. What's more? It's like we did this.
Actually, wasn't. Yes, yeah, that's right.
What's
So,
up?
Flying Battery was Sonic and Knuckles.
Yeah, it's as if we did this 5 months ago. But yeah, it's always a good case to come back to it. Also, look how smooth it is when you're grabbing the handles here. You have the great remixes of the music. It's also kind of like a concave or curved element background. I didn't even notice that looking at it now. Yeah, of course, blasters and everything. Oh shit! And also the fact that the rings will come out that way too. Well, and the techno squeaks as well. And oh fine. Now that's the other thing as well. I was like, yeah, when I come down, I was like, yeah, she can't come up. So I was like, well, let's go back and get her. Oh, and also come back and get a fire shield. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. You're gone now, but you're back. Alright, so yeah, because like with Sonic and Knuckles itself and Sonic 3 and Knuckles, when Tails is on that, when you're playing that, yeah, it doesn't go down, it only goes down when Sonic's on it. And also jump here, there's life. As I mentioned when we played Sonic and Knuckles the first time, or Sonic 3 and Knuckles the first time, myself, I believe, I mentioned that, though, I know that because of Lifesavers. There's a hint for Sonic and Knuckles for that, and actually, that is where I learned what Sonic and Knuckles existed. Through Lifesavers Candy, because they had a commercial or a contest for winning the game for it. It's like, wait, I played Sonic 3, what's the Sonic and Knuckles deal? But I wasn't complaining, I was like, hey, here's another Sonic game. It's like, woo, we're going across, and more Sonic 2 elements, because very much like Wing Fortress. And we'll see that in the next act as we go along. Oops. And worry about that, because you have the fire shield, you do the flames, or the fireball spin dash. Ooh, it's running across, and no, not making it. Not quick enough that way. Okay. Actually, by the way, for the Star Post thing, I believe it's not always just 50 as, yeah, we're saying like, yeah, screw the meshing, we don't care. Just go through it that way, which actually is something that was in the, okay, I love that you saw that, I basically fireball spin dash onto you.
And my first time was Disney World.
For Sonic and Knuckles, or for this? Or
for Sonic and Knuckles.
Okay, do tell.
I believe it was Epcot at the, technically Epcot, I guess it's Disney World, right?
Well, no, yeah, it's part of it, yes, absolutely.
Of the arcade.
Oh yeah, so they had something set up for that.
Yep.
Okay, that's cool.
It was one of the arcade machines.
Okay, so your gravity is reversed, but if you grab like.
Yeah, grab you. I'll show you again. You can do your story that way. Yeah, I'm just that way, but I dropped down. By the way, the reason I'm here is because of the lightning shield. You have the lightning shield here, you go up there. And also, this is how you get back around. Or fine, that's another way too. Well, we get carried by the buggy. Proterova, you were saying as far as your story?
Yeah. Basically, I played Epcot at the arcade.
And
the machines.
Okay, that's cool. Actually, I think that fits because I know. The Switch port of Sonic 1, the Sega-dedicated one that came out, it had the Mega Play, which was actually an arcade-specific version of Sonic the Hedgehog 1. I think they might have done that with all the Sonic games, actually. So it makes sense to think, like, wait, it's not an arcade game, but no, yes, it was, so... That might have been what it was.
Back when we had arcades.
Oh, well, and you kind of have to dig around to find them, but you can still sort of find them. I mean, if nothing else, like, in the sense, in my case, you get the sense that it's like a novelty. People love to go to arcades to show that. But then again, everything else gets pulled from arcades to home. So like, not kind of aesthetic. Yeah, I remember that in the idea of the days of arcade. And as mentioned, SegaSonic The Hedgehog. The arcade game of Sonic that you never got to play.
And my favorite level was Flying Battery.
Oh, it was. So yeah, do tell as far as what your reasoning for that is. What is it that sits
I don't know, it's the most memorable.
Well, I mean, stuff with how it looks, it also creates a great sense of, I guess build up in the sense like, okay, fine, we started in the Mushroom Hill Zone, but we got other stuff going on here. One, this flying warship is actually going to be in Sonic 3 initially. But, like, yeah, stuff's getting serious. You have the music that actually sounds like GoldenEye, a little bit of James Bond motif. And how'd you die?
I think I got crushed.
Probably the side of it.
It's okay, you'll come back.
That's true, but like some of those cases where sometimes you see like, wait a second, I see how Tails falling. Why did that happen? But that's also why I love doing recordings as far as doing, video that way. So you can get a sense of seeing what happens.
The only thing that won't come back is your ship.
Yeah, for
your plane. Tails is playing.
Oh, you mean the tornado? Yes. Although actually, fine. It's technically weird enough. It's not explained actually. He owns it, but the thing is that it basically is Tails playing because he knows how to. He's a mechanic. He knows how to fly. We showed that with the Adventure and Sonic Adventure himself for that same mechanic. He knows what he's doing. He builds the plane, and I know with Sonic Colors, Tails gets very snarky about that in the sense of saying that who was able to come up with all the stuff to translate what the Yacker and the Wisdom that he said, like, oh, it was me. And also, by the way, I'm going over here to yeah, it's right here.
So we have pretty much Marble Zone.
No shit. You're going.
Marble Zone,
Flashback.
platforms.
Yeah, it's true. I never really thought that. Alright, we were at a special stage 4 or 5. Either way, we're getting these. And something that, as I said, it takes a lot of practice to go through that, or as the game said a few levels ago, to be this good takes ages, but yeah, once you're practicing to get it down, is that the challenge really here is stay on the ground or stay on the road, because when you go on the road, you kind of slow down. Actually, it has the same sound effect for that when you're playing Sonic Speed. You just pace yourself with the rings and get as many of the orbs you can. Also pay attention to some of the specific items. I don't know if I mentioned, yeah, if you jump up on that one, there's a nice pop-up, which is intentional. If you hit the up arrow there, you get an instant level increase. So go from Mach 1, 2, and 2, 3, and so on and so forth. Avoid the bombs, they were in the last one. You get hit by those, you lose rings. And same with the spike bomb, with the spike balls that way. In that case, okay, fine, I'm running out of rings, so in that case I'm saying, well, let's go down this way and grab rings. So there's actually, when you think about this, and if we're going this is from the guests and also to the chat as well, there's a lot of strategy when you really think about what do you want to do as far as especially how I can't believe I've already not getting hit.
Oh yeah, I thought you were gonna get hit for sure.
I also have a picture here of saying like, how did I miss that?
Yeah, like no offense at all. I thought you were gonna get hit.
Yeah, so sometimes it's that question like, wait, how did that happen? So, and I love that. All right, so let's get going. We're Mach 3, which usually do need to be, by the way, to catch up with the. It does get that great tension. Also, yeah, when you hit up here, you
bouncy,
get
bouncy.
Yeah, bouncy, bouncy, or bouncy, bouncy for all of you Simpsons hit and run players. So we'll have to do more stuff with Simpsons. I guess we can sort of do that one. That's one I going back to what you're saying on Tales of Phony. I think the game's a little overrated, but only because like yeah, there's so many.
Whoa!
Oh, what happened?
Not sure how that happened. You bounced off of a bumper.
There's a bumper behind that.
Apparently.
Okay, one thing I will at least be able to show is overloading the Mach meter. You get a bonus. That is a continue, by the way. So now I also get moving, and I have 55 rings, so I can just go about this. Basically, just take every shortcut you can get a sense, turn, and also take advantage of the fact that if you're running out of control jump, you kind of stop a little bit. In this case, you're going fast, you stay on the road. Yeah, Sonic is hitting the road indeed, like, and I love the effect there, like, yeah, look at the lights coming on. As far as like, yeah, all that, yeah, we were blasting through Sonic speed, indeed. If we go anything else we were mentioning as far as we went. I don't need the concentration on this, it's just that, yeah, fine, I overloaded it twice. Cannot believe that's happened. But I do need rings, so I gotta go stop and grab some. But yeah, if you get too much...
Oh.
It's amazing if I actually pull this out. I'm very far behind, and actually that is something that, that the Encore mode indicates. Okay, I keep going the other way. It's like, no, that has rings, not the other one. But I'll do that, or fall out. Alright, I'm glad okay, that looked weird. You saw that, like the camera just went off.
Yeah, like, weird stuff happened there.
I love the weird stuff that's happening, but I got a massive Mach bonus. I do have opportunities to get more of them, and I get to continue. So yeah, sometimes it goes off the rails a little bit, and that was the 5th one. Actually, the 5th and the 6th one are actually probably the hardest. The 7th actually is not that hard at all. He said, we'll definitely get all of them, so do not worry about that. Ooh, as we go along, and as you mentioned, the Marble Zone thing. Oh yeah, right, because of the,
Yep, there they are.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Thank you for making that insight. I actually never really thought that. The idea of, you know, like the spike things going, and you do, as far as it.
Yeah, there's a lot of references.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Let's get into that as well. It's a question, and actually, I think, when I first brought this up when we played Knuckles Chaotix, he was saying, why does this game have so many levels that are based on old Sonic games, specifically? And that was because of Izuka-san specifically, or, I keep forgetting his first name, Takashi Tezuka. Also, you only have to wait for one round of those, by the way, to bust the floor, unlike in Sonic Knuckles. And one of the rings is down here. Or fine, not there. We'll show that coming back. and that is that basically he pretty much insisted that, you know, there be a bunch of classic Sonic levels, and with all due respect, I don't think he necessarily trusted the idea of a lot of American developers getting their hands on Sonic the Hedgehog, which kind of goes back a little bit into the 90s in the sense of, I know, like Chris also mentioned this, the gaming story indicates this, the fact that there's disagreement on how Sonic should look, because initially Sonic, and also the story of Sonic was initially going to be in a band with Vector the Crocodile from Knuckles Chaotix. They shot that idea down. They also shot out the idea of Sonic having a human girlfriend who's named Madonna. I'll put a picture of what she looks like for that. I guess they may be thinking of Who Framed Roger Rabbit with Jessica Rabbit there, and the musician Madonna as far as that. As I try bounce, and hit that. There you go.
Bingo!
Yeah, that is not an easy jump to make, but yeah, do that. Yeah, there was disagreement as far as Sega of America. I'm trying to remember the name of the woman who it was, and we got the American box art off of that. So there's always a little bit of tension when it came to Sega Japan and Sega of America. Even with Sonic 2. Sonic 2 was developed by Sega Technical Institute, which was made up of American developers, including Mark Cerny, who went on to work at Sony on stuff like Ratchet & Clank and Crash Bandicoot, and actually is the lead architect of PlayStation 4, and maybe 5, I don't know. But there always is that bit of a mistrust going on, and it was coming more from Sega Japan as the years went on, even the point where the reason the 32X existed is because Sega Japan indicated, let's make this system, and then Sega of America said, this is a stupid idea, if you're going to just have it as powerful as this, just make it an add-on to the Genesis. And said, okay, fine, you make this. But they were playing the Sega Saturn, and Sega of America didn't know the Saturn was coming around. And then also, I mentioned Sonic Extreme on the Saturn, we're going to get it this time at least, where it was by Sega Technical Institute. That's the game that killed them. They were out of business because of the fact that game got canceled. People on the development force who worked massively. Yuji Naka kind of was saying, no, I'm not liking any of the ideas you're putting out. And there were even people who almost died making that game. They were in such an exhaustion case, they went to see their doctors, they said, your health vitals are so horrible, you're gonna die in 6 months if you don't stop this immediately. And the game went under because of that. But I think also maybe the thing with this, and this goes to the idea of one other thing with this game, is that Iizuka-san indicated that this needs to tie in with Sonic Forces. And I guess with Simon Tomley and Christian Whitehead and everybody, they're like, fine, we're working on this franchise, this is a rare opportunity, we're gonna not feasibly blow this. But then the thought of, okay, we have to go to this, and is it necessarily the fact that they're being respected? Not that they're necessarily being mistreated, but that was brought up with Sonic Origins a couple months ago when Simon Tomley said, I'm not happy with this because we turned in our Sonic 3 and Knuckles revamp. The engine of this game ruined it, and we couldn't fix the problem because Sega said, no, we have to have this out on the anniversary of Sonic no matter what. As we were in the Trash Compactor boss, the Cintra Tales will just do that, and it's very much Star Wars A New Hope in that case. So that kind of goes to the question of, as I said, is it maybe the thought that there was some kind of perspective of, I guess, a culture clash, or at best, or at worst, maybe xenophobia, potentially, as far as like why we haven't seen another game like this, which people want, but it doesn't create that question as far as someone else makes the design, although I think, to the credit of the development team, and also to Iizuka, I mean, Iizuka did see that they could do it. The people who were doing this were doing it, and clearly, we have this game because of it, and it was a big case of Sonic. But then also the fact that the development team said, okay, we're making levels based on old stuff. We're mentioning this, there's levels based so far on Green Hill Zone, Chemical Plant Zone, and Flying Battery Zone. They said, let's mix it up. Let's have stuff like a Trash Compactor for this level. We had the chemical stuff with, bouncing off the stuff in Chemical Plant. The Underground Cave. There was a thought for Sonic 1 initially.
A Sky Fortress there.
And yeah, Wing Fortress from Sonic and Sonic 2.
Sonic 2.
Although actually there is a Sky Fortress in something. I know the Sky Base in Sonic 1 Game Gear. I think there's a Sky Fortress in something. I'll put a name of which, I'll put an indication of what Sonic game it is, because there have been a lot of indications. I know there was the Egg Fleet and the Final Fortress in Sonic Heroes that we played, as well as others. But yeah, there's a lot of Wing Fortress, so yeah, good catch that way. And good, it could be pretty much mixing up, and someone said, I think that's the thing about this game that I do like, is that people said, I'd like to see a full game with all original levels. Fair point, but I think that, regardless like why that was, or people saying, is this game not original enough, I think the thing is that, first off, it plays great, it's fun, so that's one thing, but also they have some unique stuff, including going through the stores, by the way, will kill you, unless you go through it. Okay, you're...
I think I still died.
Okay, so
I
fine.
heard the sound effect.
So Tails doesn't like doors, apparently. I guess that's the idea. And
Doors are Tails' mortal weakness.
Yeah, I guess so. And yeah, you're right. There you go. There is a collector from Sonic 2.
Yep.
I guess was then indicated, I guess, with scratch from the Adventure Sonic the Hedgehog show. Yeah, there you go. Yes, absolutely. And that's the great thing. And also, like, the storm. Because, see, this is something unique. Like,
That's unique.
they could have said, you know what, we're just going to do what we did before, or say, like, you know what, Azuka's saying we need to have these classic levels. Let's do some interesting things, but then they said, alright, fine, okay, that was my fault. I was trying to get up that way. You want to go up that way?
No.
Alright, let's go down then.
I was, or...
What's up?
I don't know if we did ever that.
Oh, fine. This is also playing the way back, so actually you're right, I did go this way. But as I said, they come up with these interesting things. I think that's why me, as a Sonic fan specifically, not sure feel free to go on this, and Proterova 2, based on what you're seeing, or, I don't know, Pro, have you played this game?
A little.
Okay, what do you think of this? After you played it?
I'm just trying to look for the references to it.
But you're liking the game, you're thinking it's good, or you're like, on it so far, as far as what
I
you
like
played?
it.
Okay. But I mean, I think that's the thing that, as Sonic fans, and I love doing this. By the way, this is a puzzle. You have to kind of hit the doors specifically with switches around the levels to get that nice treasure trove. So
I like it more than the 3D Sonics.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what a lot of people were saying, because the question of, you know, running 3D, how's that feel? I mean, that was a Medics, because him and I are playing Parasite Eve, and the idea, like, where's the 3D Sonic that kind of got that feel of the old ones? I would argue Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, and Sonic Generations, and Colors, and...
When it became 3D, that's when I picked up Crash Bandicoot and
Well, also, I guess, what? Because you
never came back.
Because you had a PlayStation? Is that the idea?
I had a PlayStation.
So you had a PlayStation, so, and also, because fair enough to that, because Sonic was on the Dreamcast. That was still while Sega was making consoles for that.
Yeah, and I didn't get a Dreamcast, so...
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people didn't, although, I mean, it sold better for the US as that, and then they ported it to other things. They ported Sonic 1, Adventure 1 to GameCube, and then later the PlayStation systems, but yeah, that's an interesting thing. We go to that as well. The platform master, in fact, I know Nocturne, you were indicating this to me earlier today, saying, what are some of the games that are like Sonic? And actually, Crash Bandicoot is not 100% the Sonic case. Actually, the code name of that game during development was actually called, I'm serious about this, Sonic's Ass Game. Because of the fact that Crash Bandicoot is viewed from behind. So you're always technically seeing, you know, what his mama gave him that way for it. But then they changed the name. But they were paying attention to Sonic clearly with that. And I think they even said, yeah, we were. In fact, Mark Cerny worked on Crash Bandicoot, as I mentioned. He worked on Sonic 2. So I'm pretty sure he brought his Sonic 2 knowledge in for that game. And by the way, I know, Proto, you asked for Crash Bandicoot specifically. I have the first one to start there, and we'll definitely play that.
Yeah, I remember it's hard.
It is hard, yeah. It's absolutely the hardest of those first three. Although I've heard... I haven't played this one. I don't know if you... Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, which came out a couple years ago. I hear that game is insanely hard, especially if you're going after the full completion. I've heard people saying they love this game.
I only played 1 through 3.
Yeah, and I do love all of those specifically.
And I remember it got a lot easier.
Yeah, so that's the case with
pretty much casual mode.
3 kind of is, although 3 also had stuff.
2 is fair.
Yeah. I was gonna say, keep going on your Crash Bandicoot case.
It only got hard. 2 only got hard near the end, but it was still a fairly easy game.
I mean, also with 1, because remember the thing with 1, I guess if you remember this, the box gems. Because remember, what's the thing about that game? You have to go through the level, get the box gems. You have to get every box. Yeah. And if you miss even 1, the game is going to say no. And backtracking, because you're running basically forward. Okay, that's cool. I love that we're just showing all these weird display things. Like, yeah, the shoe there
and
is just
in 1, did they give you the indicator of how many you had left?
I
remember in 2, they gave you an indicator. So, if you roughly knew what part of the stage you were, you could tell if you missed any.
I don't know. I'll put an edit here as yeah.
So the bonus stage wasn't, or the 100%ing it wasn't too hard.
I mean, that's true.
It was fair.
Yeah, keep going. Yeah.
It was fair. I think in the like the mine area.
Yeah.
There's a few areas that are difficult.
I remember Snow Way Out in the second game, especially. That's insanely hard.
Which level?
I think Snow Way Out, I believe it's called. If it's not, I'll put an edit of what it's actually called. There's a snow thing. You're slipping on the ice, and you have to be avoiding the nitro gems. Yeah, I remember that was in the second one. It's over. We definitely have to touch
Is it the second stage?
Oh, the second game, Crash Bandicoot 2.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the level, the exact level.
I don't know. Yeah, chat, feel free to help us out on this one. More stuff with Crash Bandicoot
I'm thinking
way.
probably third third stage, that would be the, like, probably 13th or so level.
Yeah, I think
Right,
so.
but
Perfect.
I lived through that one.
Okay, that was weird. We're at Special Stage 6. Yeah, in this case, start with rings and then start going for the listeners. Yeah, keep going on this because I realize we have not touched Crash Bandicoot yet, and there's a lot of games we haven't touched.
Yeah.
But we can definitely get to them, as I said. And somebody was asking me this, or saying this, but the idea of, any game we want to see, saying, like, yeah, we're going to do it. I'm like, yeah, exactly. I think that's a great idea. And showing those experiences, because in your case, you played those Crash Bandicoot games, I guess, pretty much
I would remember it.
Okay.
I could 100% it.
In that case, you want to call dibs on running that game. I mean,
Sure.
playing or not playing, either way, we can definitely do that, because I do have the first one. I have the first one, I have the third one. I'll get the second one, but I want to get a very specific version of the second one. I want to get the second one that has the DualShock support. Not every version of Crash 2 has that shit. I fail out. Or to go to the Super Monkey Ball thing, Fallout.
Yeah, second one I could 100%.
I'll get that one for sure as far as that version.
Third one, I remember they added the time course.
Yeah, the time trials, the time ops. I remember that.
Yeah.
I think we gotta run across this. Keep going.
I'm trying to remember if I 100% did that for a long time, but like I got the base 100%, which is the time trials.
Those get insanely hard.
I do remember them getting hard, but I just remember the game for some odd reason being in general a lot easier, even to 100%.
I've heard that.
With the exception of the time trials.
Yeah, I think that, and that's what I've understood, actually. I think with the first one, I know people said they thought maybe it was too much, and also with the first one thing I'll definitely give it, is that you actually have to get all the box gems in order to get to the bonus game to save the game. Which was kind of a weird decision, which is I think why the later ones said, okay, fine, we're just gonna have this.
And yeah, like level like 5 or 6.
I navigated to you.
Good job. Oh, yeah, we're definitely
for the first
very
game,
tight here.
Like after level 5 or 6, it just got brutal.
Oh yeah. Which I guess goes to that idea of, making that, as far as like with Mario and Sonic, in the case of when does it get really, really difficult.
Yeah, like
for that.
In the first, like I said, in the first game, it's like level 5 or 6. It just becomes hard.
Right.
And then in comparison, 2 would be like level like 20 something.
Okay. I've heard the stuff with the hover, the jetpack, that can be a tough thing with that game. For sure, I don't know what you're thinking.
It's the jetpack levels. If you're patient, it's not difficult.
Okay.
What I'm thinking of is like the mechanical area on like level roughly 20s, and also the speed levels where you have to run away. Unbearable comes to mind.
Oh yeah. Okay, that I remember absolutely. And you're playing on the PlayStation because I don't know. Did you ever play the Insane Trilogy? Came out a couple years ago.
I did not.
Because I know the feel is different, and people mention that for sure.
Yeah. So first, it's the first two like running from it stages where you run away from a boulder.
Yeah.
And then there's the 2 stages where you're running, where it's the bear level.
Gotcha. I guess not. Yeah, keep going.
So.
Also, there's achievement there, by the way, if I didn't already unlock it. Keep going.
And so if you have a general sense of what's coming next, they're bearable basically.
Yeah. Instead of unbearable, it's bearable.
They're not too bad. But I can understand like losing a few lives to those type levels. But regardless, most of the stages, even till like the level 20-ish, are fairly pretty straightforward. Like I said, the mechanical level, especially getting all the boxes. Yeah, there's some tough areas, but the game never really gets difficult in the same way as Crash Bandicoot 1.
Okay, I get that. Nocturne, what's your experience with Crash Bandicoot? Have you played them
Very little.
Which one, if so, very little?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Okay, as in most cases, mine is 1 and 3, really. And I played a little bit of Sweet Sanity, because Sweet Sanity is on... I played a demo of that for Xbox, and we've done that. We're going to be running that on the Xbox original because it runs like shit on the 360. But yeah, no way, we're not running that way for it because it slows the game down to a crawl because of the software emulation method for that. Yeah, that's a good case to go that, and fitting to talk about that with Sonic as it is. As we're getting, oh shit. Yeah, that hit me on the way down. And is it fitting to go into that because of the fact that, hey, mascots going against Sonic, and that was one of the ones that really was good. And from that Naughty Dog, who started, interestingly enough, with a game that was really awful and nobody ever heard of called Wave the Warrior on the 3DO. It's a fighting game very much like Mortal Kombat. People said, this game is horrible, what is this? And then a couple years later, they were running PlayStation, and they had really good stuff. And Crash Bandicoot was star of that, as well as Uncharted, and Jak and Daxter, and The Last of Us now. I don't know if you played any of those, to guests and to chat. Oh, they're good. I mean, Last of Us is insanely dour, in particular, as far as, like, the element of it is a post-apocalyptic thing, very heavy emotionally, but then also you have Jak and Daxter, which kind of goes in that direction, but also has a little bit of a cartoony thing. As you're fighting the egg spider, you have to knock it into the spikes there, but the hitbox is very specific. And then also Uncharted, which is basically like Indiana Jones. Actually, a lot of the stuff of Crash Bandicoot, you can look at that and say that, okay, maybe got the idea from for Uncharted out of Crash Bandicoot, especially when you run away from the boulders.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, those games are really, really good, for sure. And they definitely have that perspective, like running as a movie, you know, Nathan Drake as well, especially that great voice performance by Mr. Nolanworth. In my case, I would have to run that on the PS3 myself, specifically unless either one use one of the call dibs on it, because it's also on PS4 and 5 access to it as well. And some of the later ones are only on the newer systems. Alright, I'm glad we're also getting this case, which is that we're running into time over, number one. We shouldn't die if I fail to this, but also the fact I'm hitting him, because sometimes the hitboxes for the spikes are very weird. You sometimes have to hit him very specifically. And also hit him as he's coming up for that. And yeah, we're not running on rings. It's like, okay, fine, we're dead. We got tons of lives, we're gonna be fine. Alright. Definitely different as far as boss.
Also, wow, long stage, too.
Yeah, I mean, that goes to what went on with Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles, because they even said that the levels are 3 times as long as in anything in Sonic 2. And the question of that being a question of, hey, is a level necessarily too long, but then again, if it keeps giving you fun things to do within it, then it can kind of help and also get a sense of, you know, being excited the whole way. And I think this game definitely does a great job of that. Also, because I think it keeps surprising you. I think that's really what I love about Sonic Mania itself. Even to someone who's played a lot of these Sonic games, and Chad and my guest, I think, is kind of in the same boat there. It's still something, they keep coming with unique things to kind of get a sense of, just me think it's getting tired, like, no, there's something else.
I missed. I whiffed that one.
Yeah, no, I get that. You were saying,
yeah, it's nice, like, seeing a section of a level that you remember, and then, you know, thinking like, oh, this is this part of the level.
Oh shit! I was looking at you. I was like, I got it. Keep going.
And and then be surprised when they change it up. Like, as this example, I'm immediately walking through the laser or something. Okay, so we're in
that mini boss from there.
You know, well, we're in the what do you call it? The Wing Fortress boss.
Oh yeah, also that one too, you're right. Because there's the one in Sonic & Knuckles in Flying Battery, but then also the one in Sonic 2, so yeah, you're right.
Yeah, which, I think I remember that being the toughest boss in Sonic 2.
It's one of them. Well, I mean, I would say also that big only by the virtue of the fact that you don't have rings, but still, even with that, yeah, that is definitely... Okay, that was... Oh, because I'm hitting it. Because you can hit it from standstill, you don't have to use the palm necessarily, if you can get up enough speed, or if you're Super Sonic, or Super Tails, or Super Knuckles, or Super Ray, or Super Mighty. I think it's just a pattern here as far as that. So in that case, you can kind of do it. Well, I guess, what? Can Tails not do it? Because it seems like you were hitting him and it wasn't doing anything. So in that case, I'm not managing it right away.
Let me try to land a hit on the next.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll stay off. I'll keep him
well, it would help if I could actually hit him. Well, I mean, regardless of how he reacts.
You're in good shape. Yeah, okay, so Tails didn't do anything. Tails just bounces off. I actually did not know that. And it's disappointing. The thought of like getting all the tails can help out. You know what? I think we should show the thing with the time over the fact that it's not going to do anything for us. Actually, better not do that. Well, I mean, maybe, but still, the thought of like, hey, no, he's just bouncing off. It's not doing anything. It's like Robotnik's learning. Like, no, yeah, that fox is causing me trouble as well. Like, no, fine. Sonic is the problem, but also then, you know, so is Tails. Okay, yeah.
That blasted hedgehog.
Yeah, that blasted hedgehog. Or I hate that hedgehog. I hate you. I hate you. Yeah, of course, you do have to say that with the late great Long John Baldry. May you rest in peace out. The great voice of him for The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Despite the fact that we have the great voices of Robotnik as it's been from him, Jim Cummings, we mentioned for the Sonic AM show, Mike Pollock now, and Dean Bristow, who was only for a little bit of time before he passed away in 2005. Okay, I guess it didn't take for that. All right. I don't know how the turning on the timer, you saw me turn it off and didn't take. I don't know, maybe it's in no save mode. We did no save mode too. But anyways, that's what time over looks like. So if you go over 10 minutes and you don't turn that on, I don't know how the hell to turn it on. So that's a question. Yeah, you're like, although, here's the other thing. We can get a massive time bonus by doing this. It's like, because it goes back to 0. So I guess if you really want to go score farm this game, you just get 10 minutes, get a time over at the end of every level, and then just beat the boss in like 30 seconds. Because you do get more time bonus for the purpose of doing that.
Farm lives in Sonic 2.
That's true. Or actually, because I mean, one of the earliest mod rules is, yeah, okay, I'm glad I got to show that. Sometimes you don't hit the spike, or even if you hit the spikes, it looks like you didn't hit them, or the game didn't move. So it's a little weird. I would say the Sonic 2 port on the Xbox 360. There was actually, as part of the Xbox Live Arcade, they have the online leaderboards for that. I think it's one of the only versions of Sonic 2 to have that. But for those, it's all like 9,000 or 9,999,999.
So it's become Tetris.
What?
It's pretty much become Tetris, where like everyone has max score.
I guess so, but I mean, also I think that's probably what they're doing. They're probably doing that, or fine. In case of Sonic 2, we get out of the way. Shit. I'm trying to think if there's an area in Sonic 2 that you can really farm up points significantly to pretty much just get it to over that, unless you can. You know, you're the expert, so remind me. Casino Night. Oh, good point. Yeah, because you're right. Because you can go into the machines there and get the points out of it. I don't think it's one of those things that stop them going.
So yeah, basically, chemical plant, farm lives.
Yeah, it's true because there are a lot of lives in that level.
So get 100 rings, about halfway, and get the 2 boxes of health.
Or rings, I should say.
There's 2 health boxes.
I got you. Quick thing, I just want to say, this is actually a new transition, and it's giving Vietnam flashbacks to Miss Nocturne here, because of the fact that it's Sonic 2 Game Gear. Riding those hag letters. As we're in the press garden zone, keep going as we go through the, I guess, the propaganda factories it is, as far as, I guess, like, Robotnik's learning as we're seeing enemies, kind of like, the Dragonflies in Sonic Knuckles as we're going through and busting boxes. But you were saying as far as, Sonic 2?
Yeah, basically, there's 2 life boxes, and I think it's the second? It's the second part of Chemical Plant?
Act 2, yeah.
Yeah, Act 2. And then you can roughly get, 150 or so rings. So you get your 3rd life. And then you commit suicide.
And just do it again.
And just repeat. So you get 2 lives every minute.
In fact, there's actually a way to do that with Sonic 3D Blast, sort of, too. Nocturne, were you going to say something for...
Oh, no.
I just wasn't sure. I was like, hey, were you in the middle of thought? Like, wait a second, I jumped over that.
No, I think I had something to do with me trying to, figure out how to... no, wait. That's right. It looks like I jumped through the saw blade that the 2 things were throwing at.
Okay, I'll look back at that and see what that's all about. Because okay, that's one thing I didn't necessarily expect for this play of the game. The question that we're running into all these weird things. I mean, I'll also go into this as well. Proto, I don't know if you're this way with Sonic 2, but sometimes, I don't know if when you played it so much, do you run into these weird oddities as far as some aspects of the programming that then you say that, hey, you end up showing that off and that being kind of fun in case?
I just remember thinking it was cool to go really fast, and then instantly regretting it when I get caught in a steel I-beam.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned that. I think I remember I said, you know, it's funny you're saying that because there's actually something in the manual for Sonic 3 that basically says, like, I think you said also in Sonic 3 I got stuck. I said, there's a part of the manual that basically is covering the fact that they didn't program the game 100% by saying that watch out for the traps that Sonic can't escape because you fall in the wrong one, you have to reset the console. Like, they knew that there's a problem with this, and since they had to get that out for Hedgehog Day in 1994, yeah, they couldn't fix it. So it's like, fine, let's put something in the manual saying that Robotnik created all these traps. Yeah, it's a lore concept of that, I swear to God.
Yeah, so, you know, if I think I'm cool and I go really fast and I die, or worse, get trapped, either wait around for 10 minutes or...
Chemical Plant was a fantastic stage in the original.
For that, or just in general?
Well, no, I'm just thinking in terms of, like, you could reach absurd levels of speed in Chemical Plant.
To the point where you actually go off screen, which is nice. Also, by the way, one thing quickly, that enemy, that bunny enemy, that is an unused enemy from Sonic 1. They decided, let's put it in here as far as like an ink stamp.
Oh, it kind of looks like those bunny bombers.
From... That's also Sonic 2?
Sonic 1.
Yeah, oh yeah, you're right, a little bit. But as I said, it was something they were going to use for Sonic 1 initially, so the team people who made this game said, hey, wouldn't this be cool if we put this in here? Even the idea of, I guess, they must have known about the fact that we're seeing the drop dash here.
Yeah,
this was in Sonic 3's beta. Going?
Yeah, in Scrap Brain Zone.
Oh, right. The, or like the ball hogs in particular, like they'll do the bouncing with the balls.
Yeah, what are they named?
Ball hog. It's like a little pig enemy. There's that. Yeah, you're right, the face. I will put a picture, by the way, of ball hog right here when I edit this. And also, even the idea of, like, look at that. There's an attention detail right there. The fact that they're leaving the ink on the ground. And they're going to keep coming, by the way, so yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You can't stop them. The bunnies are going to take over. Or it's going to be like a take on the rabbits, specifically as far as, like, the Rayman series. Which, that, by the way, they did finally announce more stuff on that Mario & Rabbids sequel. Rayman's coming back. I'm so happy to see that, because it's so long since I've seen Rayman. Actually, yeah, almost 10 years since Rayman Legends. I don't know if you are familiar with Rayman. Actually, technically, I did play Rayman 1 and 2 on the show, but I don't have the recordings, so I'm going to go back to them. But those are some great games, for sure. Definitely, and another one that was kind of, I guess, looking at Sonic a little bit, something totally different. It is definitely not a lot like Sonic, as far as how it plays. It's insanely hard. And another case of, we're saying with Sonic 3, maybe them knowing it wasn't programmed 100%. With Rayman 1, they said, this game is so hard, like, why is that? But they said, because we didn't actually have time to play test it before it could come out for the Atari Jaguar initially, and then also the Saturn and the PlayStation, and then a bunch of other systems. So, like, yeah, those parts of that game were insanely hard, and that's why. So, there you go.
Also, this kind of looks like, pretty much, what's that water world in Sonic 3?
Hydro City?
Oh yeah, Hydro City. This looks like the first stage of Hydro City. In terms of a color palette.
Yeah, that's...
Assuming there's no water.
That's true, yeah, and you're right, there is no water in this level, so that is unique. And as I said, because this is the second of the 4 unique levels in this, but it does have this nice feel, and also the idea of...
The greens and blues.
The greens, the blues, the violets over there, the magentas as far as the flowers, and you're like, okay, what's that flower about? You're like, we'll see. And you then go that... And unfortunately, here's the other question, I want to see this, because remember, what we say when we played Sonic 3... Okay, they fixed that with Sonic 3, because remember, when there's a hidden object there that doesn't exist in Tails, but in Sonic Mania, apparently it does. Well, I'll bring it back. Yeah, I mean, that is an interesting case, and actually, now I'm thinking about it, good observation, because of the fact that all the gears in the background of it, I mean, I guess if I'm going to, sort of go a little bit...
They're a lot smaller, but they did have, I believe they did have gear wheels in Hydro City.
Yeah, and there were also other cases where other levels in Sonic 3 had that, and actually, Launch Base, that's what I was thinking, because of the fact they have the metal cylinders from that. And like that, you have the great rotational effect of, yeah, look at the 3D model of Sonic. Yeah, there's a 2D sprite, but yeah, there's depth on the 3D of it, which the old games had too, but definitely different the way that this game's doing it. Okay, also, by the way, there is a hidden room coming up. I'm going to see if I can't find it. Get that, you get the... From, Lovely, from Sonic Knuckles. Yeah, if you... Alright, yeah, if you go in here... Alright, there's a Combine Ring. There's an area I'm looking for, and it does have a fire shield. If you get in there, you can actually do something that I didn't show off specifically. I think it's in here. Yeah, get the fire shield. I'm about to show this. Those busted boxes. when you have a fire shield with Sonic, you can use the fire spin dash to bust them. And go in here and, yeah, don't get crushed! Okay, yeah, there you go. But by the way, if you bust all those, this is an achievement. So it kind of, as I said, with a lot of the stuff with Sonic, it plays to your curiosity. Even the achievement set for this is the same case, in a sense of, hey, what if I do this in a level? What if I try and use an item in a specific way? What can I have happen for that, or finding goodies? And that way, I think it kind of works very nicely. I'll show the full achievement list off.
Did we do Sonic 1?
Yes, we did. We did Sonic 1. Yeah, I did that. Actually, the first show that Nocturne was on, we did that. We did the Game Gear version, and then we did the Genesis version using the Sonic Mania Collection Plus. Although, we do technically have a rationalization to come back to that because of the fact that Sonic Origins does have cooperative mode for that, for Sonic 1 in it. So we could show it again for that, to rationalize that. Yeah, probably the best. It's not a bug, it's a feature story I've heard in a while. Of which one, Darth Loke, just the idea of Sonic, you know, getting stuck in the... don't be aware of a trap you can't escape, or one of the other ones I think we mentioned. And, of course, Kryptonite Fog for Superman on Nintendo 64. By the way, I think that's the game we play for April Fool's Day for next year, because it's on Saturday, so, like, we gotta play something not good, so, yeah, we'll play that. Because I do own it, as I mentioned, and I just get in a sense. The traps you had to reset the game to get out. It's actually in the manual, and I put it when I did the first play of Sonic 3 Knuckles with Knuckles about a year ago, actually, now. I did put that section in the manual showing that, so I'll put it again, just to show that, yeah, this is that case of it. So, yeah, you have a little more elements going on for when we do the edit in a couple of days.
But it is interesting that way, and I guess, honestly, I didn't really think much of that at the time, but then Proterova, you were really the reason I thought that, because you said, I got stuck a lot. It seemed like I got stuck in Sonic 3 as far as like in walls and things that I did Sonic 2.
There were just times where I was just cocky and I just was like, I did going fast.
But that goes to a question.
You know.
That goes to a question. See, it's funny. I said with Sonic Origins, saying like, hey, I'm complaining that that's buggy, but then again, when you really think about it, all the Sonic games were buggy to a certain extent. I mean, fine. You can say that with like Mario. It's about like Mario and Sonic of that. I mean, Super Mario Brothers, the first one, has the minus world. It's an endless loop. You go into that, you can't get out of it until you either get game over or reset the console.
Well, I tried to race the screen, and I won.
Right.
And then I got stuck.
But you think, like, right, you'd want to do that. You'd want to say that I'm Sonic and go super fast, but then the game is, I mean, Sonic's designed to go fast, but maybe not that fast, which I think is maybe what makes something like Sonic Mania so interesting, is the fact that they kind of cleaned some stuff up. It's like, it had problems when it came out first, but then them saying, you know, let's enhance on this a bit. And, you know, fine, we'll try this again. I will make sure I don't get myself killed this time. And usually the problem is, yeah, if you get the box crushing you, that's the problem. So what I'll do is I'll go from the top. We'll start there, and then we're safe. And there's a life underneath that. That's that, and you do get achievements. So, you hit the... Nope. I'll try and see if I can do an edit of that sound in here, because I did do that actually for the Christian 64. Saying, like, I'm thinking of my trophies on PlayStation 5 now. So I put an edit for, actually it's for one of the Majora's Mask parts. I said, we're going into the milk bar with the Romani mask. I said, let me put the achievement here. So like, yeah, I'm going to need to see some ID. That would be the name of the achievement that I would say for the purpose of Majora's Mask. I'm definitely loving going back to that. And next month. And I think we might need only one more part, but I will be able to get a better answer for that on next week's program. It's also going to be a guest case, and we'll go on that schedule at the end of the program. It's going around, which speaking of endless
Is there a
loops...
spot we need to jump off here?
Yes.
In other words, Labyrinth Zone?
Labyrinth
No,
Zone 2.
I was thinking where Sandopolis Act 2.
Well, Sandopolis Act 2 has that too. So actually both cases were sort of an endless loop, you're right. So, yeah, you jump off there. Actually, if you jumped off below, I don't know if there's a hidden ring. We can check that. So let's see if we can get something for Shield. That's the beautiful thing, just being able to go that, and also get a sense of, what does this remind me as far as all this stuff with Sonic, and getting a sense that also is that, remind yourself of Sonic, but this game plays like the Sonics. And I said, I've been trying to talk to Medix about this, because he's like you, Proterova, to a different extent as far as 3D Sonic, although in his case, he played Sonic Adventure, he didn't like it, so like, okay, fine, fair enough.
Yeah, I think the last one I played was probably Sonic Adventure.
Sonic Adventure.
And that was just like, out of friends, and like, I beat it, but it was just... It just didn't feel like Sonic to me.
Which version did you play? Do you know what you played it on?
GameCube, I think?
The GameCube version. Actually, honestly, I would say I don't like the GameCube version. There's issues with that GameCube version. Honestly, the only version that I like is on the Dreamcast, honestly, as I mentioned, we played it. But even that has some weird bugs and glitches running into, I guess, Sawbots. that way.
I guess it kind of felt like a, I don't know, auto-scroller maybe?
Yeah, I mean, some people said that. In fact, the idea of, actually, Electra said that when we played Sonic Heroes, good job, thank you, by the way, taking care of him. He said the idea that I got my game controller's analog stick stuck from holding forward for so long. The idea of holding forward to win. People said that was Sonic with holding right to win, but I get that idea of it, but, I mean, I said that when we played Sonic Adventure last year, the thought that, you know, maybe they can mine that for ideas and maybe get that sense of how to handle that, and also the camera angle thing, which is not an easy thing for them to handle. You know, see how Sonic Frontiers does when that comes out in 2 months. Or it's going open world, like Zelda Breath of the Wild a little bit. But we'll see as we go into probably the most beautiful act in the entire game, or level in the entire game. Saying a lot. Press guard in Act 2. Look at this. The background.
Petals?
What?
Tree petals of snow?
Yeah, the petals of snow. For that, the background with the snow there, the Japanese lanterns, the music of the background there, like the Japanese instruments. I remember, Nocturne, I kept my mouth shut on this game, as I said, because you said you wanted to experience this as spoiler-free as possible. I said, I just waited for you to see this stuff. And like, oh my god, this is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life. And that music, oh my god, it's so amazing. Of all the pieces of music in the soundtrack, we're saying a lot, this is amazing. You got that... It's awesome. And this is the case of, as I said, twisting something around Sonic. He's like, hey, this is like an ice cap feel, but hey, there's exploding, you know, ice springs here. Here's the idea we're having, like, things hitting the trees up going, boom!
Yeah, it seems to come issue between, what's that? A mushroom cap in 4?
Mushroom Hill. Yeah, there's Mushroom Hill because, yeah, the Dragonfly from Mushroom Hill is right there, in fact.
Oh, I mean, it's like, they're mushrooms, but they're, like, frozen.
These platforms remind me of, shoot, what's the cave level in 2?
Mystic Cave. Yeah, in fact, I noticed that as, like, you hear that bunk. In fact, it is even the same sound effect, the bunk. But look how smooth it is compared to even Sonic 2. But it's like, it's great to see it. It's also, I'll tell you what this game is, and this is why I love this game so much. There's so many happy returns, but it's not just riding nostalgia wave. As you're going into
There's Ice Cap.
Yeah, Ice Cap as well, but unlike Ice Cap, where you get hurt when you get stuck in that, not in this game. You just are going left and right. In fact, when they did the plus version, they did patch it, so Sonic and Tails are looking left and right as they go left and right. And you can also use the fire shield to melt it, so, yeah, it's wonderful. They keep coming up with these great things. I said, here's the thing about this game. It's a lot of happy returns to Sonic, just going along, you know, I'll just let him go. He'll be fine. He'll just start looking, or he'll bounce me out, which also works. You do that. But it's also the thing that this is not just, and some people say, like, is this game a nostalgia pander? I don't know, maybe in the sense that you could say there's similarities for this, but this game just has so much that sets itself apart. So much that makes this a unique and individual element of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Well, there's nothing wrong with having a lot of, like, Easter eggs.
That's true. I mean, I think this is the thing, because some people said, let's get in this discussion. Chat, feel free to jump on this as well, as I'm kind of stuck, and you can push buttons to get out. When do you think that playing Nostalgia Card maybe is going too much, or cases where you think it's been too much? Because honestly, with this one, I think it doesn't do too much. Actually, I would say one of the cases where it does, in a little bit of a way, actually Sonic Forces, because Sonic Forces elements of Green Hill and Chemical Plant, but we just played them in this game a couple months before, so I'm thinking, okay, that's nice, but it seems like it's kind of a little empty. Some people said Sonic 4, Episode 1 especially, but a little bit of 2, I'd say not quite, but I know where this comes from. But yeah, chat and Proterova and Nocturne, feel free to go on that as I get the last cast everyone's.
There looks to be enough new things to justify it.
Yeah, or this background, which reminds me of, I don't know if anybody's ever played this, Hexite on the Game Boy Color. I'll put a picture of that. It's a puzzle game where you're basically filling up, like, hexagon shapes. Because when does nostalgia only go too much here?
Yeah, to me those look like cubes if you'd head on from one of their corners.
Well, that's a true case, or it could turn to one we played F-Zero X, which is, I said, we're doing X-Cup where the whole, all the levels are randomly generated.
It's a wireframe.
It's a wireframe.
It's a wireframe model.
That's true, so in this case, it becomes a Rorschach test. What do you see? We did that, actually, Light first indicated that, and thank you so much for that. We did that game, which was, the levels are randomly generated, so what does the picture of the map look like? It's like, oh, we were coming up like, hey, it looks like a toilet, maybe it looks like something else. Or the one case where the AI got so stuck that
Ding.
Of the 30-car field, 26 of them died during the race, so with 4 left, and the lap over, my victory lap as far as the cutscene, I died as well. We all died. Like, oh my god, I've never seen this. And by getting all 7, you get to be Supersonic. It's a little different in this game, sort of, than the other one. I'll show it a little later. But, yeah, we're not ending the music here, because actually, they do something unique on this. You'll see this when I get to 50. This is still the same case, 50 rings. Yeah, that Y button up there. And on PlayStation 4, it is a triangle button, and it's also, it's X on the Switch. Yeah, go there. Ooh! Get knocked out. Yeah, I just love that, the ride of that. Yeah, but, yeah, so what happens in this is that, yeah, you can still use the special abilities, like doing the double jump, or jumping once, as far as Sonic 2 did it. You can still use that, but they put the transformation on a separate button, which actually, for Sonic Mania, this was not in the game when it first came out. In fact, there was a bug in the software, sort of, because there's a specific path Knuckles goes down in one of the levels we're going to see. I actually had 50 rings there. I did the double jump to turn into Super Knuckles in that.
I don't love
But the thing is, it's over a bottomless pit, and there's no other way to go, and the platform it's a collapsing platform. So I did that, I fell across, I couldn't glide across, and I died. So they said, okay, fine, we'll put this in for the purpose of that. And Sonic Origins as well. Is going along, yeah, all that way. But yeah, see right there, you see Tails, Knuckles and Tails. He's looking now, he's like, yeah, get me out of here, Sonic, please. Or get myself out, or go to the Sonic Adventure thing, like, Sonic! Or I was thinking, like, whenever you're dying as Tails or losing rings, he says, my power's failing! Or, my machine has reached its limit. And then when he dies, he says, Sonic. So, yeah, the idea of that as well. Also, we're having, if you've seen the movie Fargo, you're going in the wood chipper. Be careful not to do that. It cuts the logs, but yeah, you can get hit that way as well. But it's not like how Fargo does it. I love that movie. It was like, yeah, we weird getting in case of Sonic or the characters going in the wood chipper. Although depending on who you ask, some Sonic fans would say like, oh, I want the characters to go in the wood chipper because they hate them. But like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna say that. While it's going along. But see, it's funny, when talking the Sonic thing, this reminds me of something else with Sonic. We sort of went into that with the Daytona USA thing in Studiopolis and some other stuff, but when I go up there, there's gonna be a little bit of difference. Yeah, we'll show this. Alright, what's your familiarity with Revenge of Shinobi from Sega? Have either of you played that game?
Sounds familiar, but...
Yeah, that is what this is. You have the sound effects here, you have the Astrons, they're like the Shinobi stars throwing out. And by the way, you have to time it so that you hit the heavy Shinobi, by the way. That's who this is in the air. You even have the sound effects from Shinobi going on. That like the... And we played Shinobi 3 for this channel before, and I love playing that. At some point we'll do the other ones. But yeah, when I heard this, like, oh my god, they're pulling for Shinobi, Revenge of Shinobi and 3. You get that bing. That's specific to that. And you can do 2 hits, by the way, with the heavy Shinobi in the air. But avoiding the Astrons is always the hard part, especially in that case, because it explodes and you die. But it's fine, we have a checkpoint here, and there's some rings, so we can handle that.
Oh, we dead.
Yeah, it's fine. This is actually a hard boss. You think, oh, this is one of the few bosses you can't just go up and randomly keep hitting. Because he'll always hit you with the ice sword.
Yeah, not even Tails can pull that off.
Yeah, so, yeah, if nothing else, it is answering the questions, like, Tails is invincible everything. Like, okay, alright, fine, I can sort of give him that way. Like, he's coming down, he lands on my ice block. Get some rings, that way, or a ring. This is one with Sonic, when you have at least one ring, you will not die when you get hit. Except in Sonic Bits 2, where there's a boss that ignores your rings. Like, oh my god, that's horrible. Oh, Metropolis. Oh, for crush deaths, yes.
No, his stars are the,
Oh, the Astrons, yes. Right.
Yeah.
Good call on that. So yeah, it's mixing Sonic 2 and Revenge of Shinobi, which is awesome. I do love me my Revenge of Shinobi so much. Game is hard as hell, but I love it. And Shinobi 3, who played Shinobi 3 already, that game is awesome. I'll go into another case of this, because there is the Robotnik. He decided also in the picture there, let me use the Phantom Ruby to bring Little Planet back from Sonic CD. And with that we get, okay fine, I take that back. Best music in the game might be this. This is better than even the original track. This is Stardust Speedway Act 1. Oh my god, it's beautiful. And look at this. So easily call up your Sonic CD in the only way you really can still at this point without like a mod. We're seeing those laser bots. Oh my god. And we were basically in Sydney, Australia, by the way. That is the idea of where the background is inspired by. These are all the opera houses over there. And other nods to other things like, yeah, I don't know, what are we thinking here?
Okay, I have multiple.
I'm kind of thinking Spring Yard with those spikes.
Spring Yard.
Okay, Spring Yard with the spikes, sure.
Marble Garden.
Marble Garden with those.
Of course, Star Speedway, because it's from Sonic CD, that's what it's based on. Yeah, keep going. I love this. I love the idea of, like, what is this looking like? It's like, paint the picture, and you're coming up with great insights that even I didn't think of, and I love that. Thank you very much for that.
I don't know why, but I got at the beginning. I got a small taste of Starlight.
Starlight,
Oh,
yeah.
and Mushroom Hill with these things.
A little bit of Labyrinth Zone with like the eagle statues, and also Sonic CD. You hit that thing, it goes out and you're and you have all the like the vines here. Also, one other thing, we'll see with the vines eventually, and you know what? I'll go back to show this. Also, I'm pretty sure this is something that's not Sonic based, but I think they might have had this in mind.
And that corner bouncy thing is, of course, I know it's Sandopolis.
Yeah, Sandopolis.
I think there might be one other level that has them.
Maybe I'll put an edit in. Okay, yeah, so I can't show this, because, yeah, we got that vine there, so we can get up here to, yeah, the Marble Golden Hook. Okay, it's here. And these things are a pain in the ass to avoid, even in Sonic CD itself. Alright, let's go on. Yeah, are you a fan of Little Shop of Horrors? That's kind of what it looks like. The singing...
Hi, Audrey!
Yeah, Audrey, thank you very much, so you know what that is.
Or Audrey 2.
Audrey 2, yes, exactly. I'll put a picture of Audrey 2 next to Sonic Audrey, specifically, whatever they call this. So yeah, like the singing Piranha, or the singing Venus Flytrap from Little Shop of Horrors musical and movie. So there you go, yeah. You're not going to get other plays of Sonic Mania. You're going to go into Little Shop of Horrors, or feasibly a lot of the stuff we talked about, and that's what I love.
I just caught you out of nowhere.
What? Oh, that.
Oh yeah.
I love that. Whoa. It's going up. I'm loving the music. Oh my god, it's so good. I cannot speak enough of this music, and it's sort of the Donkey Kong Country thing in these things. Tails can't get in. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. Actually, there's the Starlight thing with Tails or Sonic right there in the sky. Or do we want to go to Sonic 2 8-bit where Tails dies if you get to that ending, like I did initially? So I was like, yeah, I showed that. Like, yeah, Tails died, unfortunately, in the first game he was in. But,
Also,
yeah, didn't count.
I think it's kind of interesting that these spiky vines don't actually hurt you.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, on the side there.
Those are clearly thorns.
That's true. So, I mean, the thought of, like, what would that look like? And I guess when has Sonic been a case where there's stuff on the side of level, and you still get to the top of levels, still, so there's that, and they kill you. Alright, yeah. Even in Sonic CD, this thing's annoying. I kept getting hit by them when we played Sonic CD itself. Yeah, it's beautiful. Just, okay, you saw that, right? It looks like I had kind of gone into my hit the spring animation before I launched off, or we launched off. Now, if they do want to sort of show part of this and get that, and yeah, those are also annoying because what they do is they come on, they follow you, and then you have to hit them specifically. Yeah. Going, yeah, I don't think I almost got crashed.
I know these spike platforms are from something.
Yes.
I forget which act of which zone, or I forget which zone.
Yeah, they are somewhere for sure. You also get that. So it's almost like the Death Egg Robo's coming for us again. Like, yeah, no. Oh, there we go, perfect. Oh, okay, fine, alright, fine. I showed that off, which is the fact that, hey, we get 50 rings, you get that. I'll show off, I don't want to end the music here, I really don't. I'll show off Supersonic when we get closer to the boss, actually, I'll do that. And I'll show it during the boss because you hear the Supersonic music, which is awesome. You go along and find things, and one thing we haven't seen yet, hopefully we will, is the mace balls from Marble Golden. They even do that sound, like, when I heard that, like, they're going slower, they look more medieval, like, those look kind of intimidating. In fact, there it is down there, like, let me go back. There you go. Yeah, this is unfortunately something I can't scroll through, but yeah, it's down there. In fact, you know, maybe I can get down there. Going this way. Yeah, actually, no, I can't. We'll go this way. If I can just get onto the,
other track.
Okay, maybe I can't. Well, fine. I do want to show that, because it's something that I didn't initially find. You know, I'll go really, really slow. I'll wait for you to go. Yeah, boom. There you go. You're gone. Okay, stop. Alright, so, well, just inching. So, yeah, Sonic's going slow, like, for a reason. Like, yeah, just getting pushed out. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's Marble Garden.
Yeah, look at that. Like, it looks intimidating, and I do love the idea that... I guess, actually, here's the other thing. I guess we'll say this, is that do you ever get a sense of maybe stuff in Sonic games or any game where you wouldn't necessarily think of, like, a scary or horror vibe to it that you kind of got out specific?
From a non-horror game?
Oh, for something like this, for Sonic. Actually, for me, it always was that animation that Sonic did when he drowned. And they add one for Tails in this game, by the way. And it is absolutely horrible to see that. The idea of Tails drowning, where he just had the death animation and everyone else. And this one, it adds him, actually, with the mouth open. That always, terrified me. I'll show you when I was growing up, looked away from the screen when that happens.
Especially, I guess, in Sonic 2, the scariest part...
You know, we can go back
is
this way.
probably, oh jeez, I don't remember. anymore. That. It's like the 4th or 5th stage.
Hilltop.
It's past. I think it's before Hilltop.
Casino Night would be before that. With the was it the fire there, and there is what it looks like, by the way. Let me show that.
It's like that like dark forest area.
Oh, Mystic Cave.
Mystic Cave, yeah.
Oh yeah, I can get that for sure.
I remember like having like some like dream or something where I got lost.
Oh wow, okay, I get that. So the personal element of having a dream as far as Sonic, or to go to the Sonic Says element of Vision Sonic the Hedgehog, this is what it looks like. If you see it, don't touch it, kids. He's talking about Poison Ivy that way. Yeah, because I mean, I'm trying to think like what other game do we have to talk about that.
It was just a creepy zone.
Yeah, I mean, even like the way the music is going, as far as like, it looks like all this stuff is gonna crush you, and then of course the pit of despair, we fall down this spike pit, which the newer version does get rid of because they put Hidden Palace down there. Actually, I don't think I ever saw this either. I'm landing on the Hark there.
Also, those fireflies. I guess those are probably the closest equivalent.
Oh yeah, you're right.
The ones in.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. And you keep running into them because they keep flashing off like the I'll put the name of what they're called. I love this, and I love the fact of all this stuff we're going through. It's like, whoa, look at that! Just you want to go fast with Sonic? Boom, boom, boom. There you go. Oh, you! See right there. Look at that. I'll just go that. Marble Gardens. But also the fact that it's like there's moss on it. So like it's been this ancient thing that's been here all. So every level's telling a story. I love that we're also telling our stories that way too. And us trying to find the story of what you're saying, Nocturne.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I love the combination of just styles, like just all the different levels that they reference.
And that's the other thing; they come together so beautifully. Because I mean,
like to the point that it feels like they all belong together.
Right, and we sometimes said the idea like when you're going stuff on, nostalgia. Actually, Nocturne, you and I were talking about this today. Let's talk about this. We're talking about Mega Man X6. At some point, we'll play the other Mega Man X games and get to that one. We're saying like, hey, you specifically, and I would agree with this, like Mega Man X6 less because of the fact it took what X4 and 5 did and seemed like it was lazy with it. The fact like there's just enemies, but they seem like either don't belong on the level or there's just one.
Yeah. Also, boring level design in X6.
Sure. So perfect contrast right here.
Like, I'm not even sorry. X6 is honestly a boring and unnecessarily difficult installment to the X series.
Which is, I mean, there's something to be said, but I mean, look, we'll still play it because then we can also get the vibe out. Actually, we'll try and get some rings.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely, we'll still play it.
Sure, no problem.
But,
hey guys, sorry I'm late. Hi, like first, good to see you tonight. We have Sonic Mania Plus. Sonic Mania specific. We'll come back to Plus later. I've Nocturne and Proterova with me tonight. Feel free to go on anything else you got. It's good to see you. We were very happy to have you. Sorry, I stopped your thought, Nocturne.
But yeah,
Mega Man X6.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, X6 is like unnecessarily difficult and boring for a. I mean, it has some great bosses, but it also has some bosses that are painfully difficult.
Oh yeah. We'll definitely be able to go to that, eventually get to that. But yeah, we're not doing that right away. We'll do that eventually.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I think I called dibs to saying the fact that, look, I'll play that. Just because I think I can maybe sort of manage that. For that, X6. Yeah, we were going into that because, just to give you context to this, like for just joining now, and we're very happy to have you tonight, as is always the case when you're on the show. We were talking about the fact we're at, Stardust Speedway Act 1 here. We're talking about the fact that this is pulling from different areas or different elements of this franchise with layouts of enemies, layouts of obstacles and things, and Nocturne saying that, hey, these all belong together. So we're kind of going in the sense of like, what's the case where they don't belong together, and that came up specific. Yeah, feel free to keep going into anything else on that, or anything else you got in your mind, or the game we're watching here.
Yeah. Meanwhile, like X4, X5, like those games both felt like they really belong, like they were really meant to be the way they were.
I get that. Proterova, what's your experience with the Mega Man X games specific?
I haven't played them.
Okay, we got a couple of good ones for sure. I was playing Mania's Tales as preparation for this, but kind of lost track of time. So you got so hooked on this game, it's like, okay, I'm like, I don't blame you that way because this game is awesome. And I'm gonna try and see if I can't find some rings and show some supersonic off. Like, that's a great case of that, and yeah, don't worry about that. As you mention all the time, thank God for the edit. We have the edit. Everything is there, and you will have not missed anything. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't want to turn time over on in this game, apparently. So, yeah, we're gonna run out of time, but it's fine. I'll get 50 rings. We're gonna do supersonic. Just trying to kill the time. No, I get that for sure, but yeah, don't worry about it. We were set. All right, hit. So we're jumping in here. Jump, hit the Y button. Oh yeah, you get this music. Oh my god, now stuff is getting serious. Sonic's here, boom. Everything's dying, you're invincible, going on with this. And yeah, this boss is a joke, because what you have to do is you have to wait for them to like go in half and then hit them, and when you do that, you get the big one coming here and hit them. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, feel free to go into other stuff for that. Like, that's a great story. Like, you're so hooked on that, yeah, there you go. You wanna go on that?
We might still beat him.
Oh, I think we will. I think we do this. Yeah, we've got a couple seconds. Yeah, we got him. If you remember, yeah, if I could turn off time over, I don't know like how to do it. Okay, perfect. And when that happens, time stops.
Nice.
I got as far as Lava Reef, as far as that play for it. Like, yeah, we're gonna show off every level of this game, and we'll have an experience already we've had, and it's so good to have you tonight. All right, so Act 1. All right, so with that, remember with Sonic CD, which is actually like First's favorite game. He actually was in the chat first time for the show with Sonic CD saying, I love the Japanese music, which this is following Japanese music, and it's time travel. So yeah, go from the past, which is based on, go into the future. But it's going to the present specific. And with that, welcome to Act 2. This also has one of the hardest achievements in the game, which is King of Speed, based off what you told me to say. Get through the first part of this in a minute, we're not doing that. But I've done it already, so I'll show off the edit of that later. You get to see all of the music stuff going on. You're like, yeah, look at this. It's supposed to be like the Sydney Opera House in the background. This is more a reflection of that, as you're seeing this stuff going on, and also like the rap music stuff going on of like, turn it up! So it's like, Bring the Noise by Public Enemy and Anthrax Remission. Yeah, just look at the light show. Like, this is another case of telling the story. Look at this. But yeah, we're at, I guess, like a big music show this way, and Sonic's here, and all the stuff's going on. Actually, Proterova, I think I asked this when we played Sonic CD. Did you ever play that?
Sonic.
Yes. Which this is what this comes from, by the way. Yeah, it is a good game, a very good game. It took me until now to realize how good the soundtrack is. Oh, so okay, don't take this the wrong way. It's like, did you not like the soundtrack coming before, or maybe you thought that it grows on you in a different way? Because I'll tell you, I love the soundtrack as far as what it was, but then you hear deeper as far as what T. Lopes' music for this is doing with it, and I also definitely have in the link list when we edit this his channel, because he's done tons of remixes of tons of stuff for tons of games, including not the Sonic stuff for Mario, stuff with Donkey Kong Country. Actually, Proterova, when we played Donkey Kong Country 2, you're saying like, I love Sticker Brush Symphony, the Bramble Blast music.
That's a good one.
He did an amazing cover of that. Oh my god, the version he did is terrific. And clearly, I guess somebody at Sega and the fan community saw what he was doing and said, yeah, be involved in this for this game. And now, actually, with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge game. Which I'm just waiting on my limited run copy for Xbox One, and we'll do it. And Proterova, I know you want to see Hyperstone Heist. I have that Cowbone collection that has it, and we'll definitely do it. All kinds of good stuff and good stuff going on. Yeah, and also, here's the other storytelling. Yeah, this place is under construction now, so they're building this place specifically, and you're doing a good job of keeping up as far as that, even though I was like, yeah, I wish you could jump into those with me. Personally, I didn't care for at first because I loved the original songs, but then the more I listened to it, I thought it was pretty good. I mean, I think that's the thought, like, the question of, well, because there are a lot of zones that are based on the other games, you think like, okay, I've heard them in the other games before, so you'll attract the originals. For sure, I'm like that, and Proterova and Nocturne, if you want to go into that, as far as what your thought is that way, I get that experience too, but then when you hear what they're doing with some of this stuff, it's kind of twisting it around. I don't know, what would you say about that? You would say something, Nocturne, on that?
Oh, apparently I came up a different way.
Okay, so you came down up this way.
But yeah, sorry, what was your question?
The question was, is it a case where, because going off of where we're saying that I like the original tracks first, but then I listened to these more and really got into them, is there a case where you'd say that you, I guess, had the purest take of liking the originals because, hey, the originals are great for a reason. They're well known for a reason, but then the remixes, like when they maybe impress you more, or made you really, really like
Yeah,
it?
like, I really like these as remixes, but I kind of prefer the originals as stage themes.
I guess your experience also with the Sonic CD music as well. Because I think you've heard some.
I don't have much experience with CD.
I said, we could take another look at CD at some point, sort of. Yeah, by the way, you have to get here in a minute to get the achievement, but yeah, whatever. But I mean, that's an interesting thought to that. Now, there's Metal Sonic. Yeah, we have that machine there. Yeah, Tails take care of it. And when you free the animals, yeah, we got this. And this boss changed, by the way, when they released the Sonic Mania Plus. There's Metal Sonic. Yeah, my evil doppelganger. And hear this great remix of the Star Speedway Japanese music. And the rotation going in the back. One thing I do miss from the original is when he goes, "Turn it up!" But yeah, there you go. You go, diddly diddly diddly. It just sounds great with the piano. There, look at that. Yeah, he's doing the dive thing out, so you gotta be careful that way. Actually, kind of a take back on Sonic Triple Trouble in Game Gear, because he's in there as well, and he has a dodge like that. Whoa, he's going low. Okay, gotta go the other direction. Ooh. I guess sort of a nod a little bit to, I guess, Sonic 4 Episode 2. Yeah, so get out of the way. Alright, so here's what's going on. First part, talking Game Gear, that's not an accident. Going back to Sonic 2 8-bit. Remember Silver Sonic, the boss is there. Nocturne, I think you said this game is so hard you probably didn't see it. But this is what he looks like, except he's kind of like a cute kid guy with like sunglasses. Or Silver Sonic, sort of, from Sonic 2 for Genesis. And even like, is the 8-bit, thing for that. Also, just shoot out energy when you
did
hit.
not mean to, I did not mean to bounce Silver Sonic back at you.
No, that's fine, because that's what he does in Sonic 2. Also, one thing they did when they made, what you're supposed to do, you're supposed to bounce him against Metal Sonic. What they did for Plus is they enhanced this so that when you hit him, he shoots out the energy balls and you can beat him quickly. But you still do it the other way. And also, I love how it just starts you running. Like, ooh, get going.
Oh, it starts Sonic running.
Well, yeah, I was like, I don't know why you're not here. Like, yeah, Tails, come back. Whoa. Yeah, there you go. Boom. As we're going into the boss they changed for the Plus version. Before, there was a spike wall that was chasing us, and we had to hit Metal Sonic. Now we use Metal Sonic High from Knuckles Chaotix. And it plays a lot like the Death Egg boss from Sonic Knuckles. Hit him in the chest, he does have the lasers, so be careful. So, or go to the Sonic Colors thing. Laser! And be careful with the hands. In fact, yeah, you know what? Nocturne, help. I can't touch him, or I'm gonna die. Oh, shit. Oh, fine, I died anyway. So besides Mega Man X6, what we've been talking about? What we've been talking about tonight...
Fired his laser.
Yeah, or, I'm a firing my laser! And I'll put a picture of that for sure when we edit. We were kind of going all over the place. We're talking about the stuff that was announced out of the Nintendo Directs. I was thinking of you with the Nintendo 64 stuff they announced. I was going nuts because of Pilot Wing 64. I know you said you hadn't played Pilot Wing 64. You now have an opportunity to play it when they release it. And it's coming this year. That and Mario Party 1 and 2. Those other stuff. And all those other things are discussions on certain stuff with that. Kind of the levels telling a story in this game, our experiences with Sonic, what Sonic games we like the most, things that got us into the franchise, I guess, to some degree, what attracted us. Proterova's take on Sonic 2, we'll definitely get to Sonic 2, 16-bit specifically, and thank you for taking out Metal Sonic Kai while, yeah, that asshole knocks the Phantom Ruby away. It's like, alright, fine, we're at the top of the tower, but it's like, alright, we gotta take care of this now. Alright, you guys take a ride on the gears there, but you'll be fine. You'll have... Yeah, just dance to the music. We were actually doing that before we went on tonight. And that's the other thing, I guess, with the music. It almost makes you want to get up and dance. Like, you could... Actually, I'll tell you this. I was at MagFest a couple years ago. T-Lopes was gonna be there. I guess he had canceled specifically. There was, like, this rave thing they were doing. He was gonna be doing, like, some of that stuff, because he's done a lot of DJing stuff. I was not expecting the announcement of GoldenEye. Yeah, because remember, we played it 2 weeks ago, so thinking, like, yeah, what was that about? On Switch and on Xbox One, Series S and X. So in that case, there's... that method. Alright, there you go. There was not transition, by the way, for this initially, but there is now. And Tails is staying up there. Yeah, so there's the Death Egg robot getting planned, but we were getting taken out. Yeah, considering it's a movie license game, you wouldn't expect that. Yeah, but as I said, it seems like these companies have gotten stuff with licensing, and Proterova, you mentioned Hyder City, we are here. Alright, I just fell through that and in the box. Okay, cool. But you're right, and I'll go to this. We're talking about this, about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection, thought that we ever get those re-released because of licensing. Same with GoldenEye. Same with a lot of stuff. I mean, we mentioned the Switch Online stuff with Kirby's Avalanche and Pokemon Puzzle League, or even Piling 64, the thought that did they have to go to Atari feasibly for the remnants of Paradigm Entertainment? Which I don't know if that's what they did, but either way they got it. And I'm almost wondering are we getting into a sense now where companies are looking at this and saying, we're going to be seeing that there's going to be a reason to pay the money for a license and say that, no, we're going to bring this back. Regardless of what it is. I mean, we didn't have that mainly with Sonic when it came to the Sonic 3 music entirely with Sonic Origins, which was disappointingly. But it seems that maybe we're getting a bit of a turn to that. I've been noticing that recently over the past couple months. Maybe the thought that a lot of companies are saying, like, we want to do this. And people realizing that, hey, this is stuff that fans want. I mean, Nocturne, you and I were talking about this earlier about the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection. I mean, now it's online for that. Because, like, fans wanted to see online for this, for the trading and battling. We got it now. And here's a boat, by the way. Find all 3 of these, there's an achievement in it. We'll see if we find them, but I already have the achievements and we'll show them later. But as I said, the fact that I guess a lot of companies maybe are listening to the thought that, stuff that was, out of keeping or thought like, this is not going to ever come back, maybe there's a chance still. And people like me are getting in the sense of, hey, I might have missed some of this stuff. Proterova, Nocturne as well. Maybe there's stuff you didn't play either, like stuff you played that I did. We're talking about Crash Bandicoot, that was another thing that came up. Because Proterova was a big one in those Crash Bandicoot games, specifically on the PlayStation, the first 3. And for that, actually, I'll also get the bubble. Toss back to Sonic 2 8-bit and also to Sonic Triple Trouble. Again, use this to kind of go up, you move up and down to slow it down or speed it up. But the fact that there are a lot of these games that you think, like, there's never a chance it's coming back. I mean, I told Chasm22, he's on a vacation in Italy right now. I said, I hope you're enjoying your vacation. I want to let you know that they are remaking Suikoden 1 and 2. And I'm thinking, he's like, oh my god, that is amazing. I said they're never going to do it, but they're doing it. Shadow Hearts is getting its, spiritual successor. Nothing's out of the realm of possibility anymore, I think. Which is weird. By the way, did you know that Sega owns the studio that made Sonic X, which is TMS? No, I did not. I don't know, to guess, are you familiar with that? Or what your take on Sonic X is, specifically? Oh, yeah, Tails at the door again. Alright, sorry, Tails. No, no, no! I don't want to get myself crushed. Yeah, that's interesting. Thank you for indicating that. Like, first, also, Darth Lucas saying, also other stuff we didn't expect, the Switch Online stuff for Genesis. Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. Earthworm Jim for Genesis was dropped out of nowhere on Switch Online. Yeah, I never played that version. It's the best version of the ones you can affordably get. The Sega CD version is the best, but it's like a $400 game. And unfortunately, I don't have it, so I can't show it. Let's take a mortgage out. Oh, because it was Earthworm Jim was Elite Dragoon, which is actually about the people who made Lunar Silver Star. We're going to be playing a couple months, with Proterova's going to be involved in too. And Beyond Oasis, specifically. Funny enough, I was just about to bring that up. So great minds think alike, as has been the case with chat and people on the show, as far as in the chat and also with me now. Like, yeah, I like to think we have the best chat of any, and best guests of any program on Twitch. But yeah, either way, feel free to challenge that way. I'll be a little modest, or not in that case, but yeah, great minds are thinking alike. I was very happy to see that. I was very happy to see all 3 of those. There's not dud in the bunch. I don't know, Nocturne, Proterova, you played, I guess, either of those 3, Earthworm Jim, Elite Dragoon, and or Beyond Oasis.
I don't think I have.
Proterova, you?
Well.
Or Elite Dragoon, I should say. Which is on Sega Genesis. Yeah, which is by the people who made Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. So it actually is going to be worth bringing that up when we talk about when we play that game in a couple of months. Kind of like the early stuff of Game Arts, which actually we'll also get because that Genesis Mini 2 unit has Sylphie from Sega CD in it. And also I have the TurboGrafx 16 Mini that has Kadash, which is like one of the first games they ever made. Which I think Game Arts made that, but if I'm wrong, I'll put an ad here. Yeah, I tried Elite Dragoon, and damn is it hard. Yeah, I mean, because it's one life, and you have to earn your continues. It kind of plays like Castlevania. I was showing Gemini 96 that yesterday. Before, and he'll also be on when we do Earthbound eventually. Actually, that's the RPG we'll do after Lunar. And he was saying that it looks almost like an action RPG, a little bit of a Castlevania thing, but it can get very hard as quickly as the second world. So I get that. Also, the bubble, by the way, will bounce off the shots there. Yes, we were in Hydro City. I don't know if I mentioned that. It was like, yeah, we're back here, and it is awesome to hear this.
Also, Hydro City has one of the best bosses in the game.
I think you want to take that boss, am I right?
Yes.
I think you should take. Yeah, you should take the boss. All right, it's all yours.
They took inspiration from Casino Nights.
You'll see if you remember or don't. Yeah, but At least You're Good's a good game, but yeah, it is very hard. But as I said, that also doesn't mean we don't play it just because it's difficult. Like, yeah, we'll still go.
Oh, I mean the normal thing.
Oh, well, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. They do. Going to which one did you say it was taken off again?
Huh?
What level did you say it was taken off
Oh,
again?
Casino Nights. Actually, wait,
Yeah, little. No, yeah, you're right,
actually,
little.
Wait, Casino Nights is my strategy is the same thing as going back and forth.
Oh, yo, you're right. You're right. That makes total sense. You're right about that. Okay, so now I'm Tails as opposed to her. But like, let's get our way out.
Also, wait, this is like Labyrinth Zone.
Like Labyrinth Zone, it's like the second act where you can make it. Ooh,
Ah,
can we make it?
Shit. Nope. We're dead.
Yeah, that's fine. We just hit the checkpoint. It's fine. We got 27 lives. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it is a hard game. It is a fun one, and same with Beyond Oasis. Because Beyond Oasis, actually, I think both of you might like Beyond Oasis a bit, which is called Story of Thor for every other region. And actually, they released every other region's version basically on Switch Online for that, or Switch Online expansion pack. They have it in Korean, they have it in Dutch, they have it in French, and they have it in stuff. You're saying, sorry, Pro, are you saying something?
Oh, he's playing Bomberman.
Oh, Bomberman. Who is?
Boss.
Him? Yeah, we gotta do Bomberman. I know what first you want to see Bomberman. What Bomberman game do you want to start with? It is your pick, because you said you wanted to run that franchise. Yeah, he is playing Bomberman, you're right. Actually, what's your familiar with Bomberman, both of yours?
I saw it, but didn't really play it.
I have a couple versions, we can definitely show that. And it said it's also, I guess, it's gonna be up to, it's gonna be Proterova's, not Proterova's take. Well, I mean, if you want to suggest one, go ahead. But my first take, because I know he does have a soft spot for the Bomberman game. There's some good ones,
Right.
sure. I know there's one Ed Weck want to be involved. He has one of the rarest, actually, which is Bomberman: The Second Attack for the Nintendo 64. It's like a 3. Alright, why is the boss so awesome here?
Alright.
Yeah, because it's the Act 2 boss from Hydra City from Sonic 3, and you can also drop the bombs down on the bombs, or on his bombs, by hitting down the D-pad. And it's such catharsis when I saw this, like, oh my god, yeah, there's Robotnik down there. It's like, yeah, he's doing this. Like, you know, he's got us sucked up that way. It's like, no, we're gonna take care of this now. Actually, that is the strategy you do want to use, dropping the bombs down on his bombs. Specific. Even does the fact that he's rotating, like, oh no, I'm gonna die. But yeah, he's getting hit this time.
So wait, so you stole Robotnik's machine?
Diego Matic, I mean, he was just lying there.
And you're using it against him.
He was just lying there. It's like he left it out there. He went deep sea diving apparently, and he said like I forgot to. He left the keys in. It's like when you leave your car keys in the thing. Like somebody steals. Like yeah, they did steal. Technically, you're right. It was like the car keys were in there. So what's going on? And yeah, he's gone. So bye bye to Robotnik. And with that,
I can see why you want to do that one.
It's lovely. It is such a great attention to detail, isn't it? Oh, wait, where'd you go?
I just kind of flew off the top of the screen without actually jumping.
Okay, well, first, that's been the other thing that's happened tonight. All this weird stuff that I don't think any of us have seen on this game before. The benefit of a thing. I'd like to see Bomberman World on PlayStation. You got it. We'll absolutely. I'll look into that one, and it'll go on the master list. I've never played that one, but so I'm going to be very curious. Do tell why that's one you really like. I guess my experience with Bomberman tends to be with Bomberman 64 and Hero a little bit, and I also played. God, are those the only two I played? You know, I hate to say it, those might have been the only two I played. Which is like, yeah, that's wrong. I should have been playing a lot of the other ones. Okay, fine. I played Bomberman 93 and 94, which are on TurboGrafx 16, and I had the TurboGrafx 16 mini unit that has both of them. So fine, I played those. Those are fun, especially with multiple people. As is the case with Bomberman, the multiplayer being a great case, but also with doing, yeah, we are going deep into the water with that rotating, and even the fact of looking underneath here, look at the waves down there. As far as on the surface, you can kind of see that, which I don't know if you saw that in Sonic 3, but I'll put a picture of what it looked like in Sonic 3. Just fact, like, yeah, we're going up and down, like, whoa. Actually, it does look like a Saturn effect, now I'm thinking about it, for the purpose of that. Okay. But fine, we'll be alright. We're getting stuck in here. Actually, another case of, I don't know if I've been down here. I read this game a lot, I think it's a good game, not many people talk about it. Yeah, I've never seen this before, so thank you for taking us down this way, Nocturne. Okay, there you go, and that's the benefit of the show. You're saying that, hey, I don't think people remember a game. Or is it niche? I mean, you were this way saying, I love Lunar Silver Stars, let's show this. Like, you got it, no problem. You think people don't know it? We'll make people know it, or let them know. I even used to own the PC port. There's a PC version of Bomberman World. I did not know that. Thank you for indicating that. I was not aware. It's like, hey, we can all learn stuff that way. Look, I don't know everything on games. I always say that. it's not that case, which is also why I'm constantly asking the guests and chat saying, what do you think, what are your experiences, and what is it that you have an attachment? So, fantastic choice. We'll definitely take a look at Bomberman World on PlayStation. I said, feasibly I could do April Fool's thing on Bomberman Act Zero, but I was like, no, we're doing Bomberman World first. Because I don't know, I've told you the stories of Bomberman Act Zero to both of you, yes? That's the Xbox 360 version of Bomberman that came out the same year Sonic 06 did. It is a single-player only game unless you go online. There's not even a system link or local multiplayer to it. It's they made Bomberman very seriously. This cute, bomber character guy. He looks like a bad knockoff of Master Chief from Halo. And there's like Bomber Women as well, with like the Bomber Man and the Bomber Woman. As far as that, the Bomber Woman is she's stacked. Let's put it that way. And they put the camera to it so close you can barely see anything, and it's one life. And then you have to go back to the beginning of the game if you're running the main levels. They give you 99 of them, so you get up to level 98, and you die once. You're going back to the beginning of the game. There's no way to save that. Yeah, Bomberman World on PC is part of the Bomberman Collection Volume 1. I will put a picture of that, because I'm not aware of that. And what else is in that, then? Because I'm not aware of Bomberman's PC origins, specifically, or what other things were on that. Well, I guess it would make sense feasibly to pull and stuff, because I know there was, on PlayStation, there was not a traditional Bomberman game. There's Bomberman Fantasy Race. I remember hearing about that. It's like sort of a kart racing game where you're riding on animals. I guess it's like what Donkey Kong Racing on GameCube was going to be before it got canceled. I should go back there because there's an item. You're running across the waves there. Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm going to wait for you to go, and since we are underwater we're supering up. Boom! I do love just the glitz and like the high energy octane element of this thing. It sounds like, it sounds very celestial as far as like going like the do for the horns, and you get the guitar going like it sounds so good. Okay, it included the PC Engine version of Bomberman and Bomberman 93. Okay, I did not know if those got ports either. So fantastic. Thank you for indicating. There's the idea of spreading the element of Bomberman around, because Bomberman's been around for. We'll do Bomberman World next year, because I believe next year is the I think is the 40th anniversary franchise. I think. Can you imagine that? The fact that it's been 40 years since Bomberman. It was 98. I think it was 1983. First entry. I think. Either way, if it wasn't, we're still gonna do it. It's like, hey, chat requests something, we're doing it. Guests in my show request something, we're doing it. I don't care what it is. Is that if we can't show it for contra reasons like nudity or something specifically, we'll let's play it as far as that, and I'll do edits for that. So yeah, in that case, that'll be how it operates. Also, yeah, when you do the drop dash with him, yeah, if there's an earthquake on the ground, I actually never really noticed that until that. And yeah, look at that. Actually, I don't even think I've seen him do the rotation on those things. It was mostly like the main one. 40 years, wow. At least I think it was 1983 for the first one, but chat, feel free to correct me if that's not right, or I'll correct myself as well in a couple days. But, and same with Sonic, because last year we celebrated 30 years of this franchise. And you just think about the fact of how far gaming's come, but also, as I mentioned, look, we focus on older games. I said, we're playing a game from 5 years ago. In a couple weeks, we're playing a game from this year. It's a remake of a game from 25 years ago. But the idea of, the thought of the new games that we're playing, I mean, Nocturne mentioned stuff like Nier Automata, you loving that as far as more modern stuff, and balancing that with some of those classics we grew up on, and Proterova, I know you're that way with, I know you're a big one on Deep Rock Galactic. Actually, one other announcement from the Nintendo stuff that I didn't indicate. I know you're a big one on Factoria, they're porting that to Switch next month. It actually looks like they're doing a pretty good job as far as port over for it. Actually, the one thing is that it'll probably be better on the PC to some degree because of the mod element, but it seems like focusing on that, it seems it's going to be in line. Okay, by the way, here is the boss here, also twisting stuff around. You're kind of going down, being shot by the fan of Robotnik here, and you hit the bombs there, and they'll give you air. You do need to do this, otherwise you're going to drown unless you have a water shield. Basically, he'll move where you move, so move up and down so he goes in those bombs, and yeah. Fine, I'm keeping Tails alive. Like, yeah, Tails is the case, or to go to, Queen, keep yourself alive. There you go. Yeah, we'll go into that. Oh, it's still like, yeah, what's the music reference going to make on this show? Especially for the next part of Majora's Mask, because it seems like every part of that has been one. So do this a couple times, and then we're going to have another throwback of sorts. And yeah, he's got the right idea with the fan. Like, yeah, you know what? Okay, yeah, you went down the different roads. Like, I'll take the high road, you take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland before you. And, okay, that got him. Alright, so now we're out here. So this is the Act 1 boss, but they change it a lot, so you can't spam this thing as easily as before, because, yeah, they make the level of the water very high. He goes up once. You can't really get out of it, so you're getting stuck in this every time. Unless you're Knuckles. But even then, it's like, yeah, it's not too bad.
So they increased the water level?
They increased the water level, and they also made it, he only goes around once the first time, and I think he'll go around once. Also, Robotnik's getting his hands dirty with this one compared to the robot things. Like, yeah, just build it up, and boom, we got it. It also drains out, so you can't drown if you have, like, 900 rings. Because you could feasibly do that in Sonic 3. Alright, we got it, and we get the transition scene that was not in the original version, but here it is. Hit by the water, but like last time, looking at that saying like, yeah, what the fuck kind of weak water jet was that? Where I was walking off. Like Tails, like, yeah, Tails is not impressed. Sonic's not impressed. Also, here's Knuckles. He got knocked off. If we're playing as Knuckles, we go to another variant of Mirage Saloon, Act 1, which is actually with Heavy Magician here, but this is a takeoff on a couple of things.
I think this part is all you, right?
Oh, you want me to do this, or do you want to play this part?
Ah, you go.
Okay, it is taken off on Proterova. I think I know where you're coming from on this. Sky Chase from Sonic 2. Although the level itself is actually based on Desert Zone, which is a level that was in the beta of Sonic 2. Actually, when we play Sonic 2, there's going to be a treasure trove, because Sonic 2 went through so many betas, it's not even funny. They had so many different ideas they were kicking around as far as levels. Things they made, but they decided, okay, we're not going to do that, so for Mania, we have this, and they said, okay, this is the case, and...
Wasn't one of the Sonic 2 beta levels called, like, Wood Zone or something?
There was Wood Zone,
like
yes, I'll put a picture of Wood Zone, where it basically is in the treetops, and even, I think it's like Electronic Genocide or something zone. It used the music for Death Egg, you only hear it for a few seconds, you'll just stay around. Specific, so they had a lot of things they were kicking around with Sonic 2. I
love the Death Egg music. Like, I would just go into the sound test and
stay there, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like with Proterova, you were saying with Hidden Palace.
Yeah, I like Hidden Palace.
Oh yeah, Hidden Palace is one of the best tracks in the game.
And Hidden Palace as well was also something from the beta, although it actually technically is in the final game, because in the Genesis version, if you put a code in with a Game Genie, it does have... You can go there, but it is a garbled mess. It's nothing. So you have to basically be in debug. You have to be in debug to open it, and otherwise you just fall and die. As we are getting the choo-choo train case going on with Robotnik becoming the train conductor.
It's still really cool that Hidden Palace technically exists in the game's code.
Well, that's true, absolutely. So that kind of surprised there. And by the way, this is how you get down there. Go there and grab it. Alright, so let's get going down there, and we see ooze. I don't know what that is. We'll see in just a second as we were going down the train. So yeah, Robotnik became a train conductor. I mean, and that's the thing as far as Sonic 2, and actually, a lot of those betas have kind of been available. I mean, now, people found them. Even, we mentioned Nick Arcade on the show. Are you familiar with that show, either of you?
I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, they had Sonic 2 on the show, actually. It was the first beta before the game came out, and there's the element of Melissa Joan Hart from Clarissa Explains It All and Sabrina the Teenage Witch failing massively at that on Emerald Hill Act 1, which has music from Starlight Zone, by the way, and different enemies. They're not in the final version. I'll put a picture of that.
I remember that show. I remember, like, coming up at, like...
flashbacks of falling off the plane when I'm using Supersonic.
And you kind of still can, I think, in this.
In Sonic 2.
And you can do it in this one. I kind of did that on purpose, but I just wanted to say that, yeah, that's why. Because, yeah, so they kept that in. It's like, I guess it's not a bug, it's a feature. At this point, it's like, no, we know it's a feature that way. I'll definitely try and dig that video out, and then also the stuff about the betas, because, man, they're too interesting. I'll say this, when I get the PC situation situated, which is, I need another PC to connect for the purpose of the recording equipment I got, as far as the PC we're running for this, we should have a night to show, like, some of those betas off, because they're fascinating. As we're going into the boss of Sandworm, which is take off on Sonic and Knuckles, but if you go the way of Knuckles, we'll show this at some point, it's actually a takeoff on a boss in Sonic Chaos from the Game Gear. In this case, you also have to take advantage of the 3D stuff and be careful not to hit them on the sides there. But reading it is kind of a tough thing, so we'll see how this operates. Yeah.
Getting up at 5:30 in the morning.
To see that, yeah, I do too. I remember you're right. It was on earlier when in the 2000s when they had, I don't remember if you remember Nick Gas, Nick Games and Sports, they would show reruns of all the old Nickelodeon game shows. Guts, Wild and Crazy Kids, Nick Arcade, Double Dare.
Guts was so much fun.
And there's a game based on Nickelodeon Guts for the Super Nintendo, it's worth pointing out. That also is one of the very first performances by Wayne Brady from Whose Line Is It Anyway, and actually the Cuphead program on Netflix. So, yeah.
Guts was the sports one, right?
Yes.
Global Guts?
Do you have, Global Guts, it was Guts, and then Guts, and then Global Guts that went across the world. Yeah, with good old Mike O'Malley and Moira Quirk, or as he always called her Mo, because it's 90s as hell. I loved it so much. We'll definitely do that game. I want to show that just because it's so weird. And we'll show the Double Dare game, which is by Rare, who made Perfect Dark, actually. And yeah, so that's where that was. Like, we landed at right on the
Legend of the Hidden Temple.
Unfortunately, there's not a game based on that. I wish there was. Well, you have Being the Dynamo from Sonic Fighters and Dynamite Ducks, which was a Sega arcade game before. But yeah, he's bombing our plane, and fortunately, yeah, the tornado is going to have to get fixed. So Tails, get on that, but we'll do that when we go home.
Oh well, poor Tails. He has to fix that plane.
Well, he probably loves it. He'll make it better. I mean, you mentioned you played Sonic Adventure. In Sonic Adventure, he did make it better. He said, like, it was cool as far as what I was doing, flying the plane I made. He was like, yeah, it didn't work well. Let me use the Chaos Algorithm to power it. Also, there is Knack the Weasel, or Fane Sniper. We will see him at some point when we play Sonic Triple Trouble. He's in there. Actually, we did see him when we played Sonic Fighters as well. And yeah, Being the Dynamo. Or no. Yeah, Being the Dynamo. That's right. Well, so we're going to...
was Being the Dynamite.
Oh, Being the Dynamite. Thank you. You're right. That was what it was. Actually, no, we played Sonic Fighters. Also, achievement in here. Go in here as we go from the ice cream bar. Step on the soda. Do a spin dash to get all the way there. Grab that as an achievement. And there's also a hidden ring for that. Yeah, it was them, and then Bark the Polar Bear and Fane Sniper or Knack the Weasel. Which I know the comics did a lot of stuff interesting with Knack the Weasel, including the fact that basically he made it into a case where he basically was able to knock Sonic out and get him turned into a robot, and then when he attacked the village, Princess Sally basically charged Sonic with treason. And then it was basically up to Sonic to prove his innocence. And the judges of the case were Hip and Hop from Sonic Spinball, which is a great attention to detail. Like, there you go. That was they convicted him on, you know, he just like instant guilty. He's like, what? He's like, let me give me a day to prove that I'm innocent for the purpose of that. So it's kind of interesting.
Guilty until proven innocent.
Well, although in that case, to be fair, they did have a trial in the case of that. Actually, that was issue 40 of the comic, the Archie comic specifically. There's another aspect. I don't know. And I think Nocturne, we mentioned this when we played Sonic 1. Experience with the Archie comics in Proterova U2, if you've read them.
I mean, technically, I have I have these little books that are small collections of some of the Archie comics.
Mm-hmm.
But I only have it for like the first, I think, 10 volumes of these little collections.
Yeah, but they made a ton of them, so there is a case to kind of go into that. By the way, did someone mention Dynamite Ducks? Yes, we did, because of being the dynamite. Just want to say it right. I'd be the dynamo. So that helps. In fact, here they are, like wanted posters. Remember in Sonic Generations, they said, "Have you seen me for what's his name? For Mighty Armadillo. He's in this game." So yeah, where are these people been? Like, yeah, we haven't seen him since Sonic Fighters. We haven't seen them since Sonic Fighters either. So like, yeah, what's going on? Yeah, I don't know. Do you have experience with Dynamite Ducks? It was an arcade game with Sega's. I never played it, and I don't know if there's even a home version of it, or there might be one on the Sega Master System, but I don't have a Sega Master System, so I have to kind of dig that out. Well, that'd be worth showing. I mean, we did show a Sega Master game on the show already. We showed Sonic 2 8-bit, actually, that way. And that is the version of the game to play if you're going to play any of them, because it lacks the screen elements that the Game Gear version had. But unfortunately, it's not available anymore because it's only on the Virtual Console here. Oh, crap. In that case, yeah, let's get that. Actually, you know, let's go from Ice Cream Guy. I feel bad. Like, let's just do that. Let's drown our sorrows away with this. Or as I think of Rocko's Mom, it's like, let's go drown our sorrows so they go and get milkshakes. They're like, yeah, why did I buy that stupid Magic Kit anyway? And then Filbert's just, you know, brutally honest saying, like, I don't know. Because you're stupid. And he just starts crying even more. Like, ah! Yeah, in that case, yeah, run along the soda. Happy Console Gamer's favorite game. Yeah, that is it? Okay, I'll put a link to that for sure as far as that. I'm trying to get a shield. Because I've never played it, have you? And I guess, I don't know, if you, any of my guests, if you played Dynamite Ducks. As I said, I don't think it's been released much. So I'd be curious, as I said, because it's a Sega game I've never seen or never played. Which I guess is the fascination to me. I'm saying that recently to people the thought that games that passed me by and I missed. So maybe one of them, especially because like, hey, it ties to Sonic, so you'd think that we'd get a re-release of that, but really not. Actually, I don't even think it's in that Genesis or the SG Mini I have, which I don't think it is. I was going down while there's eyes on us. All right, so it's showtime. All right, hi, Heavy Magician. We're gonna take care of him. We have the Knuckles Chaotix box, but when we come out, yeah, you have the ring loss of the Game Gear Sonic, and there's Knack Weasel shooting me with his pop pistols. Yeah, because we played Sonic the Fighters. He's the cheapest character in the game. You just keep shooting with the gun and do the dash with the the running dash, and yeah, you're definitely gonna lose. And there's Bean from Dynamite Ducks, and he throws bombs specifically. I believe he did in that game. He also busted our plane, so he has to pay. What you're seeing with Heavy Magician is all an illusion. And there is Bart the Polar Bear, by the way. The big heavy one who, just smashes stuff from the ceiling. Every time you hit him, by the way, you get 2 hits off of him, where you can get 2 hits specifically until he goes back in the box. Yeah, so for our next magic trick, we're going to make him disappear. Yeah, good job, Nocturne, for making that magic trick happen. You know, they always say when you go to the magic show, you always have your helper. Yeah, there you go. The helper that way for that, as we were hitting that, we were going off. So we're out of the desert, and where to next? We're gonna... Okay, cool points, at least. Cool bonus. Cool points is cool spot. Some point we'll do that. Probably next summer. Shot up. Boom. Over into... Yeah, the industrial area, so that was that. Oh, I have a link right here, talking about along with other games he hates. Alright, well, they'll put the link list. Thank you very much.
Oil Ocean.
Yeah, go on Oil Ocean, for sure.
It's just a great stage.
There's also stuff they added this to make it even better, although... And I remember Proterova, when we first showed you this game when it came out, it's like, this looks exactly like the main level, and you're right, it does. But there are a couple things they do a little unique, as you'll see. I was at chat, and everybody will see as far as that. Yeah, them, but yeah, don't worry about it. You kind of come to take that, and we also don't run into the glitches I saw when we were playing Sonic Origins. This rolling through it. Yeah, there you go. Jump in the oil with the fire shield. It's burning. Or as some call me Johnny Channel indicated, is that I made a joke of that in a video I did years ago, and they actually made it happen. They finally did that. I always joke about what happens if you throw a match in Oil Ocean, it's going to explode. Like they actually put it in here, which didn't bring up actually because. She who helps do the music for this actually did do the music for the Some Call Me Johnny channel, whose new video now is about actually the Donkey Kong Country trilogy. It was interesting watching that, saying that, oh yeah, I played the first one a couple months ago, we played 2 a couple years ago, in the sense of some of the things that he was talking about that were unique compared to what we talked about. And next year, since Electric wants to see this, we're doing the third game, for sure. We're definitely looking forward to doing that one. Bonk. Yeah, it's good stuff. And loving the fact of, yeah, the sunset there, look at that. It's good stuff, yeah. And the hazy sun, that's another thing that I don't even know if I noticed that much.
That.
Well, not as much in the original. I mean, it probably was there maybe to a degree, but... Yeah. I mean, because of the tech this is running, on all the systems it's on, not just Xbox One, which is where we're playing this, by the way, you still see that, and it does look great. Oh, you got up into that. Perfect. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, so yeah, Tails not getting left behind, especially with Nocturne controls for Tails. So there you go. Yeah, we've shown she's expert at Tails already with Sonic Jam. We're showing it again.
Yeah, like I actually seriously enjoy doing off-screen gameplay as Tails.
I mean, fitting because Electric was saying, "Hey, I was playing as Tails before with this." So there you go. Mentioned the great minds think alike concepts. Going down. I mean, I think that's the other thing, as I said, because the thought was, I know, like you said this when we played Knuckles Chaotix, the thought that I wish there was all original levels compared to remixes of other stuff, but I think, barring questions of, was necessarily a bit of a slight from Takeshi Iizuka of the American developers of this, it's also the thought that they did sort of make a case of saying, like, okay, what are we going to do with this that's unique? And also with a lot of details, so it's the thought of, these levels are great anyway, so you get the sense of why would they want to come back to them. They're classics and they twist them around, as we're already seeing for Act 1 a little, in subtle ways, but then we're going to see for Act 2 in definitely different ways. Yeah, that was my fault of rolling into that. And so yeah, you just soak it up. This
like
is just
that insignia thing on the back.
Of, what was that?
On some of the buildings, it has like a face.
Okay, also, by the way, I'm gonna not hit him. I want to show, it's fine, don't worry about it. But, by the way, that is the right way to play it, though, because there's a massive thing. If he turns the gears there, there's a spike picket up there. If you're not in the center, you're gonna get crushed and die. So, yeah, don't do that. It's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine.
I
Don't
didn't
worry.
realize that.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. As I said, I will also put an edit showing that happened about here. And we're back. As we're bouncing that off. Don't worry about it. Look, I didn't give you enough warning, so that's always the case. Like, I should probably say, like, if I'm gonna do something, I'll say this, like, give you some warning in advance. But, like, either way, you showed the right way to do it, because otherwise, you're crushed and die. And now we're in Act 2. This is totally different, because we're in the industrial area of this with all the stuff in the background there. Actually looks a little bit like something out of Vector Man. I don't know if you've ever played, either of you played Vector Man specific, as far as the color palette, and also some of the effects on the smog back there. But yeah, the smog is not just a nice look. This thing is poison, and it's gonna be like, I don't know, what are we thinking to guess on what this looks like, what this reminds you of? The fact that we have to, have this element going on the level, and we have to find the handles. Global warming, but also the thought, well, technically, but also Sandopoulos Zone, because, yeah, actually, the global warming does kill Sonic, you're right, because, well, two things.
Oh, yeah.
It does kill Sonic because when you have it that high, you start, bleeding rings out. Even if you're in super form, you do, so you can't avoid this. Even if you've got Fire Shield, you can't avoid this. It's actually fitting indication of that because, remember, Sonic is kind of a perspective of, man versus machine, or nature versus machines of Robotnik, so...
Well, that was like the 90s in general.
Well, I mean, I was mentioning, because when Nocturne was saying to me today that what's a case of a game that's like Sonic, I mentioned to her, I'll put a picture of this. This is a not very good game from what I understand. And this is the real title of the game. Awesome Possum Kicks Dr. Machino's Butt. Where the idea is that he's all about recycling, and like saying all these catchphrases like Bubsy specifically. This is the kind of thing I think I remember reading some reviews of this, saying that this game is the kind of thing you sound like, recycle. It's like, I just want to dump oil into the ocean after hearing this game and hearing this stuff because this game is so awful. It's like, yeah, in that case, it's the case of saying, like, you know what, I might love the environment. It's like, fine, this game is testing that love. Or as I think Roger Ebert said when he reviewed the movie The Grey, saying like, I was just...
And we have a very crispy fox.
Yeah, he's burning... Oh, which we had with, Well, we mentioned that we played Sonic 1 because of the fact they said there's the case of the comics where they show, Kentucky Frying Tails that's extra crispy, and he's like a box of fries. It's weird! It goes to Weird Dreams. But yeah, fitting to that as far as it...
Fox and the Hound. Hound wins.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's taking me back. I do love the fact Kurt Russell's in that movie, for sure, though. It's a movie I've not seen in years. And the idea of, the dark element. But yeah, Tails can help that way as we go along. Woo! Also, submarines, we'll see them a little later, but, yeah, this is where we're going. But it said, even something like that, it's like, yeah, it's testing your love of something like that. It's like, yeah, you want to save the environment? It's like, yeah, after something like that, no, you don't want to save the environment.
Shoot.
Ouch.
I didn't think that would happen.
No, it's fine, don't worry about it. I just got the great remix of this. It's very, even more Egyptian themed than it already was.
Shit.
Oh, you fell through that, I think. You fell through the wall.
I did.
Okay.
Let me just airlift you. Let me just airlift you to the top.
Oh, I do love that. The way they remix this track is so beautiful. It's like, sounds so good. Can't worry about it. It's definitely getting foggy here. Oh. The fire shield can help a little bit, but also, as mentioned, that enemy there looks like the soul from, actually from Hilltop Zone in Sonic 2. It will still, it'll drop down the fire and it'll hurt you. Yeah, so yeah, like Sandopoulos, so you keep your ghosts away. In this case, you have to keep hitting that. But unlike the other one where you can kind of survive, the stuff with the ghost. There's no surviving this train, that's for sure.
Is that when even Super Sonic can't help you, you know that, yeah, you got something going on. Also, there's a secret stuff I don't think we're gonna find if we can pass by it. You actually have to kind of go under the oil and do what you can do in Sonic 2, which is time it specifically when you go underneath that so you don't get stuck under there and die. I'll see if I can show that, like here. Yeah, like that. Basically, you have to time it specifically, and there we
here's
go.
the sub.
In fact, that's it right there. Like, that is the hidden sub. There's an achievement for that, but I'll show off the full achievement once we're done. You get some nice items when you're in here, specifically lives, or life health, invincibility, and that. And yeah, there's Tails in here. So we can get out. So yeah, out he goes. You have a question: can the smoke kill you, or does it drain your rings? If you're out of rings, it does kill you. Yes. It drains your rings. It's actually a lot like you mentioned. Lava Reef. Spoiler warning: Lava Reef is the next level. The Toxo Misters in that, you get caught in the smog of them. It drains rings. If you have no rings, you die. It's the same thing. So yes, it can kill you, and there's no way to avoid it. Even Supersonic. Well, your rings are going down to Supersonic anyway. So yeah, Tails, bye-bye. Stay with the ring box, but yeah, you'll come back. As always the case, your Tails keeps coming back. You're never getting rid of him. You can come back for anything, and there you go. Okay, so yeah, Tails will love you. So yeah, that's how it operates for it. What's up?
I heard Tails will love you.
Tails will love you. He'll definitely, be helpful as far as everything. Like, hey, he adores Sonic, but as we mentioned with Sonic Adventure, he wants to be his own fox, and he may even make that happen. We're getting to the boss here, and this is going to a fix, actually, of a glitch that Nocturne, you ran into when you first played this, and you're saying, like, what the fuck is this? I keep dying, like, this is not fair. The Nikki thing, she always says, like, this isn't fair. It's like, yeah, you're right, it's not fair, which is why they fixed it. So, thank God they fixed it. We'll get into that in just a second. And the smoke, by the way, will dissipate with the boss. But imagine that, like, hey, it's on the boss, and you have to go and hit the handle during the boss to keep yourself alive. Or if they're even worse and say that, oh, by the way, there's no handle there. I mean, I'd assume there's probably a hack of the PC version of this that does that. Because the mod community of the PC version of Mania is quite something. To the point where, actually, I bought this on the PC again. Actually, technically, I bought this game 3 times for myself. I bought the digital version because it was when it first came out. It was only that way. I bought Mania Plus on Xbox One. I bought it on the PC because it was on sale on Steam, and because it has the mod community stuff. At some point, we'll definitely do stuff with that. We're gonna get the text set up for it. All right, let's get going out. There probably is I'm gonna assume there's a hack of that where they say like, fine, let's run the boss with yourself. In that case, I would think. And it'll toss back to something with Sonic 2. So I think it's gonna look very familiar. Let me just show you this. Yeah, that pull down. That used to kill you in one hit because it used to pull you down and basically into a bottomless pit. And Nocturne used to having that happen. It's like, how did I die? And I looked at that and said, that's how you die. But what they did is, and that's how they fixed it, they made it so that when it pulls you down, it basically stops you as soon as you hit the oil. So we'll go below the oil and, get yourself burnt.
And I remember used to cheese this. I used to just stay in the oil.
Yeah, although this is a little different because it ties in with actually the mini-boss of Lava Reef, so fitting the Lava Reef to the next level. Because it's basically the same case that, yeah, that's how you should be dying, which is when you sink down, as opposed to that. Also, they have a sound effect when that comes out, the tenor going. Also handling the laser. But also do the shoot across the platforms a lot more.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, why didn't it shoot across the platforms?
It'll do it more in this game than in Sonic 2, I've noticed that. Oh, well, what happened? Okay, I hit the hand and then I fell and died, so...
I thought it was 3 shots.
For...
in the, Sonic 2.
I think it is, but I know... maybe it's just me, but with Sonic Mania, for this boss in this game, I get the sense it shoots the laser across the floor a lot more in this.
Okay.
I mean, I might be wrong, I don't know, but from my experience playing this, that's what I think that I might have been seeing.
From my memory, it was 1, 2, 3.
It is. In fact, I think it's the same... Okay, fine, it's 2 in this case. I think it... Alright, so I think it varies, we'll see. For it. So as I said, giving new wrinkles on bosses and things that we've seen in the other Sonic games, especially the ones that they're indicating. Where this kid's kind of
I remember it so vividly because I had a friend who used to get stuck on this level.
Okay.
And that's where I developed the idea of cheesing it and staying in the oil.
Uh-huh. Which is smart. So in that case, that goes to another memory, which is that experience with playing other people and saying like, hey, if someone's struggling with something, how do I avoid making that mistake feasibly? And, oh, you got it. Good job. Okay, I saw you got the hand. I didn't know that you got the other thing as well. Also, this is different because we're on a sub. When this game first came out, it was not on a sub. So, how's that working? Yeah, but yeah, smoking kills kitties, so, yeah, we're, yeah, don't smoke. Or, I could do, like, the Family Guy thing is, like, we'll do the subliminal advertising of, you know, peas are coming in mighty early this year. Smoke.
Don't smoke in an oil plant.
Yeah, well, yeah, we showed exactly why, but this is how we're going. The rafter, the sub is taking us over, launching into lava. By the way, I was thinking the lava, so don't get caught in that. Or, well, stand on nothing! You saw that, right?
Yep.
Tails is standing on nothing, I love that. So yeah, that is new. They did add that intro or that transition in, because when this game first came out, not available transitions, unfortunately. But now they do. Here we are in Lava Reef, you're saying, actually, Proterova, I think you were saying this, you love in the Lava Reef case, and I think not you too.
Oh yeah, from Sonic? What?
Sonic Knuckles. But there are a lot of stuff coming from the other stuff, including stuff from Sonic 2, you saw the Rex
Oh, I'm
sites.
thinking Hilltop then.
Yeah, Hilltop from Sonic 2, and there's a lot of Hilltop on this level, actually. Not just what we just saw. Including, like, that metal walker. That's from Sonic and Sonic CD. But in that case, you also crush the Rexons with it, and it's an achievement. And when I unlocked that, I was like, oh my god, that's cool, I can crush that thing with that on the metal, and then get an award for it. You also get more of a volcano element, which actually looks like, what's the name? The volcano level in Sonic 06. I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. I think it's... Chad, help me out on that one. What's the name of the volcano level in Sonic 06? Because actually it looks like when you're going up to the volcano and that, which is a great sight in that game. We're gonna play that game still, I think we should, just because of it. But it was nice sights for it. And the thought of, hey, you'll go in different places, it kind of echoes to this as you're doing the nice rotation stuff and going off. Whoa! Also, I didn't mention the fact that you have that super fast running animation, and Tails has it too, where it gets really, you know, he kind of leans down a bit and his tails are going really, really nicely. And there's a cartridge there, which is why I want to stop. And more loops, so yeah, going, I guess, the Sonic 1 thing that way. And now we're basically up on the planks.
And if I remember from the last level,
yeah.
You didn't really show it, but I remember that they do attack you if you're in the oil. There's like a new attack.
The boss?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe they do. I think you're right. But, yeah, there's another record.
At some point, someone showed me that strategy doesn't work anymore.
In Sonic 2?
Yeah.
Okay, so, and it's just, as far as just the idea of that game, that version, I mean, that game, not even the other later versions that indicate.
Well, this is...
Yeah, because you played it mostly the Genesis version, yes.
Or maybe it was in the, like a anniversary edition or something?
So, like the one in Origins, perhaps. I don't know, because I know they changed stuff for that, but also they give you that spring so you don't get crushed by the spike ball. Yeah, because I don't know how they changed that with Origins. I can put an answer into that when I edit this couple days, because I do have my Switch with me. Well, I can just boot that version up and see what does it do that. Or just pull my phone out and see right there, because I have that version as well. Which is what the Origins version is based off of. Alright. So this stuff's sort of, yeah, keep out, so it is kind of, I guess, almost like an electrical thing, or... I don't know why I remember this. I don't know if you remember these commercials for some electric companies, Pepco specifically, which is a company that does that. You have this cartoon, this young boy saying, like, yeah, you know what, he's trying to protect his young boy from accidentally killing himself with electricity, saying, you know, you just listen to me when I say that a substation is nowhere to play. It's like, little brother, play with me instead of electricity. I mean, I love you, but even more, I want you to be around when you're 4, which is kind of dark when you think about that. But,
jeez.
That idea of thought, like, yeah, don't play with, like, an electrical outlet to his young child. I mean, which is fair, like, probably doesn't have a perspective to that. But then the thought of, you know, that concept of, like, yeah, dark 90s commercials. I'll see if I can't dig that out. Just because it's so weird and messed up, you're not gonna believe it. But more just for the idea. It's almost animated. I'll tell you what's almost animated, like, almost like Peanuts, a little bit, weirdly, for it. So, like, it's not the Peanuts telling you not to do that. I mean, hey, we had that with Sonic, 'cause remember, Sonic says for Adventure of Sonic the Hedgehog, he's basically telling you that sexual harassment that's no good. Everybody remembers that specifically.
Wait, Sonic had a commercial like that?
It's in Sonic, it's the most famous of the Sonic says is from Adventure of Sonic the Hedgehog. He says, kids, it's, you remember that one, which is, there's nothing more cool than being hugged by someone you like, but if someone tries to touch you in a place in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable, that's no good. And you've seen, there's like the mixtures of that online where they basically twist it around like that, saying, you know, make it insanely dark, or saying like, no, it's your body, everyone has the right to touch your body. It's like, okay, so it goes dark
Wait,
that way.
Like,
The original one was like the idea of like, no, that's that idea.
who are these ads being targeted to?
Well, actually,
Kids?
I'll tell you. There's a reason
What?
that was there, because there was, I believe it was an FCC requirement in the 90s. It was DQ released The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, actually all the Sonic the Hedgehog stuff, as we're crushing the Rex, and then an achievement, by the way, for that. Yeah, you know what? Boom. I was gonna say, yeah, you should crush him. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'm not gonna rob you of the pledge. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't get to do it. Yeah, I'm surprised they got away with that. Well, I mean, here's the thing, because in the 90s, as you're getting the Hilltop case, there's the Digger bot, or the Driller bot case, going down, but yeah, this place is rising, or the lava to go to, Sonic Heroes. It's rising! Quick! Get to the top, fast! But yeah, in the 90s, there was actually an FCC requirement that said that any cartoon for children had to have some kind of PSA at the end of it for a lesson, so it would be, I guess, not just
Educational?
endless and mindless.
Okay.
Which is why there was the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog Sonic Says, why there was Sailor Says for Sailor Moon for the Deke dub of that. There was something for Inspector Gadget as well that did that. There's a lot of Deke stuff. Of course, one of the most famous aside from that for Sonic was G.I. Joe. And somewhere you can do stuff with G.I. Joe because there's a game based on it. And bless you. There's a game
What
based
was
on
the
it.
G.I. Joe?
Well, it's just them saying weird stuff, or saying, like, be careful of certain things, like don't touch guns and things. But then, of course, at the end, they always said at the end that just, now I know, and knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. It is very famous, and it is wonderful. So, like, at that point, I guess the question, like, how do you make something dark like that fun,
At least
and, like,
that makes sense because it's a military show.
That's true, and well, that's the idea of G.I. Joe, because actually, I did like the style of G.I. Joe as far as I was, like, it's like that in Transformers to a certain extent, as far as what that was like, but the thing in G.I. Joe in itself had a lot of personality as far as the show, the characters, yeah, it is a military thing for that.
Yeah.
Also, what it was playing to that, it played to that element, sure, but it also kind of...
Like, just throwing it in public service announcements randomly seems...
Yeah, that was not necessarily random, though, because I think it was the same case, because that was in the 80s, and it was kind of, I think it was actually in the late 90s, like, I think Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog was one of the last elements of that. And I'll put something linkless to that, because I know that there was a requirement for that, and that's why that happened.
But
Which is fascinating.
I can understand a requirement, but like a random requirement where what you're watching has no relevance to...
Well, I mean, I think the thing is that because it was aimed at children, the thought, hey, you know, are you gonna... Because some people say, like, with children entertainment, are you necessarily rotting their brains and stuff? And people said that about some franchises I know we like, stuff like Pokemon. They said, like, Roger Ebert famously said, we're giving our children cinematic junk food with crap like this.
Oh,
But...
I'm assuming there still people think that Pokemon is
well,
dangerous for children.
well, we mentioned that when we played Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the first one. The fact that people thought that was an aggressive case. We mentioned that when we did the Power Rangers game about a month ago for that. But I mean, then the way the times have changed for the perspective of that. By the way, what you gotta do is you gotta get the Driller bot here to go on the rocks. Actually, no, I'll show what happens when it doesn't go on the rocks eventually. You have to take off the metal of it, and then what happens is that it'll then be vulnerable to picking. I'll show it going on the lava just because...
And here's kind of a reference of Mystic Cave.
Yes,
Mystic
and
Cave
it's pulling
boss.
Mystic Cave on top of that because the boss there, you do the jump and it'll drop one of those, and it'll break break that. So get him on the rocks. Ow. At that point, you can then jump right into it, and you're all set, and the fire basically melts off. But yeah, to go by that thing we were talking about, so yeah, I'm glad we got into that. I wonder the team that worked on Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog did the dub of Sailor Moon because of the Sailor Says. I mean, I guess the Deke thing, actually... Oh, there's a bounce there. I did not know that. Actually, you know what? I want to try something. Can I drop on...
No, can you put it
Oh,
in?
sorry.
No, it's fine. I want to see if I can drop it on that... Okay, I can do... Oh, wait, it's lava, so it'll just land in the lava. Never mind. Okay, so show me just jumping on the lava that's cooled. But, so, yeah, a good point of, like, first, as far as it may be, because I mentioned Inspector Gadget. Inspector Gadget was a Deke show as well. But, yeah, you're right. I mean, the thought, like... It was thought as, like, you know, children's entertainment, you know, give them something of worth on top of the cartoon they got. And that was also the case of, and, Crusader 64 indicated me this, and I know of this one. I don't know if you're familiar with this, Battle of the Cartoon Battle of the Cartoon All-Stars. It's basically all these famous, cartoon characters coming along, like, Winnie the Pooh, and Kermit the Frog, and Miss Piggy, and Alvin from Simon from Alvin and the Chipmunks, and all these other things. It's a PSA about smoking marijuana, and also Bugs Bunny, who says, "What's this? A joint?" It's like, yeah, don't smoke, kids. But they have this smoke cloud that's encouraging you to do it, who's voiced by the late great George C. Scott from Patton. So I was like, oh, that's kind of amazing. But it's the question of, you know, that was what it was. People said, like, oh, we want to see all these cartoon characters together, but they're getting together for, as they usually always said, a very special episode of whatever show, whether it's Blossom, whether it's Saved by the Bell, which had an episode about that, where Elizabeth Berkley got hooked on with painkillers, and then she started singing I'm So Excited by the Pointer Sisters, and people remember that. In fact, they pointed that when Showgirls came out, because she's in Showgirls as Naomi Malone, the main character of that movie, and thought, like, wait, this is like the logical extension of that if we're running an NC-17 rating for that movie. As, by the way, we are in Act 2 of Lava Reef. Kind of mixing stuff with Quartz Quadrant from Sonic CD, as we're going to see as we go along.
I feel like a lot of 90s shows had a lot of darker themes that would be appropriate in today's day and age.
Well, yes, but then also, here's the other thing, because remember, actually, Dolly Fitness in the chat mentioned that, and so I rewatched Trigun recently. Yeah, going to that like first as we go into this as well. Oh yeah, I'll be careful in there, otherwise I get myself crushed.
Well, I mean more for the target at the American audience.
Yeah, but I mean, that's an interesting thing. We talked about that with Sailor Moon, because Sailor Moon, we played another story. There's the case that the Sailor Neptune and Sailor Uranus in that show were lesbian lovers as far as the original continuity of the show. They changed it to cousins. That made it worse because they edit out a lot of the romantic elements to that. But you're right, the thought of like some of that. But then it's interesting though, because at that point the thought was like, no, we have to change that because we think kids are not going to get this. But nowadays, it's like, no, it's not really that question. They're thinking like, okay, fine, we'll do this. But you're right, the thought of scene maybe is something more, if not corrupting necessarily, the question of is this something that is going to be seen as appropriate for children, or would it fly? But I mean, in some ways, you think some of the stuff applies today. You're thinking like, well, I think maybe it would.
Not so much cartoons. I mean more like sitcoms and so forth.
Yeah, to some degree. People mention that with stuff like Will and Grace and things like that. For sure. I mean, I can get that.
Even something supposedly as innocent as, say, The Simpsons.
Well, I mean, The Simpsons
was, I guess, a very progressive show, looking at the themes.
I mean, yes, but
just no one took it seriously because it was a cartoon.
Well, I mean, maybe that's also people mention that too, and thank you for bringing that up. And feel free to go into your stuff on Trigun like first, and we'll go into that because I don't know what you're familiar on Trigun is. I've heard of it, and maybe seen it briefly. I don't know if I've been recommended a lot. I don't know. Have you seen Trigun?
I think I've seen a few episodes.
I know of it. I don't know. I don't actually know that much about it.
Nice sketch, by the way. It's very Western themed. I know that. It's kind of. We mentioned a couple weeks ago the Arm Fantasia and Penny Blood Kickstarter thing. We just take off our Arm Fantasia to take off on Wild Arms. It kind of has a feel of that. A little bit, from what I've understood.
I never had a very heavy Christian theme.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that started. In fact, Life vs. indicating this. It's messed up in the sense that there was the perspective of gay couples back in the 90s, but yet incest. Question, actually, he brought that up last week when we played Mischief Makers, because Robotech, they translated Robotech to the US, and there were characters in that where they were cousins, but they kept talking as far as the dialogue about them getting married, and the question, like, what was that about? But you're right, the thought that, okay, fine, nowadays, the question of how stuff is changing, what is that looking like, and then the people questioning, like, wait a second, what's that thought like? Because, I mean, it's, as we mentioned with Sailor Moon, is that I guess they tried to figure out one concern, saying, like, would children be ready for something like this? Maybe at a young age, I mean, fair enough, I guess, to a degree, maybe, but then the question of, it creates a worse problem, because you're like, wait a second, that's different. Whereas nowadays, like, okay, that's fine. And you mentioned The Simpsons, and thank you for indicating that, because
That's just a classic example.
It's a classic example, but I mean, it's still around. It definitely has a different feel to it now compared to what it did before. And also, you're right, the thought, and we mentioned that too, the thought that cartoons were seen as stuff for children. Thought that, and Japan never really had that perspective specific to it. So, well, not exactly.
But then if you look at, like, dated things, like the old, like, westerns.
Sure.
Like, violence was seen as a normal thing.
And to some degree, that's still the case, because, I mean...
And,
yeah, I'll try and get the...
Yeah, and it feels like violence is seemed less kid-appropriate versus just violence is just the way of the world, especially after, like, World War II.
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's funny.
So it was used as, like, propaganda.
Could be, yeah, you're right.
I think up to, like, the 60s and 70s versus the things that, would be probably just normal or propaganda to the time, totally acceptable, would be considered you're glorifying war.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question. Actually, that's an interesting thing when you get to the 1970s, because the 1970s was the case where, I mean, we're going history this way, as far as respective violence and things, which is, I'll try and get the fire shield if it's on this. And that is, in the 70s, that kind of broke through because there was the sexual revolution. We mentioned that on the show before, interesting enough. Yeah, who knew we were going this high class in the Sonic game, for sure. Yeah, we covered the harbor on this program, as mentioned it multiple times. But in the 1970s, they were looking at the fact of exactly what you said, Proterova, which is that, hey, you know, violence for stuff like that, as far as movies that were dealing with that, stuff with dealing with war in a more complicated element to a certain degree, and kind of looking at that a little deeper in ways. But also, you said the thing with violence, which is that this week saw the release of Blonde. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a film that is a biopic about Marilyn Monroe. It stars Anna de Armas from Blade Runner 2049, and she was also in Knives Out, and she was in No Time to Die last year, the Bond picture. She plays that. The movie is rated NC-17, went out with an NC-17 rating, which means that none of the theater chains can carry it, and it's because of its sex. So the idea is that even today, you're right, the thought of violence, that violence tends to be seen in this country usually as something that is allowed more for, like, appropriateness than sex or language, and, like, the South Park movie, the field day with that. So Trigun's a good show, but the ending felt underwhelming with no build-up whatsoever. I said, I don't know that. I mean, at some point we should take a look at stuff from Trigun. I don't know if there's games based on Trigun. I'm not sure if there are. Ooh. I mentioned to you, Proterova, today, there's a show based on Samurai Champloo that's on the PS2. I believe it's Namco made that specific.
But it just feels like in Western cultures, like, sex is a taboo subject versus, wait a second.
Well, violence and language.
So actually hurting people was maybe not the best, but it wasn't really, it was considered okay. Like PG-13 okay levels.
Right, and
it was generally socially acceptable. You know, murder, stuff like that, it was considered okay to show to kids.
Right.
Especially if it's in a comedic sense.
Right.
Versus in Eastern societies,
it's the other way around.
Violence is abhorrent and appalling, and sex and nudity are basically PG-13.
Yeah, I mean...
So it's just a huge societal difference.
And that's interesting because we brought that up also because it's also the opposite way, because you're right to that, but then there's also the question as far as Japan with the idea of, like, because incest is legal there. So we mentioned that as far as some other stuff. As we're getting to this boss, I want to indicate something very specific on this. I'm going to pull my notebook out on this. Because this is actually kind of a little bit of a deeper concept, too. This is Heavy Rider, by the way, we're fighting as we were going on the Rise Up here.
And feel free to do SuperSonic.
Yeah.
I think that would probably be...
I will show this. Here's what he's doing. He's riding a Motobug here. He's throwing out the mace that way. We got tons of rings. I'm basically jumping over him. He does the jump over, does it from, and he's like, yay! So, okay, here's the deal. That, Motobug there looks very angry, doesn't he? That is actually an homage to someone who is no longer with us. Talking about, tragic elements as far as, certain things. That is, based on Cody Lawrence. He was known online as, Polygon Jim. He's a member of the Sonic hacking community. And there he goes. I bounced him off, and then he goes off. He made a hack of Sonic the Hedgehog 1 called Motobug the Badnik in Sonic the Hedgehog. He did a lot of stuff as far as, I guess, stuff with the Sonic fan community. He unfortunately died in a car crash in 2013, I believe it was. He was only 21. And it also goes to the question of, unfortunately, he was not wearing a seatbelt. As far as that being said, the thought of, it goes to what you're saying as far as different cultures, looking over to Little Planet, in this new cutscene element, as we go to Metallic Madness, which is the thought of, actually this goes to something, how does Japan handle death? Actually, I mentioned Harvest Moon 64, that Japan's Switch Online is going to get. The opening cutscene in that game is the fact that they're at the wake of your grandfather, and they're celebrating the idea that he had a long and wonderful life, because he was in his 90s. But when it comes to someone who dies at a really young age, it's really tragic. They look at that and they say that, oh my god, that's horrible, more even than something like in an old age, or they mentioned when former Prime Minister Abe was assassinated back this summer of that, where it was kind of a shock out of nowhere case. You're right, that difference of that. Wait, you saying Nocturne or something?
Oh no, I was just saying, okay, I somehow managed to navigate to a certain point.
By the way, am I the only one who felt that the boss from Press Garden Zone Act 2 is an homage to Joe Musashi from Shinobi? Yeah, we said indeed that was intended that way, and actually, interesting point, I think, for indicating that. The music of T-Wolves, I mentioned some of the other stuff he did, specifically what he's doing now, But one thing he also mentions, like, what was his inspiration for stuff with the music? He actually did mention Revenge Shinobi as far as the style of the music that was indicated that, and the movesets are similar, and the sound effects are right out of Revenge Shinobi, so you're right about that. And the Astrons from Metropolis Zone are his ninja stars or shurikens. Yeah, you're also gonna get hit a lot in this level, you just have to accept it, pretty much. In Sonic CD or in this one, that's usually how it's gonna operate. But he said, yeah, I was inspired by, Revenge Shinobi as far as the music, so I mean Yuzo Koshiro did the music for that, well, fine, of the Revenge Shinobi, as well as Michael Jackson, which fits, I guess, because of Sonic, because he did the music for Sonic 3. And then also, this is an interesting one, this is a game I want to show off really, really badly, and eventually we will. Sega Rally Championship, he was very inspired by the music by, Nafumi Hadia, who actually did music for the Sonic games, for, Sonic Heroes, specifically, amongst others. So it was interesting to get that, so yeah, I think the Shinobi thing was in line as far as that level, with movesets as well. But also, what was Lopes doing with the soundtrack? Even here, we have the music. I'll say this. I'll tell you, this is a random thing. I'll say, with the Act 1 of Metallic Madness here, we get that "Make the Holiday." I always associate with, and I don't know if anybody here knows what I'm talking about here. Are you familiar with the actress Mariska Hargitay? I'm gonna take this as a no, but she is the lead of Law & Order SVU. Yeah, if you remember the lead woman character, I'll put a picture of what her character was on that show. Every time I hear that, I always am thinking like, Mariska Hargitay, Mariska Hargitay. It's like, okay, that's weird, but it's like, alright, fine, I'll take that. Or it's like going back to the Super Gaming Brothers play of Sonic 3, they said the Go Hedgehog music for Launch Base. It's like, I almost heard like Go Kenya as if they're in a soccer game or something. It's like, okay. But I don't think that's actually what they're saying, although who knows, maybe T. Lopes is like, oh yeah, that's what I meant. Like, he's a fan of Law & Order SVU, who knows? And there are games based on that, I think on the PC specifically.
Oh, that's what you used to hear from World Championship Soccer too. I used to hear Go Team.
Yeah, Go Team, or you hear the Vuvuzelas. I remember the era of, like, the World Cup, especially...
Oh yeah, and was it 2010?
2010, I think there was 2014 as well, because it was big, because it's every 4 years the
Wait,
World Cup
it was,
happens.
I believe it was the one in Africa, right?
I think so.
South Africa?
Yeah, at some point we're going to do stuff with soccer.
What was that? What year was that?
Well, the last ones I believe were in,
No, I'm thinking of the South Africa one.
oh yeah, that was 2010, you're right.
2010.
Because yeah, there was like the World Cup game that Electronic Arts made that was based on that one. I remember as soon as you said that, 2010 South Africa.
Yeah, I
FIFA.
think like the internet basically got annoyed on how loud the stadium was.
Well, then yeah, you've never been to a soccer game, or you've never been to a football game. Remember, it's every other world. It's the world's game, as everybody says. At some point, I know, Proterova, you and I, we wanted to do the World Championship Soccer games in the Sega Genesis. I just have to get that first one, and we'll do that one and the second one together, as far as that, both at the same time.
But, you know, when we do that one, tell me what you guys hear. Is it Go Team?
Oh, in that game?
Yeah.
Okay, so, I don't know.
There's just this like, chanting, and I don't... It's just background noise to me, but...
Alright, I'll definitely take a look. I'll put that game in. I'll put that game in at some point for sure and go into it, because, yeah, I do have it, and I just have to get the second one. I know what they're saying in the first game, because you have the guy saying goal, and the way he sounds, it sounds like, GOAL! And it sounds very weird.
Yeah, it's just ambient noise, really.
Yeah, but we'll get that for sure as we go along for that. Because, I mean, we do have to, I mean, look, we have to do sports games for the show, and I mean, some people might say, wait, who cares about sports games? Like, it's an important part of video games, because, hey, one of the first, the first video game was a sports game. That was Tennis for Two, which was actually made out of old radar equipment from the 1950s. That is technically the first video game if you're willing to go into that, and of course Pong. But I think I'll tell you, it's also in the...
Pong was the first commercialized one?
It was... Yeah, I think you're right.
But then
well,
what
that
about...
Or Space War. That or Space War.
Wait, was Space War the one they used for the, like on military hardware?
I don't know. I know Tennis for Two was radar equipment. That was. I know that.
Oh.
And it goes to actually what you were saying as far as, you know, the military element, because remember...
I do remember roughly around the same point there being some, like, space...
Yeah, where are you?
Like,
yeah.
That may have been before that one. But they're the same time. They were, like, way before Pong.
Right.
It was, like, in the 30s or 40s.
Okay, so there might be some kind of indication. Yeah, Tails come back. Don't say to me that they have the issue with Sonic Origins they fixed. Like, okay, you go over. Like, fine, you go. Yeah, but fitting to that, because actually that goes to another thing, which I mentioned as we played Pilot Wings. It was Paradigm Entertainment who developed that. That's no longer around, unfortunately.
Oh wait.
What's up? You want to go that way?
Yeah. Here, I'll
Yeah, arrow would be for the background, because you're going in the background and the foreground. This is quite cool effects.
Oops,
Either way, we're still going. Let's go this way. For that. But I was saying with Paradigm, they made stuff as far as, like, contract stuff for Lockheed Martin initially. And Full Spectrum Warrior by Pandemic Entertainment, that also isn't around anymore.
Yeah,
that was like it was based on a military simulation.
Yeah. A bunch of nerds who were bored and had high-tech.
But thank God they did, because hey, we have
yeah, really.
But also with Full Spectrum Warrior, they said, you know what, this game is something as far as, you know, simulation training as far as like combat, but they said that this is a fun enough game, let's make it into a commercial.
But just imagine you know you have expensive computer hardware.
What do you use
probably
it for?
Cost hundreds of thousands, or it could be millions.
Oh, okay,
Mhm.
okay, I
And-
see where.
And then that's what they use it for.
And instead of actually like doing your job, you know, at work, you're making video games.
Well, I mean, I guess it goes to like one of the 3 rules, I guess, of computers or technology, which is, first of all, can you view porn on it? Number 1. Number 2, can you order pizza on it? And number 3, can you play a video game on it? Number 4, can you run Doom? That's always the question. Also, I'm still bummed the Radiant Silvergun was taken off of the Nintendo eShop, but I get that they had to fix bugs. Thank you for mentioning that. That was one of the things I mentioned earlier. They announced that Radiant Silvergun, we talked about that last week, they heard us on that show, that Radiant Silvergun's coming out. They dropped it on Switch on Tuesday for $20.
And here's the final boss of Sonic 1.
Indeed it is, but it's definitely a lot different and it goes at a more rapid rate. Yeah, they pulled it off the market, I guess because they said there are bugs in it. I don't know what it was. Electors, did you buy that version? I have it on the 360. We showed it off when we played, we did the shooter showcase, which
A lot
Proto
less
reviewed
hits,
again.
too.
Well, also, because they're doing feasibly to make it easier, because yeah, it's going in rules of 4 now. So every 4th one, Robotnik will come down, and you basically just wait for that time and then hit him. Yeah, try doing this in Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis, you're gonna want to kill yourself, because you could barely see it off screen. But yeah, it was weird when it came to that with the Radiant Silvergun first, because like, people said it got taken off the market. Like, it did? Like, what was wrong with it? I don't know what necessarily was like broken or what. But that 360 version is still available, so you do have that available to you for now, but it'll come to Switch and maybe PS4, PS5? Let's see. Because that's the only version they said was around so far. The Radiant Silvergun is a very good game. From the Sega Saturn specifically, but also arcade, and a precursor to Ikaruga. As I said, Proterova, we showed that off in the first showcase program that you inspired, by the way. You said, what happened to the flight shooter and why I want to save Life Force? Like, done and done. Here's the arcade of Life Force to start, and then also here's a look at that genre. At some point we should look at the NES one, because I know that's the one you guys have experience with. I'm right about that. And your story as well, saying like, hey, I was in daycare growing up.
It was daycare.
And yeah, playing that's like hardcore gaming that way. That game is insanely hard, but yeah, or to go back to the Transformers thing, I thought you were made of sterner stuff. Like yeah, I guess kids back then were made of sterner stuff to some degree.
Luckily, I had a friend that wanted to be a fighter pilot when he grew up.
So he really just took to that really easily.
Yeah.
Also, we were Tiny Sonic and Tiny Tails, by the way, which is very nice, and people really like that. As far as just that idea of it becoming popular. Actually, also, by the way, I don't think you can airlift me for this. I don't know. You?
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, no. So yeah, he's small, but not. Actually, here's the other question. I think you can we get a shield off of this. Did you enjoy this music? I just love hearing this. I'm never getting sick of this music. Well, any of the music of the soundtrack, especially this one. And we'll definitely show off the other stuff as well, because yeah, we were getting into good shape of this. Actually, we're almost at the end of the game. It's not a long game, but we have more stuff.
Seems like a bit longer than the others.
Well, I mean,
2 hours maybe.
Yeah, well, so when we did Sonic, because when we did Sonic 1, we did the Game Gear version on top of that. I said I have a collection of both of them. Let's do that, and then we'll do the Genesis version on top of it. So we did that, and Sonic 2 Game Gear or Sonic 2 8-bit, I got 2 hours of that because of the glitch I had because I didn't save Tails. I forgot to get the Chaos Emerald in the one level, and I said, oh wait a minute, I realized that, like, no, Tails is gonna have to die, and then we have to, and then I put the clue edit of, this is what could have happened, but here's what really happened. And then we saved. Alright. So, you're right, usually the Sonic games tend not to last as long, but it depends on the game, really. I said, we're coming back to this game anyway, for the Encore mode. Okay, let's show Tiny Supersonic.
And, well, yeah, in that case, yeah, he doesn't get the spiky quills at the top. He doesn't, yeah, quickly get through, so yeah, I guess the thought of scrapping and go back to Sonic 1. Like, yeah, you gotta go through, right? Go through that there. Yeah, so there you go. There is Tails on the other side. Ow. Oh, yeah, you got hit. Yes? Oh, you're tiny, but you can't come out. Like, yeah, there's a sight. Tiny Tails and normal Sonic was like, yeah, we'll get you back. And I'll get you back right now. So go in here and stop this. Yeah, that's one way, although technically I guess it could take longer unless I say, like, you know what, fine, I'll just let myself get hit or hit the bottom and go out. Alright, so yeah, there's Tails.
There we go.
Get that. Actually, you're right. I remember this. Oh, you did come back. Never mind. I was like, wait a second. Wait. Oh, no, you are in the background, so yeah, you get to kill the thing. Yeah, good job. So there you go. So yeah, on one end and then on the other end.
Well, this is abusive.
Or it's weird. It's the thought that, yeah, you know, Tails goes the other way, but Tails handles it. I mean, hey, Tails can fight if he needs to. I mean, we show him that with other stuff. We show him that with, Tails Adventure specifically, and every other time we had, like, yeah, Tails can do stuff with bombs in that game specifically. Or I guess with Sonic Heroes, because you have the dummy ring bombs and that, just like Sonic 6. But yeah, Tails Adventure being both punched by about 9 years actually. Alright, yeah, unfortunately we get spiked. I do love the jazzy thing of the saxophone here. Oh my god, it sounds so good. Talking about like the 90s throwback, but also still sounds amazingly modern. Also, yeah, be careful because I can launch you up in the top. Alright, unfortunately, yeah, I got you trapped again. Sorry. Ow. Yeah, this level does not believe in high ring counts. This one and, actually, both the ones from Sonic CD, and honestly, I'll tell you, I was playing Sonic CD initially, I said, like, why am I getting hit in these levels in this game so much? And I played Sonic CD again, and I realized, okay, no, I'm getting hit in these levels too. It's just the way that's operating. But then again, yeah, it is the second to last level, so fair enough. And then he goes right through the spikes. Oh yeah, you go through first, because I'm not going to let you get trapped again. Oh yeah, alright, so this is in Sonic CD, but they drop it down instantly and they give you the outline, so basically pay attention to where the hole is, so you don't go that. Whereas they're kind of falling down slowly, kind of like the blocks in Yoshi's Island if you play that game. Oh shit, I gotta get out of the way. There you go. I'm sorry, I keep doing that.
Bye, Tails.
Yeah, we'll get him. We'll get Tails back. So, yeah, usually it should be the thought that Tails is gonna, you know, take, like, the wrench out and open it. But alright, fine, we're set here. You know, there you go.
Yep, there you go.
There you go. Yeah, we have a unique boss. We have to be small. There's also an achievement for this, for getting all of those little orbs. Yeah, remember capsule toys from Shenmue or anything? Here they are. There is the Amy Rose bomb bot. It grabs you and hugs you. There's the boss from Emerald Hill from Sonic 1, or 2. The Marble Zone boss in Sonic 1. Yeah, and basically kill them all, and hopefully I don't get myself killed with this. And also, they drop the fire down for that, so you gotta be careful. Oh, shit.
Oh, well.
Yeah, so Tiny Sonic died. Actually, the easiest way to get the achievement is with Tails, by the way, because what you do is basically fly up into the crank and basically just get all the toys out, keep them there on screen without them dying. So yeah, this is Robotnik's next plan, saying like, yeah, you know, I'll create this capsule toy machine, specifically. I didn't realize, no, he's not going against Ryo Hazuki, who has a weakness for that kind of thing. He's going against Sonic the Hedgehog, so like, yeah, no, this is not going to work. Oh, again, we've said this before with Dr. Robotnik, which is that he keeps coming up with these plans of thoughts of it, saying like, oh, I'll try this, but it never works out. I mean, we showed the egg dealer in Shadow the Hedgehog, which is, when you really think about it, one of the weirdest things. He creates this slot machine on this robot, and then he basically makes an item on that makes it so that Shadow can, you know, beat him, which is Shadow Fever. He says like, no, not Shadow Fever. It's like, yeah, why'd you put that on? Like, you basically gave him the way to destroy your device. Or even in Sonic Generations, they say that as far as it's like, do we ever win? It's like, yeah, that depends on your definition of winning. Catching Sonic. Oh, well, okay, in that case, then no. And that's not going to be the case this time as well. We'll keep that streak going. And last added transition element of the game. Yeah, look in there. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, something that's kind of dwarfing the Death Egg robot we saw at the beginning of the game and in Sonic 2, but yeah, this is definitely a bit different. And this is the last level of the level. This is the last level. This is the Titanic Monarch Zone.
The Vector Man thing again, with the way the flags are blowing in the wind that way. And the turtles from Sonic 2. Now they have fans here, so like, yeah, they're definitely twisting around and stuff as you get in the final level. It's sort of the carnival here, but then it's like, it's been abandoned, and like, yeah, stuff's getting serious. You get going, and you were running backwards, I love that. Also, those enemies, they will put a wireframe around you. If that wireframe crushes you, you get hurt, and if you're too close to that enemy, yeah, you're gonna get hurt badly. It is not good. At this point, yeah, you also have like the orb things from from the glowing spheres from Sonic and Knuckles. Going down the way. I love this level as far as the fact of the finality. It gets that sense of like, alright, we went through this, we've gone through all these adventures, all these memories to it. Going up and shooting the fans, like, yeah, we're doing this. We're ending Robotnik. Kind of.
Once and for all.
Yeah, no, not once and for all, because he keeps coming back. I mean, like if Bowser went away.
Yeah.
Or they made a game where Bowser died.
That's the joke.
Or, I mean, we played Shadow the Hedgehog, because, I mean, technically one of the endings in it is Shadow the Hedgehog murdering Dr. Robotnik. And we showed it, actually, because of the chat. You and like first indicated that. It's like, let's go this way, and it ended up basically with us karate chopping Robotnik to death. So he died. But, yeah, so that's the idea. Like, he's gonna keep going. But actually, as I mentioned, it's gonna be a sort of case for this one, for something I mentioned a little earlier, as far as how this time Sonic forces out. We'll get to that in a few minutes. Yeah, and also, let's take a car ride. Yeah, he goes to kamikaze. He goes into the wall. You can jump out of the wall, by the way, and get up there. Or use that. Alright, I'm glad I got to show that, yeah, me getting hooked by that. And actually, there's an enemy from Knuckles Chaotix who does that, but he's a lot nastier in this game. And you know what? I'm gonna come down here. I don't know if I've seen this. Or, yeah, Nocturne, I don't know. You want to lead the way on this one? Or, like, which way do you want to go? Feel free to have your discussion on that. Shit. Okay, in that case, you know, I've got to keep going on, because there's some linearity as it is. Like, you know, get down. You're gone?
I'm gone.
I do just love that in the soundtrack. The music. Oh my god. Boom, boom, boom. So, I guess the Carnival Night thing, but definitely more demented. Also, by the way, when you do that, you hit jump, but apparently Tails can't get out of that. Also, by the way, the achievement here, you have to go through this entire level without taking a hit. Good luck. I got it. In fact, there's Ball Hog. I don't even... Yeah, Ball Hog's in this level. So yeah, again, the mix of the old and the new, because you have those electric robots, you have the stuff from Knuckles Chaotix, stuff from Sonic 1, Marvel theme from Sonic 3.
That one seems smaller, or maybe it was blocked by the train.
It is also... The color's different as far as Ball Hog, because Ball Hog is pink in the other game. Now, you know what? I'll tell you this. I'll put a compare picture as far as like the size of Ball Hog in Sonic 1 compared to this one. Also, yeah, I think she went the right way, by the way. You jump on the handle there.
Also, I remember them being fatter.
Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, I guess Ball Hog went on a diet that way. The idea of, you know, fine, if I'm gonna take care of Sonic, you know what, I gotta go on a... I mean, I guess Eggman has him on a really strict workout regimen. It's like, yeah, no, I mean, that is something Robotnik would do, or Eggman Robotnik would pick. That's something he would do, I would think. He'd say, like, you know what, no, like, this attempt at capturing Sonic's not working. Like, we need to try something. Work harder, you know, get that fat off, you know. It's like, yeah, like, keep going. So he's like yelling at them in the gym or something.
Yeah.
Specifically, or, as I mentioned, Sonic Labyrinth on the Game Gear is the case where he said, you know what, let me sneak into Sonic's house, but instead of killing him when he's in there, let me just steal his shoes so he goes really, really slow. Which is honestly one of the smartest things he's ever done, but then the question is that in that game, you're rolling around and spin dashing all over the place. So it's like, yeah, he didn't count on the fact that Sonic can spin dash. Or as I mentioned when we did Sonic 1, it's the idea of, you know, when, on the Adventure of Sonic the Hedgehog, going back to the Sonic Says thing, like, the girl squirrel character steals his shoes, but Sonic's not actually in the shower, it's like a silhouette of him. It's like, no, you did the right thing for not stealing, your conscience, you know, told you to do the right thing. But Sonic was like, no, that was a fake, I knew you were gonna try that, so I was like, I was here to see that you eventually did the right thing. Alright, but yeah, in that case, yeah, we were going to the city. Yeah, even the background of the city, I didn't even notice that, or something like that. It just looks cool. I think that's the thing, is that
this game is just gorgeous as far as what it's doing, but also just all these little things, all this detail you can just soak in. I think that's why, even though it's only 5 years old, I mean, I think it's been that short of a time, but I can see this in 20 years being something that, you know, we're waiting for you to come along. Or the car's gonna push you off. Okay, fair enough, that'll work. You know, fine, you know, we'll do the other way. Oh wait, I don't have the lightning shield, do I? Oh, fine, you're getting a lot of rings over there. It's like, yeah, I'm assuming you're taking care of stuff over there, Tails. Yeah, it's your skill with off-screen, Nocturne. Thank you for showing that.
Alright. Lame.
Yeah, there you go. But I just love that. As I said, in 20 years, I can definitely see the case that this game is going to be something that people still remember, keep looking back to, the same way that the Genesis Sonic games are. I think for that, everybody who's involved in this game definitely has a lot to be proud of for making this terrific case of the game, and it is fantastic. And I guess translation is, if you haven't played this game yet, what are you waiting for? It's terrific. It's totally worth the money on whatever you pick it up on. And here's the hoping that eventually we'll get another game like this, because I think the sky's the limit, and this team has proven beyond any reasonable doubt that they can do it. And also, yeah, Sonic and Knuckles thing, because there's things from Death Egg in Sonic and Knuckles, but also the fact that, yeah, be careful because they're over spikes instead of over pits. Or below spikes, but yeah, you know what, fine, we'll do that and get out. Okay, I got another life, at least. So actually, it does count, by the way, for second life when you get 100 rings again after you lose. Alright, yeah, let you come back. He's like, I don't want to necessarily rob Nocturne of all the fun. Hopefully I'm not. But I mean, she understands how Tails works in this game. So yeah, she can do it even if it's like not seen. So I mentioned like how not to be seen from Monty Python a lot. Yeah, it's that case, except instead of being shot dead, she's getting me a lot of nice items. Showing a lot of skill. Yeah, she came with a clever way to not being seen. It's like, go on holiday, but her neighbors told us where they were. Here the neighbors told us where they were, and here's where they grew up. Here's where they was born, and here's where they grew up as children and went to school. Yeah, we're taking the ride in the car. Yeah, you're a horrible driver. Or to a game we're going to be playing in November for the racing showcase, which is Crazy Taxi. You lousy driver! Yeah, we're definitely going to play that game. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, I got to turn off the Offspring and Religion music, but the Crusader 64 gave me the hookup saying, I'll put in the chat the link to listen to it so that you can sort of link it that way. Like, yeah, I can't play it for you, but there's nothing saying I can't link you to that music. Because, yeah, that is a big part of Crazy Taxi, for sure. And we were at the final stretch, but what you have to do here is you have to kind of time your jumps very specifically. And there's this, actually, okay, going back to like what you're saying about the Revenge of Shinobi parallel, right there. How about the moon there? Because that is actually, for the most part, how the moon looks like in Revenge of Shinobi. I'll put a picture of that when I edit this. Also, there's a life down there. Actually, you know what? Oh, okay. Yeah, I have my tail there.
Screenshot.
Yeah, I think I'll also do is, like, for the thumbnail, there's, like, I'll do the title screen, but I think I gotta put this in as far as, like, something along with it, like I did when we did part 1 of Majora's Mask. And that's also the other thing, Proterova will indicate this, because we haven't, actually, no, I didn't indicate this to you, the idea of the thumbnail for multi-part games, or for something like that, and that's also gonna be your toy taking you, Lunar.
Yeah.
For that, because, like, I can imagine some stuff that might be interesting to, like, thumbnail advertise that for the YouTube site, and I guess eventually, when I get to figuring this, I think I'm going to start SuperOldGameSaturday Discord. Eventually, I'm going to look into some stuff with that, figure logistics for that, and we'll make it happen as we are running out of time again. But we'll make it go with the Death Egg boss from Sonic
I'm
Knuckles.
just going to do my Tails cheese.
Yeah, you do that. I need to get a ring. Just fly into it and go in. And yeah, you can hit him with Knuckles in this, by the way. Been well enough. One more hit.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, and then we have another form, as was the case before, but in this case, play with gravity bits. You see those arrows, by the way. Your jump is lowered, and then it goes on the ceiling. When it goes down, your jump is increased. So it's the elevator. Actually, I think there's a boss in Knuckles Chaotix that's like this, actually. Now that I think about it. I'm trying to remember which one it was, because honestly, I don't remember all the bosses in Knuckles Chaotix, even my shit. Okay, got it. Also, we're going to show one thing. If you're looking for the
the bouncing twice achievement. Bounce there. Oh, shit. Alright, fine. I got a life off of that. You bounce there and you bounce on the light over there on the left. The first one. They're symmetrical that way. That's how you get it.
Huh.
Is the easy way to get it. Because otherwise, yeah, you're going to have to figure out where do you land. Because at first I thought, hey, they're symmetrical. Maybe they're there. And I realized, oh yeah, they are there. As going up. So lastly, for the main game part, Titanic Monarch Zone Act 2. Definitely a little bit more somber as far as how the music is. Yeah, we're at, I guess...
The lighting is flashier, though.
The lighting's flashy. I guess we mentioned Castlevania off screen as far as that, and we've done stuff with Castlevania on the show as it's been, and we'll do more.
The last level is darker. This is more...
This is a little brighter. We're, I guess, in the Temple of Eggman, or the Church of Eggman, when you really think about this. The idea that he has the stained glass window. So, like, instead of seeing, you know, St. Francis of Assisi, or the Virgin Mary, or Jesus Christ, you're seeing Eggman. Yeah, and now we're seeing the Hard-Boiled Heavens, all four of them, and we have paths to go down. Nocturne, where are we going? Take a pick on order.
So, the stained glass windows, what do they represent?
The hard-boiled heavies. Oh yeah, you die, by the way, going down, but since you died going down that way, we'll go down this way. Yeah, the hard-boiled heavies, the enemies that we've seen this entire game, the robots. They're like the egg robots there. And also, by the way, I did see the stained glass windows of the cast servers. Actually, did not notice that until... So this is a bit of a puzzle. What you gotta do is you gotta go through the section. Don't fall onto the bottom, because there is... Fine, I'll show this if I can look down. Yeah, that purple miasma there. You fall into that, that will reset you to another area. It won't kill you, but you have to go backwards. And if you do that, you're going to be in trouble. And yeah, I guess they put it right over that. So, like, yeah, they have that in. Yeah, she went into the ether. Yeah, Tails disappeared, but I guess she went into the space-time continuum. Yeah, there she is now.
Lost the time, that one.
Yeah, but... Okay. I'm standing again on nothing.
I'm not sure where I am.
Oh, there you are. Okay, so I guess the fan of the turtle bot here is, I guess, doing something with Sonic's like, yeah, well, that's weird. I'm just standing on nothing, but Tails is not standing on nothing. Like, yeah, you're standing on the floor. Okay, now I'm standing on the floor. Okay. Alright, so that's, I guess, the theme of this is, like, all this weird stuff we're seeing, but it does make for something unique and funny. And stuff I've never seen before. I think that goes to the idea of, when we play games like this, the thought of, even if you played a game a million times, it's still sitting fine. Yeah, and that was me getting hit with the Robotnik box. Which, as is the case with Sonic 2 and 3 Knuckles and all the other ones that have it, hit with it, you get hurt, unless you're invincible, or if invincibility frame's going, but if you have no rings, you're dying. Generally, that's the smart thing that Robotnik did, say, like, fine, he opens these TV monitors, here's one with my face in it, maybe he won't look. Or in Sonic 2's multiplayer, remember the fact that he has a question mark on the box, so, like, yeah, you don't know if it's him, unless you run teleporter at him. Alright, so yeah, we're definitely getting this. I love the finality this is building up. Actually, in a lot of ways, we were mentioning the thought of, you know, if Death Egg in Sonic 2 had its own zone, maybe the particulars would be a bit different, but this might be the idea of, you know, building that up to the end. There is Light and Shield. Okay, so that is our take of that. So what room are we going next? Proterova, you want to pick? What direction we'll go? Up, left, or up, right, or upper left?
Let's go right.
Right, upper left or lower right?
Upper right.
Upper right. You got it. Because you can go in these in any order you want. You just have to go through all of them in order to get to the end. You also be careful of this, because yeah, you have to basically get yourself running with platforms that can crush you, and also that the way their pattern is. Yeah, wait till you get down here. Where are you? I saw you coming down. Like I off-screened you getting off-screen. Or coming back. And same deal as before. Basically, avoid the miasma. In a lot of cases, it's. I guess this is sort of the replacement for like the bottomless pit. Yeah, like that. So I'm glad I got to show that once. And maybe a flashing light warning on that. I'll might put an edit in for that potentially. Oh yeah, keep doing that. So like, fine, I'll put that each time. So yeah, it's basically a puzzle of getting a sense of where do you need to go, and how do you not do that. But in some cases, it's just that you might have to fall down into a specific area. Although actually, okay, now I remember because I think she's showing, or yeah, Doctor's showing me the way. All right, yeah, come on. So Peter Frampton take "Show Me the Way," or "I want you to show me the way." Wait, yeah, oh, right there. Okay, there. It's all on the left. Okay, awesome. I knew I was missing something. I was like, I knew there was something there. So I guess actually, when you really think about it, yeah, this acts sort of as your checkpoint, I believe, to a certain extent. Alright. Oh, I was gonna say, I was gonna either run into that or I was gonna kind of get out of the way, but it seems as if, yeah, it doesn't have distance. So yeah, it did do the workout regimen, but not enough.
I was trying to kill that enemy.
Alright, yeah, he's dead now. Alright, let's go for the car ride. Oh, okay, look at that. You're meshing outside of the car. I was like, okay, it's just all these things. This is why I love recording. This is why I love doing the show. I didn't expect to see some of this stuff. And I don't think it's just this version. I think all the versions of the game can have this done. But it's like, I don't think we're necessarily even trying to do some of this stuff. I mean, fine, there's stuff I've mentioned which I tried to do and fixed it. So yeah, go through. Okay, no, yeah, you're stuck here, so you don't have to do that. Alright, next, where we're going? Top left, alright. Oh, you're getting, okay, so I would say you're getting rings while you were in there, like, awesome. So there's the skill right there. You went through the space-time continuum, the time-space continuum, and you're getting rings through us. So it works very nicely, okay. Well, that is a different way, actually. Also, one thing as far as the time over, yeah, we're taking a while. It's not going to really matter, honestly, on this level, because we get to the boss here, it does reset it. So we don't have to worry too much. And it's nice that they do that. Okay, so now we're going to reverse. Go up. Oh, shit.
Oh!
I get crushed there a lot. That is actually one of the hardest parts to have happen for that. This is that okay, fine, you do have checkpoints right here. But, that being said, yeah, that is hard, because we went down the other one, we're going up this one. We'll see the ball hog again, just waiting for... Oh, I was gonna say, you went in that, it looked like you didn't even get hurt. So I guess it just exploded
I think it exploded right in front of me.
Yeah, like, Tails is going, like, yeah, that ball hog thing, yeah, not doing anything to me. Tails, I'm Tails, bitch. So, like, yeah, there you go. Okay, speaking of which, I gotta go back. Alright, so there's the combined ring, which isn't gonna do much with the 4 rings it got, but still. Alright, so I'll be a little more careful, but it does show what happens. I mean, I'm glad I got to show that because, look, I'm saying this is a trouble spot for me. It gives validity to that. It's like, fine, if I'm dying at this point, I said it's tough. I'm like, alright, a problem with it. It's like, alright, fine, that's a validation that way. I mean, sometimes it works lucky the other way, but no. Okay, there you go. Whoa. Yeah, be careful of the electricity. I was like, yeah, you're still there. I was like, yeah, I just want to make sure where you went. Alright. Yeah, alright. Yeah, we had roasted fox, so I guess we had electrified hedgehog then. But then again, I guess Sonic's been through this all. I mean, well, Sonic died in a game, and so that's fine. He's back to it. He's been through everything.
So we have some delicacies.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that'll also be the case with the other characters. Remember, we have Armadillo and Squirrel and Echidna. Oh, okay. Okay, I know what that was. It was me getting crushed around there. Although, yeah, this is, I believe, one of the longer paths you have to go down.
So earlier you said about public service announcements.
Yes.
This game should be don't abuse animals.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's that idea.
Don't be like Robotnik and kidnap animals.
And put them into robots. I mean, that's what we're doing. I mean, we're getting them out of them. And getting them set that way. Although, actually, then, it's worth pointing out, yeah, the one badnik we didn't kill, as I mentioned, was the Motobug when we had Heavy Rider. Which I know that was intended as to why.
And yeah, the only public service announcement I remember was the don't do drugs ones.
For Sonic or for anything?
For really anything.
Okay, I mean, I remember that with Mr. T. He pities the fool. I brought him up when we played Blast Corps.
It was the one with the egg.
Oh, yeah.
You know, this is your life.
Oh, yeah, that's a classic. Oh my god, from the 90s. That looks like, it almost looks like an Alanis Morissette music video, weirdly enough. And to be fair, that is something that feasibly Alanis Morissette would have done a song about. So, that's interesting. I mean, yeah, bash that against You Ought to Know. Or You Learn, actually, which is actually one of my favorites of hers. So Mike is like, it's all Jagged Little Pill as far as the albums, like, that's my knowledge. Yeah, I want to go for that, but I'm thinking, like, I don't think I want to.
I think all I know from her is, was it Ironic?
And Ironic, which is also off, the same album, Jagged Little Pill from 1996, I think. If that's wrong, there's an edit down here saying I'm full of shit. It's not that. I love doing that as well, which is that, like, no, it was this year. Well, citing a source, actually, funny you mention that, because I'll tell you, even the thing with the link list, it's always stuff that either we mention or chat mentions or provides to us. But then also, I've gotten a case of, like, in a weird way, it's kind of like the video game equivalent of writing a bibliography. And some people say, like, would you ever want to write a book for something? It's like, I don't know, maybe not. But then the question, well, it sounds hard, number one. And the question of how would that work? What would I write about? What would the experience be as you're kind of going left and right this way on the pulp? And that would, but I was saying, in some ways, I'm basically doing my bibliography each part of the show afterwards. The question of, okay, fine, I'm saying this is it, where's my citation of this conference? Citation needed. Like, here's the citation, or in the sense of, hey, I get something wrong? No, this is what it is for you. So it's kind of great. So it's kind of become...
I'm on the other side. I'm just not a music person.
But you also said the idea of, like, understanding stuff as far as, like, teaching that way. So that idea of you saying, like, as far as music, like, the understanding of that. We've gotten into interesting stuff with that, and I gotta tell you, and that's the other thing as far as, like, why I love doing the show. Do it live, and then also doing the show live as we do, but also editing later, so that it adds more value that way, but also the thought of, we don't necessarily know what we're gonna talk about. Even when I say, like, the three of us in this room, we're gonna do the show for this game, we don't know what chat's gonna say, we don't know where it's gonna come off. As I said, that's the thought of really what the show has become, the idea of just this casual hangout. We've had a long week, doing a lot of stuff, work, anything, and yeah, be careful of that trap there of saying, like, oh no, don't go into that. But yeah, just that kind of relaxing perspective of game and kind of going into deep things and doing more. It's like, this is a show that's more. And all of you have made that happen. Everyone chat, Proterova, Nocturne, all of you have done that as we were going into Final Boss. And did you stop the timer, by the way, when we get to the boss? Don't worry. We will not time over. Alright, this is the final boss if you don't have all the chaos numbers. We do, so we will see the next final boss. And Nocturne, if you want to do the final boss after this.
Sure.
Okay. Take us home.
So, this section looks more like...
A little bit, and actually there's also a
all
nod.
the caution signs.
A little bit, and I will definitely put a picture as far as Nia Genesis Evangelion on the show. Yeah, it has the lock missiles. Yeah, also, he'll electrify specifically, but he has the bubble over him so you can't hit him. And every so often he'll have the hands there. The hands will grab you, you can't avoid them. And they take you to a room with each of the hard-boiled heavies. And also the music. I'll go into this actually, and same kills before. Actually, you know, I'm SuperSonic now. But also, the thing about the music is actually there is a nod to the final boss music of Sonic 3 in here. The do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. So I always want to let that play. When it goes that yeah, that's where you go, but in this case, just stand running. This is sort of the easy way to do it, but it is a little harder because you can't necessarily just instantly jump into him. And because of where he goes, he can sometimes be in an area where it's not easy to just jump into him repeatedly when the bubble goes away. Actually, honestly, the hardest part of this really is the hard-boiled heavy stuff. Especially this one. I'm talking the Shinobi thing, which is that he's the ninja star making this jump when I'm not supersonic. That is hard because you go fast in a loop like that. And they'll shoot those out. And you can still defeat them kind of with about 8 hits, and sometimes you have to kind of go back and forth through these to get it, but after time has passed, they'll take you out anyway. And what'd you die from? I'll have to look back at that. I didn't know. I have no idea
what.
What...
Off the screen.
Okay, that's weird. Yeah, he does with the Chaos or the Phantom Ruby that's giving him power. But yeah, he's going down. We got him. Alright, if we didn't have all the Chaos Emeralds, or to play certain characters, you would not get the last boss. Alright, let's take this, Okay, so if you have all the Chaos Emeralds when you come here, instead of taking a car out, you go here. Talking time, space, continuum, there's the Heavy King. Look at the timer going all over the place with these weird numbers. He puts it up. We got Supersonic ready to go. There is Robotnik and him melding. There you go. This is the Egg Reverie, and we have all the Chaos Emeralds. We get an amazing piece of music. I love this final boss theme so much. It's grown on me so massively. We get the voice going on the and it's basically just flying around, and be careful, the beams, they can take rings away. But if you're on the ground, the rings will keep coming to you. And the way they're doing this stuff, the instruments, like the keyboard, and then you get the piano going. So good, and then Robotnik comes, by the way, every other hit. So basically, just hitting him. And he also have a dash. He takes a lot of rings away.
Oh, whoop!
But as you do that, that's kind of how that goes. So thank you for showing that. But the rings will keep coming, so as long as you manage yourself, you should be okay. And you get the guitar here. Oh my god, this is beautiful. Just take a listen. Oh god, it's so good. I love it so much. This has honestly quickly become one of my favorite final boss themes in the entire franchise. That's how good this is. It's up there with Sonic 3's as far as the the Doomsday, and then also the one Sonic 2. It's up there with that. It's that good. So credit to T-Lopes for coming up with this amazing piece of music. I mean, an already amazing soundtrack.
Yeah, send a link to the music theory.
Yeah, I will do that. Because I know there's when I did that, and Nocturne's indicating that for stuff with Sonic. And music theory channel for sure. I think they might have gone into stuff with this game.
No, I mean, like, I remember finding stuff about this game.
I will definitely, I will look into that. That will go in the link
Like,
list,
I know I watched
sure.
at least 2 episodes, one from Angel Island, and the other, for, Launch Bay, I think?
Launch Base. I mean, that might also be the one Nocturne showed me. There's also a couple. I know there's a bunch, so I'll dig around. I'll have a nice
Those
link
are the
list
ones
for
that were the most memorable. It was a music theory, though.
Yeah, we'll definitely.
And
We'll
I'm not a
definitely go into it.
musician, so it's musicians probably like, yeah, duh.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's also the thought of, because here's the weird thing. I'll say this, which is there is Robotnik. Then he's just kind of standing there.
But it was interesting. It was interesting.
No, yeah, I get that
even
for
if
sure.
you didn't know all the terms. Like, for instance, in Launch Bay, the music was supposed to hint at this is not the final act. This is not the final boss. Even though
Nice
it looks
dash.
like it.
No, I get that for sure.
So they it's like with the stage and the theme and the music, they all hinted this is fake.
Yeah, so it's a mirage. And
Yeah.
one more hit, you got him. Alright, good job. Fantastic. Good job.
I remember it being something like all about, like, you know, they skip a note or something.
Yeah, indeed. Alright, so what happens? You bashed him in, but the Phantom Ruby is kind of going in on itself, and we're getting sucked in. So actually, this game technically is ending on a cliffhanger. But on the outside, we have another animated sequence for this. Yeah, our light went off. There's Little Planet. It's tied down with the chain again. And there's Knuckles and Tails. I guess Tails got out at some point. Right before, yeah, the chain's busted. But where's Sonic? Well, he's seeing that, okay, Little Planet's going back up into the sky and everything's good. There's the silhouette of Sonic. Yeah, but Sonic is gone. He's going through time and space, and this is the reason why he's in Sonic Forces, why Classic Sonic is in that. Izuka said he needs to be in this. We need to have this as a sequel to this game. And the closure for that is going to come in that game. And also when we play, we come back to this game for the Encore mode, which basically takes place after the end of that game. Because in Sonic Forces, what happens, by the way, is that Classic Sonic comes through that portal, and then Eggman basically takes over the world. Sonic gets kidnapped and tortured by Zavik from Sonic Lost World, and then it's up to the creative character you make to save him, and then you're bouncing back and forth between Sonic and the creative character to the tune of a main theme that's done by Hoobastank. Interesting enough. Fist Bump, it's called. But yeah, we're not getting the fist bump case in this. We may as well, for the purpose of the great play of this game so far. We've got another hour's worth of the show to go. Because we've got a couple extras in the show. Alright, so that is Sonic Mania for the Xbox One, so Switch, PS4, and PC. You want to go into your final thoughts or overall thoughts on the game while we're going through this credit sequence, which is a bit of time, so I'm going to let this play.
Yeah, I think it is 100% the spiritual successor of Sonic 3.
Mm-hmm.
And well, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, really.
Sure.
I mean, sure, it also includes some of the stages, or at least Sonic Mania variants of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like Lava Wreath and
Yeah, sure.
whatnot. But I feel like it's truly a spiritual successor to Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about the highest praise I can possibly give to a Sonic game.
There's something to be said about that for sure. How about, Proterova, you?
Yeah, I agree.
What is some of your other stuff as far as that? Because this must also be bringing back a wave of a lot of stuff, which is clearly done on all of us, and Chad as well. Memories have Sonic and everything.
Yeah, I don't
between.
have anything to really add.
Yeah, but sometimes like Kate, sometimes it says it that way. In my case, I love this game to death. This is look, as I said, I'm a huge one on Sonic. I play every game in this franchise basically, and sometimes it's not always been easy to be a Sonic fan. I'm not going to deny that, but this is the game that I was on my hands and knees begging for years, and I got sort of equivalent, sort of getting towards this with the Sonic Advance games, the Sonic Rush games. I would even say the Sonic 4 games to a certain extent, especially that second one, for sure. I mean, they were approaching that, and they were good games. I do like them. I'll stand by them that way. When I played this, I said, this is it. This is exactly what it was as far as the Genesis. Like, capturing the lightning battle, like, how can they do that? What is it? The answer is, like, this is it. This is exactly that game.
Yeah, not exactly a criticism, but I will say that I slightly prefer Tails' two-player gameplay in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Well, Sonic 3 and Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
The physics maybe?
It's a little bit to do with the physics, but he can also pick up Sonic when he's stationary at the start of like basically Sonic doesn't need to jump into him.
I mean, well, I think you still can. I mean, we sort of showed that. I think you can sort of do that a little bit, sort of. But I mean, you're right. Most of the cases we haven't been doing. Actually, no, maybe you're wrong. You're right about that. Not you're wrong. You're right, because when I do the two-player, when I play the one-player variants of this with Sonic and Tails, you do actually have to get him flying in the air first and then jump into his hand. You're right.
Yeah.
So in that case, you're right. It is a little bit of a difference, for sure. You have to get used to.
And it's actually easier to pick Sonic up when he's on the ground.
Mm-hmm. So in that case, that's the one thing to it. I mean, the fact that that's all we really have to say as far as like what could we like. And I said, I mentioned the idea of we should have more original levels. I explained why that was. They were kind of a little bit between a rock and a hard place as far as that.
Though, though even given that they do some outstanding stuff with the levels that are brought in from other games.
Mm-hmm. No, I get that for sure. And it dimmed because I had it idle, but that's fine. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that's what it is. Someone, and we all have proven this, the idea that we're looking at this and saying, hammer this way, but it all comes to a cohesive piece. This is the idea that I said, specifically Simon Tomley and Christian Whitehead and all the team theirs at Headcanon and Go to West, they clearly understand Sonic the way this feels so well. They absolutely looked at that. It's one thing as far as being fan of this, but then saying that how do these games tick? How do these games operate? What does that feel to kind of make it so that fans of this franchise who maybe were burned when it went to 3D or said that it burned a lot, as I mentioned, and Sonic's had that happen a lot because Sega tends to be their own worst enemy, even with this game to a certain extent. But still, the fact that you get that, you get the love, you get the passion. By the Mania 4, the Mania people say, what does that mean? The meaning is the fact of massive fans of Sonic basically bringing that love to the masses, saying the Genesis era, recapturing that magic, making it feel so great. And it's one of those cases that this is definitely a favorite game of mine in this franchise, even with it being more modern. It is terrific. It absolutely deserves to be compared to Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles, and CD. All of those era that made Genesis stuff. It's that good. And if you haven't played it, it is available on every modern system. And you have the ability to play it, and it doesn't cost a lot of money now. And it is totally worth all the praise I'm giving it, all the praise we're giving it, and maybe even more than that. I don't even know if our words are enough to do justice to this game. That's how good this is. And when I played this, I said, it took me right back when I was growing up. It's not just, oh yeah, going back to better times, reminding me of that way. You could say that it's playing nostalgia element, but I'm saying I'm looking at this, that I'm saying that this game is fantastic. I just had so much fun playing it. This feels like that next big Sonic game. It feels like, what's Sonic 4? Technically, Sonic 4 is Sonic and Knuckles. Technically, even though it's intended to be the same game for both of them, like, if you're like, what's the Sonic 4? There's the actual Sonic 4. This is really the Sonic 4 in the sense that this feels like the next evolution, as you said so eloquently, Nocturne on that.
And, like, if you only ever have the opportunity to play, like, 1 or 2 Sonic games, this should be one of them. And there's a few that I think would probably be valid, but, like, this one, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, are there any ones you would say should be on that list?
Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 specifically, especially 1. I love 2 as well. I think those are the ones that kind of come the closest within the question of that. I would say Sonic Generations and Colors. Colors on the Wii, do not get the new one, it's horrible. I would say a lot of stuff on the Game Gear, stuff like Sonic Triple Trouble. Tails Adventure is my favorite game of that. That was fun. Yeah, no, the fun is not over quite yet, because we have a couple extras we're going to show before we shut the show down. As I said, we'll come back to this game eventually to look at the Encore mode, because I think it's worth showing for a full show. But we are definitely going to show a couple extra stuff before we go.
Yeah, I mean, that could literally be an Encore stream.
Yep, there you go, perfect. Hey, it is the Encore mode, and that was what the DLC is called. The DLC is called Encore mode, because it's available if you bought it digitally, or when it first came out, or you buy the physical versions that don't have it all together, because they have it that way now, that way. It's $5 download, totally worth it. You need more game for it. But yeah, however you play this, absolutely make sure you do. If you have not, or just play it and love it, as Lex was saying, like, got so into it that, like, yeah, like, I lost track of time. That's what happens.
Yeah.
You lose track of time completely. This does not feel like 4 hours so far for this game, or 319 for the purpose of running this for a safe slot.
Yeah, I mean, if I hadn't been watching the time a little bit, just out of curiosity, I would have guessed that we had only been playing for like 2.5, maybe 3 hours.
And that's what happens. That's what happens with a great game, of any game. The idea is that you're playing that game, you start at night, like at 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock in our show. You look at the clock there, it's like 4 a.m. It's like, and I have to go to work in 2 hours. So, there you go. Exactly. I mean, that is how a good game can really make you lose track of time, totally lose yourself, but just have such a wonderful time in terms of your with the Sonic 2 there, as far as background there, and all the levels we went to. Hey everybody, Captain D-Track here. I'm doing an enhancement or an appendage to the Sonic Mania play that we did a couple days ago at the time of this recording, because we did play through the entire game fully. As I mentioned, we will do the Encore mode eventually. But we covered the competition, time attack, and some of the extras within that. And there was definitely some, let's say, a little bit of tension, similar to how the GoldenEye play went, unfortunately. And it was also a case that Nocturne got inordinately frustrated, and she even was saying, yeah, she was kind of embarrassed how some of this turned out. And so I basically decided to kind of ditch that part of it, and I'm just going to go through this part myself on the off-screen to kind of also go over some of the other stuff that I forgot to show, on top of kind of just making something cleaner, because, I mean, go back to the GoldenEye video if you're getting a sense of why am I doing this, and it seems to happen with the Proterova and Nocturne plays, unfortunately. Hopefully that will not happen in the future, though, as was said there, that element has been dealt with and addressed specific, so that will not happen again. That being said, I will show off the competition mode, which was a little bit of a frustration case for them in the sense that they not necessarily played it as much, so I basically am going to be doing the thing of just having myself on this one with 2 controls. You can play up to 4 players. As we indicated when we played, we got Sonic and Knuckles running here. And also, it was weird that we noticed that it was kind of changing controllers a bit. So yeah, basically this is pretty much going to be me just, I guess, rebuilding what we had as far as the last 45 minutes of the show. And the end of the stream for that, what we already had, will be appended at the end to kind of go into it, so some of that context will make sense at that time. Yeah, you can play with the 4 players, but we noticed we played it, a few things were kind of weird, and I think we could show that. Yeah, as far as items you have fixed, which are the same item set that you have when you play the game normally, on the stages that they give you, running teleporter only the same way that Sonic 2 give you the option for, or random, which also has teleport in it. I know Nocturne and Proterova are not necessarily happy with me hitting a teleporter when we had it on random, but as I said, like, sometimes them's the breaks, so the idea of them getting used to it with all due respect. But yeah, you do have options as far as match length. You can go up to, Jesus, 12. I didn't know it went up that high. We went up to 3. And you can switch the screen layout specific, since I got only 2 players here, set it up this way, but you can set it up fully for 2, or in smaller areas. Where with 3, I believe we were able to set it for 1 on the top, 2 and 3 on the bottom specific. We'll do it this way to basically get the Sonic 2 look. And your selection of stages is actually one thing I did not mention, so this will basically be an extra on top of, smoothing over some of the elements as far as that, giving more context that I did not indicate, and also going into some stuff that we had questions about and talked about for that part. They give you extra levels for competition mode with Sonic Mania Plus when it came out. I don't remember at the top of my head what levels they gave you when you first played it, but I do remember that the competition was specific for 2 players for Sonic Mania Base, and with Mania Plus it added support for 4. You have Green Hill Zone Act 1 and 2, Chemical Plant Act 1 and 2, which I believe are still there. Okay, maybe not the second act of Chemical Plant, now I'm thinking about it, but also Studiopolis, Flying Battery, although only Act 1 I'm noticing, I did not get a sense of that. Press Garden Act 2, Stardust Speedway for both, Hydro City Act 2, and Mirage Saloon Act 2, so yeah, there is definitely some stages that are not being represented for this, so yeah, no Oil Ocean, no Lava Reef, no Metallic Madness, no Titanic Monarch, no, let's see, as far as this, yeah, I think that's about it. I think those are the ones that aren't being covered, but you can run it in groups of 3. Let's take a look at Studiopolis, because then we get to hear the script music again, because it's so awesome. Also, the other thing, I guess, to indicate to this a little bit, was the perspective of when we played, that the sound was a bit loud, as far as how we played. Yeah, in that case, we'll get random items added, so specifically over there, you have the bubble shield over there. But yeah, when we played, one thing I didn't really indicate as far as that was that the music level was really, really loud. We tried to have it down as much as we could so the game was able to be heard. The one from music by Mr. T. Lopes and our commentary, but there were times that when we ran it, and this was something that I indicated in the edits, as you've seen so far, that unfortunately sometimes the automatic reduced game sound was turned off. So in that capacity, it meant that it just happens randomly. I don't know what necessarily causes this, but the game was going really, really loud and our voices were not being heard specific. So yeah, basically just running through this specific, and it does run pretty smooth, although when we played for 3 players, it looked like the screen was cut off in regards to 3 with the way the interface was. But with 2 players, at least as far as this, it seems like it's set to this. It's much smoother than Sonic 2 was on Sega Genesis, that's for sure. And I'm pretty sure that Sonic Origins, I've not done that with 2-player yet for that one. For Sonic 2, which we will use when we get back to that game, by the way. That probably is going to be a bit smoother, and I still get hit by the film like I did when we played it a couple days ago. But yeah, basically just as was the case, I was kind of smoothing over the stuff, kind of getting a little more, relaxed to that, kind of reinforcing, as I mentioned, what the perspective of the show is. I said, go back to the GoldenEye play, which is also a sort of similar case, differently this time than it was last time. But again, being able to indicate that and go into other more stuff as far as Sonic Mania. But I do like, in this case, that I'm going back to it, not least of which because of, as I mentioned, the elements that are to that. And when you get to the goal, it's a 1 minute to get to the end, so we'll see if I can do that with the other character. Yeah, when we were playing, I had teleports hit, and then I think it teleported every character specific. So actually, here's the question there, and I probably should be dawdling on this one. If, when you get the teleporter, if you get it after the characters cross the goal, does that change anything, or does it turn it off? Because there's also some weird stuff I noticed, or we noticed, or actually Nocturne noticed, because she actually ran into cases where she was dying quite a lot as far as some of the levels, and what happened, and I'm glad she showed this way. I mean, is that the frustration elements from her notwithstanding, I'm glad she showed the idea of this, because I was not aware of this. I actually never played that with multiplayer before us running that for the show. That apparently if you die and get a game over, if you're in a level set, or as far as how we have it as up to 3, you only get 1 level if you come back. If you get a game over, I'm going to get a time over because I'm not getting back there in time, a la Sonic 2. So actually, you know what, in that case, I might check that. And it seems like it does the scoring. We kind of glossed over the scoring a little bit in terms of the fact that there's rings, total rings, score, item boxes, and time. So it is like Sonic 2, where you can adjust it specific, where you can say that, fine, I don't have to win the race, but if I get more points, maybe open more item boxes, get more rings, you can still pull an upset. So actually, I think what I'll do is, let's go to Press Garden 2, because there's a couple things I do want to try for this.
2, 1.
And actually, yeah, there is voice here. I said when we were playing that there wasn't voice in this game, sort of. This is the sort of case because it was Tabunoshi Mitsuoni, I think it is, but maybe I'm saying his name wrong. Down here will be the edit of what his name is, who actually did the music for Daytona USA on the Dreamcast, which is going to be an interesting case of that, because actually I don't know if I specifically indicated this for the Dreamcast showcase we got. That's going to be part of it, so when we get to that game, we'll definitely show that element for it as you hear that. As also being able to get to Daytona USA and more Sega stuff as it is. Yeah, but it's just going to be pretty much a casual element here, as usually is the element of the show, which it mostly was as far as our stream to it. But yeah, sometimes the idea of, yeah, maybe it can be a little too much as far as that. And also Nocturne's running into showing pretty much full force what actually the Crusader 64 often has indicated, saying that I go between systems, specifically the Switch and the PlayStation 4 and 5, and then going between systems, sometimes the button configurations get changed. So, yeah, since we're running the Xbox One version of Sonic Mania here, yeah, she'd been playing stuff on Switch where, like, if your firm button is on the A button, which is on the right side of the controller, the furthest to the right on the controller, whereas on the Xbox One, that's where the B button is, and the B button is cancel. Actually, Medics indicated that with Parasite Eve as far as how we played that so far, in that it's one of those games where they put the confirm on the X button, which I guess is normal for the purpose of something like the Xbox One right now, but then when it changes that to the circle button for certain games, as it was indicating, and also with the way the Switch is, and that can sometimes throw you for a loop. I mean, in all honesty, maybe just me, I tend not to run into that problem as much, but I'm not going to say that, no, it's a completely unreasonable thing, because I think it's not, in some ways. If you're playing on one system so much, sometimes it can be a hard adjustment, and I've run into that sorta, although not one where it's necessarily caused me too much trouble, exactly, massively, but yeah, he's going to win, so it's fine. I do have to give you that, just like with, what was it? Side 2. Okay, fine. I want to try one other thing. Actually, I want to put to the test what Nocturne was saying, which was, yeah, she got a game over specific playing, and what that did necessarily to certain things when it came to this game. So basically, I'm just going to pretty much just go and kill myself, as I mentioned, put him in the wood chipper, as we indicated during the show. Because it was something that, honestly, I didn't know that really is a factor in this game. And also it goes to one other thing, which is, this game doesn't really have an instruction manual because it's a modern game, and those are pretty much outlawed, it seems like, nowadays. Or I find Sonic's dead, so get a game over that way. And the shock case that she was indicating or noticing, which was that when you go to another level, and we'll show this now. Oh, it's a tiebreaker. Okay, so actually this we didn't see. Okay, so, because actually I never really indicated that, yeah, because in Sonic 2 itself, and we'll get to that when we play it, they give you a tiebreaker of the special stage, you know, running through the chute, getting the rings, but I guess they give you the Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine mode, which is going to be part of this extra showcase specific for it. But yeah, I did not know that was a factor, so yeah, in that case, it's weird to me just kind of going back and forth with the same controller. I mean, as I said, I figured for the purpose of putting this together, this was just the easy way to run this, as far as something quick, sort of quick at least, something that could kind of, you know, have a little more of a relaxed case to kind of run to it, to be a little more focused. And it's like, look, which is, I do want to at least make one thing crystal clear, which is that this is not in any way a slight against the guests I've had on the show, Proterova, Nocturne, as two examples, or anybody else. But, I mean, if nothing else, I'll be honest and say there's definitely a difference between, you know, playing a game and doing a stream yourself as opposed to coordinating with other people, but then again, that's also the point of the show, which is coordinate with other people. So, alright, so Sonic won in that case, but actually, I do want to check one other thing. I actually do want to get the game over again, because it's one other thing that happened, and also the other thing, apparently was changing controllers constantly between myself and Nocturne specific, and Proterova as well. So let's try somewhere else. Let's go to Hydro Seed 2. I'm surprised they give you 2 specific for this.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, but it is interesting to see that, and yeah, so that's basically what the rest of this is going to be. Just us looking at the extra modes. I guess in a sense we already showed the Beam Machine thing off, but I guess I'll show it briefly again. And also the blue spheres, which also shows some other things that were a little weird to that. And also, when we were doing the blue spheres, I'll get to that when we get to that, something that Light first brought up in chat specific, as well as experiences with puzzle games specific, or, you know... So that being said, I'll tell you all what to do. I gotta get... Oh no, I think Knuckles will give him drown. Reminds me of the Super Gaming Brothers play of Sonic 3 and Knuckles, where it was Matt Vitelli playing. He's like, I've never heard the drowning music in Angel Island Zone. Jesus fucking Christ. And it was like, I'm gonna drown. I was like, don't drown, you better not drown, get the fuck out of there. Yeah, that was definitely a good case. I think I mentioned that before, the idea that there's a little bit of an inspiration in that show with this show, but also, as I mentioned, and this has been interesting too, kind of trying to find my own way, or our own way, when it comes to this, as far as what this show really is. As I mentioned, the idea of having the guests and have the different experiences. But yeah, it's like, sometimes that can not always go according to plan. I think sometimes the idea is like, I've run in that case too, you know, having to, I guess, sort of adjust to it, at least for the purpose of this show, I'll say that. Because I think that's really kind of what it was, and it goes back to also the thing when we played GoldenEye specific. In some ways, this is not 100% dissimilar, but then again, as I said, it's something that, thank God for the edits for that, but also to kind of indicate that and kind of make it a little crystal clear to it, because sometimes it's not. And hey, as I said, sometimes we might lose ourselves as far as certain things with that, but then the idea of, you know, if that's going to be potentially detriment to the show, then yeah, unfortunately I have to deal with that. So yeah, with all due respect to Nocturne as far as this, okay, that was interesting. So I'll also put a flashing light warning on the teleporter, because I guess I turned on the teleporter only for that. That teleported as Sonic was drowning. Okay, I never did that, so I'm glad that I got to show that part off. So, when I did that, apparently the teleporter didn't take place because Sonic was dying, which actually, I don't know if Sonic 2 even does that. It probably does, for all I know, but honestly, I don't know if I've ever gotten that specific. And actually, the other thing is that, now that I'm realizing it, actually, no, Sonic 2 couldn't do that because Sonic 2 does not have any levels that have drowning in them. At least not the original version, because in 2-player you only had Emerald Hill Zone, Mystic Cave Zone, and Casino Night Zone, none of which had water. I think I might have went right through that, the shot of the Turbo Spiker there with Knuckles. I'll definitely want to look back on just this edit part. Honestly, oh, it's a game over, I win anyway. Well, just because they died. Okay, then I get to put into test the following, which is Stardust Speedway Act 1.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, that's weird. Yeah, because what happened when Nocturne and Proterova and I were playing this for the multiplayer, she got a game over when we were playing, and then we went to the next level in the set. She only had 1 life, and then she died, and it was game over. So, I'm almost wondering if, since I'm running 2-player for the purpose of this demo, if that only happens with 3-player, and maybe indicates that, for as good a game as this is, that maybe they didn't indicate this properly for 3 or 4-player usage. And as I mentioned, we only played it, you know, fresh and, you know, without any real preparation for it during the show. Which I said, I don't think I'm going to say, no, we don't do that again. But it was also some question of, hey, sometimes, you know, being able to, you know, react on your feet that way. Which generally, they've been good to, but yeah, when it seems like everything goes wrong, you know, sometimes that can be something to it. And in fact, even Nocturne said, quote, I feel like I'm embarrassed. It's like, honestly, that's not the thing specifically that she should be necessarily embarrassed about, but is that she also indicated to me specific, and that's why I made the decision specific on this, saying, like, yeah, I think we can make the point to that without having to, you know, belabor it massively, but as I said, I'm not going to necessarily lie to that. I mean, same case as far as with GoldenEye, I wasn't going to lie with that one either. So, and also to indicate the idea of what that is. So, either way, that's the idea. That being said, I did still have a good time as far as the game was concerned, and definitely had an interesting run of it. Basically, just consider this pretty much just the cleanup, and if you really want to get a sense of it. So yeah, definitely the cleanup crew. And then again, also, because I'm the one who's editing this. Even though this is, you know, your show as much as it's mine, I do technically have executive privilege. I'm not going to lie on this, saying that I'm the one who's doing the edits, so feasibly in that way, if I feel something's off, or if there's a technical problem, and usually cases it seems like it's been mostly technical problems, if it's been anything to that, or something we forgot, which makes sense, sometimes it happens, there's stuff we actually edited in for the purpose of that, I figured that, alright, fine, let's do it that way. At least if nothing else, you also get to enjoy the rest of this music, and then we'll take a look at the Blue Spheres and the Main Beam Machine a little bit, and also go into one aspect that Leftovers had on that one. Yeah, it is different in my case, as I mentioned, just kind of just doing the two-player specific on my own. Like I said, kind of in a case where this is the easiest way I can do that right now. But nothing else, being able to enjoy the atmosphere. Alright. Actually, feasibly, I'll tell you the other thing is that what could feasibly be done, and you were saying that one of the achievements for this, and we're going to go through the achievement list as part of the rest of this video, see it in a little bit, where there was the King of Speed for the second act of this, so feasibly, it's like, yeah, it's not unreasonable that if you start at the beginning of where this is, and say, like, yeah, I can get to the end in a minute. Which is true, feasibly. Let's see what we're gonna do. Yeah, but just go back to what I was saying also about the thing with the lives cases, or that Nocturne got game over and then only had one life, actually just coming into this zone. So, I think it might have been something with the 3-player, but I might have to test that specific. And honestly, at this juncture, I don't really have time to, you know, go too much further than what I've got here. I mean, I guess, you know, I may as well also turn this into one other thing, which is that, what do I do during the week as far as, you know, how the edit usually works, which is that, you know, I work a 9-to-5 job, or fine, not a 9-to-5 job, but during the day, as far as work, I mentioned that before, and the idea that I usually do the edits during the week when I can, when I come home from work, and then do the upload usually on the Wednesday. And actually, this, at the time of recording this, it will be the Wednesday upon which that'll happen. And I think that should be about it. And also, when you do get a completion of that, yeah, you get the beep beep. You can't go in there after you've played it already. So, okay, so that's probably why they gave you the 12, so you can basically run through all the levels. But alright, we're done with the competition for this. And you can play as any of the characters as well for that. And also show the time attack because there's something specific to that. But let's show the extra start. Let's show Blue Spheres. Because I mentioned when you get the, when you get all of the bonus stages, get all the gold medals for it, they give you extra Blue Sphere stages. But the thing is that I believe they randomize them so that you don't necessarily get a case of being able to play them exactly in a row. And some of these can be pretty damn hard, like this. Like, yeah, having to get a reaction of what these are, and they're ones that I don't think have ever been seen in this series. Yeah, in that case I missed, so we're not going to be able to go back to that one. And they come in original and Mania modes, which will indicate, which I guess, if nothing else, I guess that's a point of contention. I know that's something Nocturne's indicating, because at some point we're going to be doing Blue Sphere's mode of Sonic and Knuckles eventually. And she said, hey, we want to do that. And I'm like, yeah, sure, we can definitely do that. But in that case, it gives you elements of levels to this, where in this one, it's kind of randomizing it. Although I think in that case, if you're having a problem with that, you might want to buy this on the PC then, because I'm pretty sure that the PC version, the way the modding community that works, they probably come up with some way to track these levels to get kind of a sense of like what they are and how to get through them. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try and complete one of the ones I can, whichever ones they give me. Yeah, some of these are challenging, so they definitely get to challenge your idea of, you know, if you've been playing Blue Spheres all your life in Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles, this is definitely going to be one way to test your mettle that way. And also, okay, fine, if I miss it again, I'll do one more, and then I'll take a look at the Mania ones. There's one thing Leckverse actually mentioned, which was, he said that, how is it that people complain about the Sonic 1 special stages being, making them dizzy or making them sick, but not saying anything about this one? And we did kind of talk about that a little bit as far as on the show, in which case, I think that I was asking Nocturne this during the show, specific, and she was saying that, yeah, I never necessarily got a sense of that, but I think maybe for this one, the idea that the way this speeds up in ways that the Sonic 1 special stages do not, although in the case of Sonic 1, the one thing you can speed up is how the maze rotates, which in some ways is a little bit different than just saying that, you know, it's going really fast and maybe being disorienting, but also, as I said here, doing that quick turn that way. Sometimes that can be maybe a bit disorienting, and that's also despite the fact that, I don't know if we really got into this that much on the show for this part of the game, they really, the frame rate of the special stages has been enhanced for this version, and also for the Sonic 3 Knuckles version that's within Sonic Origins. And so it does run a bit smoother than it did on the Sega Genesis initially, but even with that, it's something that sometimes it's a little bit of an adjustment that needs to be made. Of it, we're used to it running really, I guess, sort of choppy a little, but not 100%. And then when you get to playing it smooth, it's that you almost have to relearn. In fact, that was kind of how I was when the Sonic 2 mobile version came out, and that's the one that Origins has, where it's running at 60 frames per second, and same actually with the Sonic 1 bonus stage, or special stage, where I'm not used to running that smoothly, and same here with this, like, oh yeah, look, it's going really fast, so honestly, maybe the thought of that, okay, perfected, okay, that was kind of lucky. And I got a gold medallion. Because when you get a silver medallion, that is a completion of it as far as just you finished it, but you get a gold one, that means you got a perfect on it as well. Okay, and then the Mania ones, which are kind of similar to the Mania ones that are in Sonic Origins now. A little in that they give you different spheres. They give you green spheres. What those do is when you pick them up, they go to blue, so basically you have to collect them twice. So at that point, and then they go to red. And interesting enough, I didn't really know that when I first saw this within this game, and also as far as Origins did it. Because Origins gives you the blue sphere stuff that was there for the lock-on Sonic 1 to Sonic and Knuckles, but it also gives you extra blue spheres, which has those extra spheres in it, the green one specific. So at that point, it's like, hey, I don't have an instruction manual for this because games are usually not made with instruction manuals anymore, and goddamn is that a shame. But either way, the thought of how these work, and even like the online manual that they give you for Sonic Mania as it is, doesn't really go into that, unfortunately. So it's a question of kind of having to feel your way around. So that can sometimes be a weird case of itself. Okay, there we go. Whoa. Actually, with Sonic Mania itself, with the special stages they give you, okay, I didn't know I actually cleared that one out correctly, because how this works, if you do not know, is that when you clear out the blue spheres or have red spheres surrounding blue spheres in a square like that, they will turn into rings. You get all the rings, you get a perfect. In that case, yeah, there you go, so I have the other stuff of that, so yeah, in that case, yeah, so in order to do that one, you have to kind of go around it multiple times. Especially when it's getting faster and you realize, oh, wait a minute, I need to do this. And I guess the other question is, I'll answer this myself now, which is, when you have reds surrounding greens and blues, what does that do? Let's see. No! I guess it doesn't do anything. So, alright, then that answers the question that you need to get rid of the green ones at the same time. Those are only within the Mania mode, by the way, for this. You know, let's give it another shot. Yeah, so in that case, alright, go in there, get the greens, and then go in here. Ah, and also the turn. I think that was also something that, because Nocturne was the one who was showing off Blue Sphere specific herself, because I said, yeah, you're the expert, you run this. But the way the turning works, and Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles kind of like this as well, when you're going really fast, sometimes when you come from a jump, you can't turn. Like right there, I jumped, and I did it on purpose, so I could jump and then hit the D-pad, but sometimes you can't get going as quickly as you'd like, and maybe it's worse in Origins. Maybe, from what I'm thinking, and maybe it was in her case, specific. Alright, then the other stuff is I'll show the DA Garden, I'll show the Time Attack, and we'll show the Mean Bean Machine mode. Because as we mentioned, you can play basically version of Puyo Puyo or Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. for it, which was the boss in Chemical Plant. But yeah, you can play that with 2 players. Unfortunately, only 2 players, or against the computer, as I am. And you set difficulty so it's going to be in line with whatever your skills might be at this game. Of which, from what Proterova and Nocturne were telling me, they had not really played much of Puyo Puyo exactly. She'd played it a little more than he had, and in that case, they kind of attached more to Tetris, which is fair. And I think that goes to the idea of puzzle games that people get attached to, or what is it that makes those elements in them click for them. And that's going to be a case in a couple of days when Dolly Finn and I play Tetris Attack for Super Nintendo and Game Boy. Actually, we're taking a brief look at the Game Boy version, but it's going to be mostly Super Nintendo for us as we go along. And we're definitely looking forward to doing that show in a couple of days. There we go. So, yeah, this was before you'll clear out the 4, or go back to our Mean Bean Machine play, which definitely had a good time. Those electors want to see that. It was a good suggestion as far as that. Okay. So, what we're going to do is, I do want to get a 2-chain at least, or defeat my competition really badly, I guess is how it's going to operate. Yeah, I think that's going to be what that's going to be then, so drop that down. Yeah, sometimes you gotta wait for the one you want, but look, I'm going to win, seeing how the computer is, but I believe it is best of 3. Yeah, it is. In fact, let's do one more. Because I do want to get at least 1 chain, because I have to do the voice thing, which I always do, from Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, even though it's not even the, player character doing it. Can't even do it right now, so... Yeah! I do love doing that, even though for the player it's a yippee! But, alright, so that should be fine, and yeah, usually with a 2-chain, that's enough to destroy him. And that's the one thing I will say, I think I said this when we played Mean Bean Machine, but I'll reiterate it now, is that sometimes the stumbling block for me with Puyo Puyo tends to be the idea that simple chains like that oftentimes can completely wreck you. But I know it's different based upon the Puyo Puyo game. There's definitely a bunch of them, as we've indicated. At some point, we'll have to come back to Puyo Puyo with another version. Oh, like first indicated, Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 being really good. And we mentioned Kirby's Avalanche before, which is on Switch Online, or Switch Online Normal. I was gonna say expansion pack. Like, no, the Super Nintendo version, Super Nintendo stuff is not an expansion pack locked case. Genesis is, so Mean Bean Machine is up on the Switch Online expansion pack for the Sega Genesis. That one is locked behind. But not so much with this one. Or with Kirby's Avalanche, and fine, this one is just available on Switch as it is, but it's we're running Xbox One for the purpose of this. And I guess one other thing I will kind of go into, I didn't really go into this during the show, so I'm glad I kind of this extra case. Well, yeah, we beat him. So yeah, we win. As mentioned, you can play it with 1 or 2 players. Is that the Switch version of this game was, generally speaking, ported well. I mean, it had some weird stuff when it first came out. It was actually Tantalus Media who did the development of it, who did South Park Rally. I always love to remind people that, yeah, the people who made South Park Rally helped with the Switch port of Sonic Mania, as well as the Wii U versions of The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, and the Skyward Sword version that was on the Switch recently, about a year ago. But yeah, Dia Garden, as I mentioned, you can kind of go in and play music as you like from anywhere in the game, including the stuff that we'll see when we get to, when we get to Encore mode eventually, which we'll see when we come back to this game at some other point, but at the end of this video I'm giving a little bit of a preview for the purpose of that. You do get the Sonic CD vibe of, yeah, look at the surrounding element of, I guess, South Island, or I guess it's South Island. I mean, because the story, as I mentioned, is that Sonic and Tails go back to Angel Island because they're getting that distress signal, or that signal coming off of the Phantom Ruby. But yeah, I guess there's South Island. It definitely has that look to it, and the rotation stuff kind of indicates the idea of, you know, the Sonic CD perspective, that futuristic, whoa, look how trippy this is. And it's definitely good stuff. Alright, so the last thing to show for this element is going to be the time attack mode, because actually this is one thing I didn't show, and I also show 2 things. I'll show Mighty Armadillo. We didn't exactly show him that much. Let's go to Studiopolis Act 1. Yes, play it. They do give you the perspective that also the time doesn't start until you go over the line. So you can also use that to your advantage if you know the level design. And you can time attack any level in the game, which is awesome. But I believe they do turn off the boss. Yeah, they do turn off the bosses for the time attack mode. So yeah, you're not gonna be fighting anybody. And they do give you one life, which is the same way that Sonic CD and 1 and 2's mobile ports did, and also... Actually, okay, no. Sonic CD does have time attack effect. It always had it, even on Sega CD. It did. Actually, I don't think Origins even has the time attack for Sonic 1 and 2. Or, actually, no, I think it does. It has it differently than it did in that game, and also to show off Mighty, which will show when we do the Mania mode eventually, or the Encore mode. I keep saying Mania mode, but yeah, it's Sonic Mania, so there you go. Unlike Knuckles Chaotix, where he bounces off of walls, you can jump off walls, you hit the jump button while you're in the air, you do the crush down. Actually, no, I do show him, actually, in the area coming up. It's Ray I didn't really show, so yeah, we'll show him in just a second. Because one thing I didn't indicate is that you do have the time attack for every level, but you also have the ability to challenge your best times, or challenge, I guess, other people's best times, feasibly. Okay, fine, I get to naturally show off the SegaSonic popcorn machine that I had to edit in. But hopefully it's a nice touch to be able to see that, as well as right there, which I did show in the part I'm editing away, which is that Dr. Robotnik is an old-time, black and white villain, almost like the Steamboat Willie Mickey Mouse case, or like Felix the Cat, or like Bosco, the RKO character. If you want more as far as that, go back to the Mickey Mania play we did, because I indicated all of them there. And then also realized during the edits, as far as Bosco, why don't we see Bosco anymore? I was like, okay, I think I realize now exactly why not. But that being said, I did still remember, and we are about remembering on the show, specific to context that way. Woo. I'm just going through that. Actually, that's one thing I don't know if I indicated either, which is that when you go through the walls like that, actually does have like the broken glass thing that you used to see on... I remember associating this with VHS tapes. You used to buy them from the store. I can't believe... I must be old, because I remember what those are, and being able to go see blank tapes at the video at any supermarket, basically, or anywhere you go. It's like, hey, let me tape off something from television, whereas nowadays you use like a TiVo or a DVR or something. Just the idea, you used to have that on there. I might be able to picture in on the edit for the purpose of that. Right, there we are at the end of the level, going through, and yeah, it's the goal, and so there's the new record, because I didn't have anything going through as Mighty got through Act 1. I think they do give you the world ranks, because this game does have on leaderboards and... why is the replay? Yeah, this is what I want to show that we didn't show on the show. You hit the Y button after you do any time attack run, you can do a replay of it, and start is your okay, or the guide button, whatever, because they changed the start button, or whatever start is called for the purpose of Xbox One. It always bugged me, admittingly. But I will show this. Let's go to Studiopolis again. Let's go to... Oh, right, you can do the leaderboard. So, yeah, the best time here is by Spire at 39:10, and I believe they indicate that by character. Actually, no, in that case, I'll tell you what they'll do. I think it's only... You can only run through specific as far as challenges when you have the same character, I think. At least I think so. Yeah, you select... Okay, that's what it is. So, actually, I might be able to do this with Ray. So, let's pull Ray out again. Okay, no... Oh, and okay, actually, no, I can't because I didn't save it. So, we'll do that, and I'll show off Ray 1 specific. So, yeah, Studiopolis. Yeah, so you can watch the best time, or the second or third place time, or do challenge. I can show you the challenge. Basically, what they do is they give you a perspective, and you pretty much just run against the ghost you have and potentially get a better time as far as how it's going to operate. We'll see if I can do it. And at that point, that should be about all I need for this extra perspective of Sonic Mania to go along with what we had for the purpose of that. Alright, so, as I said, this is just, as I mentioned, just kind of to ease over some of those aspects. And I said, with all due respect to, everybody involved as far as the show, I'm not mad as far as how some of that stuff went. I get the idea that it can be that way, and even she indicated that, which is why I'm indicating that. So it's like, I don't want it to come off from the perspective that I'm shaming my guests, exactly, because I'm not doing that. I'm absolutely 100% grateful that they came onto the show. They believe in this insane journey that I've been on for the past 2 years. The thought of, hey, I'm not seeing people, I want to have, shooting the shit, as the cool kids say, which I'm certainly not a cool kid exactly, I'll say that, about video games having those shared experiences and them being in line with the vision of the show and them helping make it and make me understand what it is. To everybody I've had on the show and also everybody in the chat for that. In that case, I'm always going to be grateful for that. And so that at least want to make crystal clear as far as it. Whoa. But as I said, also, it's the kind of thing that's, there might be a little bit of an elephant in the room that way, and at some point, like, well, I'm not going to completely ignore it. In some ways, it might be better to potentially take the Band-Aid off a little bit as far as that. And that being said, I am still looking forward to those other plays that we're going to have as far as Nocturne and Proterova, which are going to... Actually, you'll see in the video what they're going to be as far as their next games. So I'll let you stay tuned to see what they are. In that case, yeah, I was able to best them at time. And you do a save on that, but I'm not going to do that. But last thing I'm going to do is... Let me play one last place. Let's go to Green Hill. Not with Mighty, let's go with Ray, because we didn't show Ray off. Yeah, let's go to Act 1, why not? Yeah, because Ray the Flying Squirrel, he was in SegaSonic The Hedgehog, as indicated. I think he might run slower. I think I indicated that or showed something to that. Whereas having trouble running up a wall that I wasn't having that problem with other characters. But anyway, he does have some speed still to it, but when you hit the A button, or the jump button, he'll go into that diving animation, and basically you can move the D-pad left and right. So if you're familiar with Super Mario World and how to control the Cape Feather, it works the same way, and you can feasibly abuse it just as much as the Cape Feather in that game. As far as that, so you get that if you've ever played that game, and you even just pick up speed massively when you're doing that. Or even the idea is like when you go up, you can kind of launch yourself up so that you can hit something specific. So yeah, that's probably also why, yeah, in that case, yeah, look at that. I'm definitely going way fast. You can kind of just get your speed going. So yeah, maybe on the ground he's not as fast. And also in Time Attack mode, they do blur out the rings, or the bonus rings for the special stage.
Go!
Yeah, so then a nice smooth run through. So, 1:01 on the dot. So there you are, Ray. We'll definitely see you. And, yeah, to quote the movie Raging Bull, you never knock me down, Ray. You never knock me down. Alright, I think that's going to do it for this appendage or element to for Sonic Mania Plus, all except one thing. Because, right, you can, and we'll show this when we come back to this again. You can play this game with the encore versions of the levels, because they do give you encore versions of everyone that looks a little different. As far as how they are, we'll show those when we come back to the game at another time to show off encore mode, although we'll leave you with a brief preview of that for the purpose of how that is. And also at that point, one other thing I'll also indicate, I still have to work on finishing the save file for this, and you'll see why as far as the achievement look we're going to be looking at in just a second. But I will show off the exclusive stuff as far as Knuckles, because he does have exclusive paths and areas through stages of the main mode. And I got other characters running as far as that. I don't think they change much as far as levels for Ray and Mighty specifically. Knuckles will do, and I can show you off. And as I mentioned, also, I figured out what was going on with the time limit. You have to hit the Y button on the specific file you're running. I used it on the no save and thought, oh, I was going to hold it. I didn't, so yeah, you saw right there, it had time limit on for the no save, but off for the save we ran. You're in debug mode as well as ability and the end Knuckles. And I can show the end Knuckles part, just to show off the ending that comes out. It's a little something, and if you love Knuckles Chaotix, it'll be a nice one, but that'll be for the next time we come back to Sonic Mania. But yeah, in the meantime, I will join you back with the show that we had, going through the achievements and a brief preview of the Encore mode before our shut-off. And, where the show is going to be, which I will also have the indications at the bottom of the screen we get there as what the schedule is looking like, because it's more solidified now. So thank you very much. Thank you again to Nocturne and Proterova as far as everything for it, and their understanding as far as everything with that, and enjoy the rest of the video. So before we end, we'll go to the Encore mode, but first, let's go into the achievements for this game, why don't we? I mentioned the fact that I have all of them, so let's show them. Let's turn off, default, yeah, most rare, tracker off, all the ones that are unlocked. So we have No Way, No Way, which is the one that was glitched. We have to get gold medallions in all of the Blue Spheres levels. There's King of Speed, which is getting through Stardust Speedway Act 2 in under a minute, or get to the tower where Metal Sonic is. Professional Hedgehog, which is beating the Titanic Monarch without getting hit at once. You can use Supersonic, so that does make it easier. Collect 'em all is what we're doing for Metallic Madness Act 2 when you're getting all the capsule toys out. You have to have them all on the field at once and then kill them. Use Tails for that one. Full Metal Jacket, which is getting silver medallions in all the bonus stages. Actually, no, this is the one that was glitched because I got the gold medals across everything and it didn't count for this. And I actually had to replay the game multiple times to just get silvers only. Because you got silver for beating it and you get gold for getting perfect. So in that case, there was that one. Secret Sub, which you found in Oil Ocean Act 2. Crate Expectations, which is the one where we busted the crate with Sonic in Press Garden Act 1. The Password Special Stage, which is where there's the barrel we push to go down the soda stream to get to the hidden ring.
For Full Metal Jacket, do you know if they fixed it so so it'll trip if you get all the golds instead?
Actually, I don't. Chad, if you know, let me know. I mean, I guess you're questioning, like, hey, if you get it on the PS4 version. And I don't know if the PS4 version's like that, but at least when this came out, it didn't do it right. So I don't know if that's the reason why it's low, as far as if I actually... I will go this when we're done taking a look at that. Yeah, Magnificent 7 is getting all the Chaos Emeralds, which we did. Window Shopping is when we jump through the window and it blows us through. Triple Trouble, which is if you get a 3-chain combo for the Act 2 boss for Chemical Plant Zone doing the Mean Machine or playing Mean Machine itself. See you next game, which is beating the game in any way, whether it's with all the emeralds or not. Boat Enthusiasts, there's 3 boats in Hydro City Act 1. Ride them all to get that. That's a twofer, which we sort of showed, or was trying to show at Titanic Monarch Act 1, where you drop the gold plate down and you get 2 item boxes down. Without Trace, Crush the Rex into death in Lava Reef. Shutterbug, where, actually, stating we did Studiopolis last. There are those robots that fly around that have cameras. Let them take your picture 10 times. Do that, you get that. Superstar is when you go around the star post, it does spin faster when you pass by. And so if you do that really fast 10 times, you get that. And then lastly, the first one we saw, which was Now Can't Hurt You anymore, use the fire shield on the burn the log bridge. Okay, and the rare one, as far as this console is concerned at least, is... Well, there's Secret Sub. And you can tell that, by the way, on the system with the little gem next to it. Full Metal Jacket, Collect 'em All, Professional Hedgehog, King of Speed, No Way, No Way. So it's this one. So gold, basically perfecting every single one of those, every single one of the Blue Spheres things for the ones you get for playing the main game, not the extra ones that are in the menu. And if you do all those, and some of them are really hard, there's one in particular that actually was in Sonic & Knuckles itself as part of the stage select code only. They have that one in here, and it is almost impossible to do that. I can't believe I did it, but... Yeah, because it basically is that one in the spiral. I don't know if you're familiar with this one, Nocturne. There's this one that goes in a spiral, and it speeds up as you go along at enough of a rate, so you have to be perfect when you get to the end of it in order to get everything and jump over the last one to get the 2 rings, to bounce you back in and get it. I did it. It was hard. So if you're going for the achievement or trophies for this game, that's the one that's going to be hard.
So you said that sounds like one of the Sonic and Knuckles specials?
Yeah, if you put in the stage select or the debug code, there's, I think, another one they give you that's available within that, even outside of the Blue Sphere stuff that Sonic 1 has.
Because I know that there's one that you need to beat in Sonic and Knuckles for a Chaos Emerald that has 2 coins at the end that you need to jump over a sphere to get.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah, that's that one. That's Specialty 7 from Sonic and Knuckles. That's true. But then there's another one that just basically goes in a spiral. You basically... I'll try and get a sense of what this is and put a video of what that one is. You're basically kind of going a straight line. You have to turn left constantly when you're surrounded by red spheres to hit each of the individual blue ones as you go along. And it is speeding up at a rate that at the end of it, I ran into this case a lot. Where you jump for the last one, I missed the turn. I either had to do it again or I had to miss it, or missed it and I jumped and didn't get the rings, but I got the sphere. So... In that case, yeah, perfecting that was hard. So that's why. That's the hardest one, followed by King of Speed. So, alright, that's that idea. And briefly, we're doing no save on Encore mode to briefly show you where we're going to be next time we come back to this game eventually. So, after Sonic Forces, sort of to spoil that game, but not completely, Classic Sonic went over there. He comes back, for reasons we'll see when we play that game. And the Phantom Ruby takes him back, but yeah, we're back in our world. Oh, we have Angel Island Zone, by the way, so it is fully playable for the first zone activist. So,
Where's Knuckles?
not here. Well, not here yet. We have to find it. In fact, you know what? I'll show this off. I'll show a little bit of this. Yeah, just go around. It's kind of the first act of the stuff. Yeah, there's blocked off because there's no special stages
okay,
right here.
so
This is the
where's the
intro.
ring?
This is the intro level, basically, but they're doing some different things as far as what it is. And don't they also get to show the remix of this music. This is a terrific remix of Angel Island. Which I had the intro to in Sonic Mania normally, but outside of that, that's about it. But yeah, they have the full case of it. Just kind of going up and through there. And what happens is, I'll show this briefly at the end as far as this is going to work. Enjoying this great wonderland as far as everything going on. So the bond paths and everything, but it's more just for an introduction, kind of an intro level, almost like something like on a Mega Man, to a certain extent. Like there is the water. You do have the water striders from Sonic CD from Tell the Tempest Studios. So that is that, and so with that we will go to the end. I'll show briefly what's going to happen. Yeah, so this is where Ray and Mighty are. They're on top of this, and that's it. So what you do is you pick up one of these, and they're going to be your partner. And I'll show this briefly, and then at that point we will be going through schedule and end the show. And you do have the Faustian bargain, or the Sophie's choice to make. Who you taking? And you do have the touch to Knuckles Chaotix, so you do love, and you switch characters. He'll be back eventually, but yeah, he's there is Egg Magician again. He's yeah, I'm taking the Phantom Ruby at this point. Hit the Y button, by the way, you're switching characters, and you actually do need to use that because of the fact that Mighty crushes down when you jumping twice. And also, he jumps on spikes. You jump on once, as long as you hit land, you're safe. You will never get hurt on spikes. Unless you jump on the spikes again twice like that, then you will. So a bit different than how we worked in Knuckles Chaotix. But in that case, that's the idea. And basically what happens is, Egg Magician, who I guess is the only one of these who lived, he gets the Phantom Ruby back. There is Egg King once again, or, yeah, Egg King. No, Heavy King. Sorry. He brings him back, and then you go through remixed versions of all the levels that Sonic Mania have, and they have different level layouts and different special stages. They're insanely hard. There we are in Green Hill Zone, or Sunset Hill Zone of sorts from Sonic Advance 3. While Mighty's doing the animation of Sonic from Sonic 2 8-bit. So, alright. When we come back to this game again, we will play this mode. And we'll go through the whole game, going through every one of the special stages, all the unique levels, and have our fun more with Sonic Mania, with what put the plus in it.
So amusingly, after all this, we get back to Sonic 1, the first level of Sonic 1.
Well, sort of, because the hard-boiled heavies, I mean, we took care of the stuff with the Phantom Ruby that Sonic Forces goes into, and then we came back, it came back with us, but, yeah. Heavy Magician was around, he's causing trouble, he's twisting around again, and we gotta take care of it one more time.
So guys, it's 1991, Sonic 1 just came out.
Yeah, and
it's Sunset.
That's true, which is a great effect if you ever played Sonic Advance 3. There is a level in that the second world of Sonic Advance 3 is like this, actually has remixes of the Sonic 1 Green Hill Zone music. So yeah, as we're going to see next time, so it ends on a very nice sunset. So yeah, going into the sunset for Sonic Mania for our first look at this. Thank you so much to everybody in chat, and to Proterova, and to Nocturne for joining me on this one.
Yep.
I hope you had a good time. I certainly did as well.
Had a lot of fun.
Yeah, next time we come back to this game, we'll play this. As far as if it being the next Sonic game we play, that I don't know. As I mentioned also, I'll reiterate this as well. This is not the only Sonic game we're going to do a return visit to. We're going to do a return visit to Shadow the Hedgehog, show off its Super Hard mode, which I have to unlock, which I'll do eventually. I have the Super Hard mode of Sonic Heroes unlocked by the Xbox Magazine disc, which is the easiest way to go. I mean, the easy way to get that, buy the Xbox version and get that demo disc to put the number of which one it is for getting that. And then Mania for this. But as far as next Sonic game we'll play, I don't know which is going to be any of those three, but we'll definitely come back to this franchise because, hey, we love this franchise and we're going to give it that way. Okay, so with that, let's get in the schedule for the next couple of weeks. Next week, Dolly Finn, who thank you again for making this request for Sonic Mania. She's the one who wants to see this, and when it comes to request in this program, asking shall receive. She's going to be with me for Tetris Attack for the Super Nintendo, and we're going to take a brief look at the Game Boy version. We love this game. This is one of our favorite puzzle games of all time. It is fantastic as far as its multiplayer. We're going to show off all its modes the same way we did with this game, as well as doing multiplayer on that, which is a blast. get that franchise or all the Panel Pond stuff going. Love starting with that one. We'll definitely come back to the other ones because I think they're worth doing that. Any other puzzle games that you in chat or guests want to see or want to be part of, as it always is. So that's next week. I cannot guarantee if that's going to be on Saturday or Sunday, though, or Saturday or Friday, though. We're going to have to figure that. What I will say is I usually don't do the like, comment, subscribe thing. What I'm going to say is that if you're liking what you're watching on the show and you want to see next week's program, you think it sounds interesting, subscribe to Captain D-Trag on Twitch here because it'll then give you email indications of when the show goes live. I don't go live at any point until I do the show. So if it's going to be on Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or Saturday, you'll know then. I'll maybe get a better sense this week. I update the schedule for Twitch as well in the week. So when I know if it's going to be on Friday or Saturday, I will post it there. But either way, one of those days for next week, we're going to be doing Tetris Attack for Super Nintendo mostly, and a little bit at Game Boy version. Week after that, actually, the next couple weeks are going to be a little bit of question marks, because I have to talk to a medics. We're going back to Parasite. We have 2 parts left for that game that we're going to do. The thought is I think we're going to be doing 2 weeks for October, the first 3 for that game. That's going to be subject to change, and the other week is going to be the House of the Dead remake. Actually, Dolly Finn might be involved in that one as well. We're on the Switch version for that one. And then with the Parasite Eve, we'll finish off that specifically either in October or might be able to do it in November. I'll see. I'll get a better sense, and maybe by the time I edit this, I'll have a little more concrete information. But yeah, going further into the month after those first 3 weeks, so October 22nd, we are going to the next part and maybe the finale of Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. I'll get a sense of that with the Crusade Nerd 64 and perhaps Surrender Antonio. We'll see about that too. So it's going to be a little bit up in the air. I'm sorry for that, but at least we'll let you know for the purpose of that. But at the end of October, I can guarantee this. Crusade Nerd 64 is going to be playing Shadow Hearts for the PlayStation 2 for us. If either of you played that game.
Sorry?
Shadow Hearts. It is for the PlayStation 2. It is from Sakanoth, is a company who made it, and Arusa Games has connection with it as far as how it is when I jump to get the fade out going. I didn't play it either, so this is going to be a case of him showing us a game that I've never played. But if what he's shown me of this, he adores this game as much as we showed Go Up Sonic tonight or any other games we've done. So I'm trusting him completely on that one as our RPG after Parasite, or maybe concurrent with Parasite. Depending on how it goes, we're starting at the end of October. He is stacked to that. And then getting in November, we got next part of Majora's Mask we needed, next part of Shadow Hearts, maybe something else in between if we have an extra show and we don't need to move Parasite Eve to November. And then coming to the end of the month, we have Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse for the Super Nintendo. That's November 20th, and November 27th is the show for Thanksgiving, where we have our racing showcase. Dolphin wanted to see these 20 racing games across the Dreamcast. We're going to go through them in rapid succession as our 3rd annual genre showcase program for the Saturday after Thanksgiving. I guarantee that show. And then we get to December, where we have Tetris Plus on Saturn, which we're going to be doing. Speaking of Tetris, as far as that. As well as Streets of Rage 2, we're going to do at some point, next part of Shadow Hearts. And we'll figure out, because, by the way, the next time that my guests are going to be on the show, with Nocturne, do you want to tell the chat what your next game is going to be?
Yeah, I'm planning to do Mega Man X4 next, for my next one.
Okay.
We'll actually be doing a run of... we'll actually be doing both X and Zero.
Okay.
So 2 runs of the game.
Right.
But the Zero run will be on the Japanese version.
Okay, and the other one will be on the US.
Yep.
Both running PlayStation 1, by the way, for the purpose of that. But we'll definitely talk about differences with Saturn, because she has on Saturn for Japan, so we can go into that in that element.
I have it in Japanese on both Saturn and PlayStation, as well as the proper Japanese version from the Japanese version of the Mega Man X Legacy Collection, which is actually called the Rockman X Anniversary Collection in Japan, which is a little confusing because the PS2 got the Mega Man X Anniversary, or the Mega Man Anniversary Collection.
Right, and then the Mega Man X Collection, they're kind of going all together, aren't they?
But it's only confusing if you're looking at the different language versions.
that being said, we will definitely go into that, and I'm going to love that, so we get a sense of like what that's going. So we're also going to have feasibly some of the bad voice acting for the US version, but then also contrast that with the Japanese version. And we're definitely looking forward to that. We'll figure out as far as what the schedule is going to be like as far as that. But it's going to be December or at some other point, but that is going to be the next game she said she wanted to do and be involved in. So that's going to be that line for it. And Proterova, you and I are going to be doing Lunar Silver Star Story Complete starting in April. But beforehand, we're going to do a show in March. I'll tell the chat what it is.
March. Game Dev Tycoon?
Yeah, we're going to play Game Dev Tycoon. We're playing the Switch version. It's also on the PC. He has experience with that, and given some of the interest that we've indicated on this program as far as game development, we're going to have some fun with that, showing off that version, also some unique stuff that's in that. So, at that point, we'll play that game. We're going to do that for March specifically, as far as I do know that's the case. And then the month after that, we're going to start the next RPG after Shadow Hearts, because Shadow Hearts is ending here in March. I do know that.
Yeah. And actually, after whatever time I'm next on after we do X4, I'm going to be starting Mega Man Legends 2.
Okay, so there you go. So we're definitely teeing up the shows for the guests as far as how it is. So, and thank you very much for that. I'm looking forward to all those things. And with the case of Lunar, I think Proterova is going to control that one if you're still okay with that. You have the knowledge of that one specifically that I do not. I mean, I have the PSP game. I'll be playing through that in between as far as getting an idea of that. But otherwise, it's going to be yours. And looking forward to doing that.
It'll be a fun game.
It's a fun game. It's a great game. And an underappreciated one is that all the requests you had in chat over there is set. And actually, technically, I guess I'm running through this. I guess they turned time over off on the Encore mode. So, like, we tried to turn it on the main game. We couldn't get it going. I guess you're going to have it set that way as he's going along. But yeah, that is what the rest of the show's scheduling is looking like. Taking us into the end of the year as it is. And so for December, we'll get some set for that. And I'll have more concrete answers. I'll definitely have a more concrete answer next week because I need to know specifically by then what October 1st's program is going to be. But yeah, with that, everything is kind of in line, and I'm loving what the show's become, what it's become because of all of you in the chat and all of my guests, Proterova and Nocturne. Thank you very much. I can't say
Had a
enough.
lot of fun.
Thank you. You were going to do this. I'll let them show time over and not go. And it's like what I was trying to do otherwise. But thank you so much for watching Super Old Games Saturday for our first look at Sonic Mania. We'll come back to this eventually. But we're not leaving this. And also in, I guess the thing is not leaving. One of the first plays we're doing in January, I'll mention this, is something I got to pick up of a play that we already had. Yeah, it'll go over 10 minutes. So it keeps going on like that. So I guess it defaults that way on Encore mode. But in January, the first game we're doing is we're going back to the Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. I played that 2 years ago. I got to finish it. We're starting it over once and want 2 parts for that. But that's the case for it. And thank you very much for watching the show tonight. Thank you to Proterova and Nocturne for being part of this great showcase and great place on Mania. Always the case with the Dungeon on the program. Alright, so with that, I'll wish you a good night, or we will wish you a good night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. I will see you next week with Dolly Finn on either the Friday or the Saturday. Maybe I'll have an edit down here saying I have an answer now of which one it's going to be for Tetris Attack. Till then, keep being awesome. Thank you so much for everything you do for this program. Have a wonderful night, and take care.
See ya, guys.
See ya. Good night.
Good night.